Chapter 24. Zhou Donghuang could not be bothered to argue with Li Rui's ignorance. If it weren't for Li Yun, he would have already slapped Li Rui to shut her up. Throughout the meal, Li Rui spoke quite a bit, but seeing that Zhou Donghuang was engrossed in eating the dishes on the table and had no intention of responding to her, she gradually stopped speaking. However, her gaze towards Zhou Donghuang was full of disdain, thinking that Zhou Donghuang did not respond to her because he felt guilty. "Aunt Yun, thank you for your hospitality." After lunch, they left the restaurant and sent Li Yun and her mother to the entrance of the Qingyun Guild. Zhou Donghuang thanked Li Yun and returned to the carriage. Seeing the carriage disappear into the distance, Li Yun sighed. "Mother, why are you sighing? He's just a martial invalid. There's no need for us to interact too much with him." Li Rui said. You're wrong. Zhou Donghuang is a dragon among men. You'll regret missing out on him." Li Yun shook her head with a bitter smile. "I'll regret it? Impossible." Li Rui said disdainfully. "Even Chun Dandan doesn't want a man. Li Rui, naturally won't want him. The person I want to marry has to be at least the eldest son of a preeminent family in the prefecture capital, or else wouldn't I lose to Chun Dandan. Zhou Donghuang, a martial invalid, is not worthy of me." The carriage pulled by the Fergana horse swaggered through the streets of Ningping town. As expected, it attracted the attention of passers-by because the Fergana horse was too conspicuous. However, the middle-aged man driving the carriage pulled by the Fergana horse was already used to it. This was because he had already experienced a similar scene when he entered Ningping town that morning. "Young master, the daughter of Guild Master Li Yun of the Qingyun Guild is too short-sighted. Why didn't you show her your power and shut her up?" The middle-aged guard could not help but ask Zhou Donghuang as they drove the carriage out of Ningping town. Even he could not bear to listen to what Li Rui had said to Zhou Donghuang. "Uncle He, a kitten meows in front of a tiger, and the tiger not only did not bite it, but did not even look at it. Do you know why?" Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly. Without waiting for the middle-aged guard to reply, he had already said, "Because the tiger does not care about the kitten at all, and does not even care about it." "Young master, now that you mention it, I understand." The middle-aged guard suddenly came to a realization. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at his young master's high cultivation level. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his composure. "Uncle He, as usual, if there's anything, throw the bell in. Usually, I don't wake up on my own." After greeting the middle-aged guard, Zhou Donghuang sat cross-legged in the carriage and continued to practice the Lord of the Four Supremes. After that, the journey back was calm and peaceful. No one came forward to cause trouble. And the reason for this was that the Fergana horse carriage that Zhou Donghuang sat in was too conspicuous, and the bandits hidden along the road thought that it was the carriage of the leader of the Green Wolf Bastion. Between Qingshan Town and Ningping Town, there were only 2 horse bandit camps that could compare to Green Wolf Bastion. The other bandit camps were far weaker than the Green Wolf Bastion. Because of this, no one dared to provoke the Fergana horse carriage that most likely belonged to the leader of Green Wolf Bastion. Occasionally, 1 or 2 wild beasts would come forward, but they were all repelled or killed by the middle-aged guard driving the carriage. On the afternoon of the 25th of the 12th month, 1227 of the Ziyun era, Zhou Donghuang left Ningping town in his carriage and returned to Qingshan town. On the afternoon of the 26th of the 12th month, 1227 of the Ziyun era, he arrived at Qingshan town and returned to Yunxian restaurant. The round trip had taken only 3 days and 3 nights. If Zhou Donghuang had not switched to a Fergana horse to pull the carriage, he would have only just arrived at Ningping town. "Young master, you're back so soon?" Granny Lian was stunned to see Zhou Donghuang at the door. She had clearly not expected him to return so soon. Zhou Donghuang nodded as he handed over the money he had received from the Qingyun Guild in Ningping town to Granny Lian. "Someone gave me a Fergana horse on the way, and I let it pull the carriage, so the journey did not take too long." A Fergana horse. Granny Lian was about to ask who would be so generous, but Zhou Donghuang had already turned to leave. However, that night, Granny Lian heard from some of the guards what had happened to Zhou Donghuang on the way to Ningping town. "I heard from old He that when our young master went to Ningping town this time, he encountered a group of 10 bandits led by the second-in-command of Black Tiger Bastion, Qian Tongtian. In just one encounter, he snatched Qian Tongtian's saber and killed him. Then he threw the saber 3 times and killed the remaining 9 bandits. Young Master could even kill the bloody-handed butcher of the Wang family in one encounter. Qian Tongtian's ability was weaker than the bloody-handed butcher, so it is not surprising that he was killed by Young Master. However, I never thought that Young Master could throw a saber to kill. Isn't this too exaggerated? Is Old He exaggerating? Old He is famous for his honesty. I have known him for many years, and I know him well. He would never lie. Granny Lien could never have imagined that the Fergana horse that her young master had mentioned was actually a trophy from killing the second-in-command of Black Tiger Bastion, Qian Tongtian. Young Master. He can even tame a mature Fergana horse? Even though Granny Lien knew that her young master was very resourceful, she could not help but be shocked when she heard this. She even thought again. In this world, was there anything that her young master couldn't do? On the other side, passing by Lin Lan's room, Zhou Donghuang realized that she was practicing behind closed doors, but he did not disturb her and went straight to his room. The seal of my body was broken on the morning of the 15th day of the 12th month of the year 1997 in the Xian era. It was also at that time that I began practicing. When I attained level 1 of Qi gathering, the night of the 24th day of the 12th month of the year 1997 in the Xian era had just fallen. That is to say, in less than 10 days, I attained level 1 of Qi gathering. Sitting on the bed, Zhou Donghuang murmured to himself, that's still within expectations. Moving from level 1 to level 2 of Qi gathering will take a longer time, probably about 20 days. Fortunately, Zhou Donghuang's words were not heard by anyone else, or they would have been infuriated. Advancing from level 1 of Qi gathering to level 2 of Qi gathering would only take about 20 days, and he was complaining that it was taking too long. The people of the country of Yunyang generally began practicing at the age of 11 or 12. It was not that they did not want to start practicing earlier, but they could only start practicing after their bodies had begun to develop. Some people who practiced before they had fully developed not only made slow progress, but also affected their development, resulting in incurable illnesses. It was said that in the country of Yunyang, there was a miraculous elixir that could allow one to begin practicing from the age of 3 or 4 after consuming it. Furthermore, it would not affect the body. However, such a miraculous elixir had never appeared in the country of Yunyang, and to the people of the country of Yunyang, it was only an illusory legend. In the history of the country of Yunyang, the person who set the record for the fastest practice began practicing at the age of 11, attained level 1 of Qi gathering at the age of 13, level 2 of Qi gathering at the age of 14, level 3 of Qi gathering at the age of 16, and level 4 of Qi gathering at the age of 20. From nothing to level 1 of Qi gathering, he spent 2 years. From level 1 of Qi gathering to level 2 of Qi gathering, he spent only a year. This was also because he had already familiarized himself with practicing, unlike when he had to slowly fumble and get used to level 1 of Qi gathering, thus wasting a lot of unnecessary time. For an ordinary person, when they first started practicing, even with the guidance of practice, they would still take some detours. After all, practice was only theory, and there was still a certain degree of difficulty in putting it into practice. However, Zhou Donghuang was different. With 1,000 years of memories from his previous life, he was like a fish in water on the road to practice. And because of this, his rate of practice was extremely fast. Looks like I still have to find someone to make a trip to the county city to help me buy some medicinal ingredients. If I have a Fergana horse to travel to the county city, even if I take a short break on the way, a round trip would at most take 2 days and 2 nights. When Lin Lan had first gone to the Lin family in the prefecture capital and returned, it had taken her 7 days and 7 nights, but that was because she had only used an ordinary horse. The speed of a Fergana horse was incomparable to that of an ordinary horse. As long as I have the herbs from the prefecture capital, I can formulate an even better Qi gathering elixir, and there's hope that I can successfully attain level 2 of Qi gathering in half a month. Although Zhou Donghuang could make a trip to the prefecture capital to buy the herbs himself, he did not intend to do so, because if he went personally, it would be a waste of time. Galloping on a horse to the prefecture capital, there would be no way for him to practice on the way. 2 days and 2 nights is enough for me to raise my level of practice, but if I want to find someone to go to the prefecture capital to buy the herbs, who should I look for? Zhou Donghuang thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Him. The Qin family was one of the 3 great lesser families of Qingshan town. The Qin family mansion occupied a large area, and it was not inferior to the Wang family mansion. In the past, Zhou Donghuang had been led by Qin Xiaoyu to the Qin family mansion a few times, but the scene then was completely different from now. Now, as soon as he reached the main entrance of the Qin family mansion, the Qin juniors guarding the gate saw him and immediately rushed in to report to the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Long. The patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Long, also rushed out to personally welcome Zhou Donghuang. Young Master Donghuang, are you here for Xiaoyu? It was no secret in the Qin family that Zhou Donghuang and Qin Xiaoyu were on good terms. Because of this, after Zhou Donghuang had killed the former patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Yuquan, Qin Xiaoyu's status in the Qin family had skyrocketed. Now, even the first young master of the Qin family, Qin Fei, did not dare to pester Qin Xiaoyu like before for fear of offending Zhou Donghuang. I'm not here for Xiaoyu this time. Chapter 25. Young Master Donghuang, you were looking for me? Knowing that Zhou Donghuang was looking for him, Qin Yi hurriedly put down what he was doing and rushed to the Qin family's drawing room. Qin Yi was the previous patriarch of the Qin family and the only level 2 adept in the Qin family. In Qingshan town, he was as famous as Wang Yuquan, and his ability was comparable to Wang Yuquan's. However, in front of Zhou Donghuang, who had killed Wang Yuquan with a single blow, Qin Yi, the big shot of Qingshan town, did not dare to put on airs at all. His posture was extremely humble. Yes, Zhou Donghuang nodded lightly. I have come this time to seek the help of old Patriarch Qin. Young Master Donghuang, please speak your mind. As long as I, Qin Yi, can do it, I will definitely help you do it properly. Qin Yi made a solemn vow. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he would not hesitate to go through fire and water for Zhou Donghuang. I would like to invite old Patriarch Qin to ride a Fergana horse and rush to the county city at the fastest speed to buy some medicinal ingredients for me. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he took out a piece of paper filled with the names of herbs. Of course, you don't have to buy all of them. Just buy as much as you can. Just a small matter. Without any hesitation, Qin Yi reached out to take the paper and vowed, Young Master Donghuang, within 2 days, I will definitely bring back the herbs you need. Of course, I won't let you help for free. Zhou Donghuang took out a roll of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Qin. Young Master Donghuang, you don't have to stand on ceremony with me. It is my honor to be able to work for you. This time, Qin Yi did not reach out to take the paper from Zhou Donghuang. In his view, what could be more valuable than a favor from this young Master Donghuang? If he accepted this, wouldn't his favor with young Master Donghuang be gone? Zhou Donghuang, only 16 years old, had killed Wang Yuquan with a single blow. Wang Yuquan's strength was not inferior to his. In fact, if they were to engage in a life and death battle, he might not even be a match for Wang Yuquan. Yet, such a person was killed by the young man before him with a single palm strike. He knew very well what this meant. 16 years old and already so terrifying. If Zhou Donghuang could grow up successfully in the future, let alone Qingshan town, even the prefecture capital, the royal city, or even the entire country of Yingyang, would not be able to contain him. If he, and even the Qin clan, could form a relationship with such a person, it would only be beneficial to them. Old Patriarch Qin, this is a martial art technique. Zhou Donghuang smiled and said, Are you sure you want to represent the Qin family and give up on this technique? Martial arts moves? Zhou Donghuang's words reached Qin Yi's ears. Although his voice was soft, Qin Yi was stunned. His eyes narrowed, and a fanatical look appeared on his face. In the next moment, without any hesitation, Qin Yi reached out with lightning speed and took the scroll from Zhou Donghuang. He opened it and read it. A moment later, His pupils contracted sharply, and his hand trembled in fright. The paper almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted in time and caught it. Weighted sand palm. Third grade offensive martial art. Qin Yi had originally thought that the technique that Zhou Donghuang had passed to him was a lesser grade technique. Even so, if the Qin family could obtain it, it would be a great opportunity. But now, looking at the words written on the paper that Zhou Donghuang had passed to him, he realized this was not a lesser grade technique, but a third grade technique. In the country of Yunyang, only the royal family and the imperial family had third grade techniques. Who is this young Master Donghuang? He gave me the Qin family's third grade technique, just because I helped him run errands for 2 days? Qin Yi had lived for more than 60 years, and this was the first time he had been so impatient. If a lesser grade technique was something that he could only dream of, then this third grade technique was something that he did not even dare to dream of. Young Master Donghuang, you'd better take it back. Qin Yi smiled bitterly as he handed the piece of paper with the third grade offensive technique, weighted sand palm, back to Zhou Donghuang. But Zhou Donghuang did not extend his hand to take it. Chief Qin, I'm giving the Qin family this technique, not only as a reward, but also in the hope that the Qin family can give me a promise. In the future, you must treat Xiao Yu well and not force her to do anything she does not want to do. The Qin family was a lesser family. Most of the time, the women of the Qin family did not have the right to decide their own marriage. Sooner or later, he would have to leave Qingshan town, so before he left, he hoped to make arrangements for his little sister, Qin Xiaoyu. Young Master Donghuang, even if you do not give the Qin family this technique, the Qin family will not mistreat Xiaoyu and force her to do anything she does not want to do on this. You can rest assured, Qin Yi said solemnly. Qin Yi said solemnly, you'd better take back this martial art. The Qin family can't afford it. Even if Zhou Donghuang dared to give a third grade technique, Qin Yi would not dare accept it. It could be imagined that once the news that the Qin family possessed a third grade technique got out, the Qin family would be in deep trouble, not to mention the preeminent families. Even the more powerful grand families and tycoon families would be tempted by a third grade technique and would even resort to unscrupulous means to obtain it. Cannot accept it. Zhou Donghuang did not understand at first, but as Qin Yi spoke, he suddenly understood because he had not thought so much before. He had only felt that by giving the Qin family a third grade technique, he was giving the Qin family an opportunity so that the Qin family would treat Qin Xiaoyu well in the future. That is to say, you dare not accept a third grade technique. But if it is a lesser grade technique, you dare to accept it? Zhou Donghuang raised his eyebrows and continued muttering, however, I really do not have any lesser grade techniques. A third grade technique is already the worst technique I have. Zhou Donghuang's voice was not soft, and Qin Yi heard it as well, causing Qin Yi to tremble in fear. From what this young Master Donghuang was saying, he had a technique that was even better than a third grade technique. A technique that is better than a third grade technique is a second grade technique. In our country of Yunyang, it seems that only the imperial family has a second grade technique, right? Qin Yi was so frightened that his breathing quickened, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows, unable to calm down for a long time. Forget it. Since you want a lesser grade technique, then I will modify this weighted sand palm and weaken its power to the level of a lesser grade technique. Zhou Donghuang took the piece of paper from Qin Yi's hands and asked for a pen from Qin Yi, then began scribbling on the paper. After about 15 minutes, Zhou Donghuang passed the paper back to Qin Yi. Done. Now, even if you practice this technique to the extreme, it will only be able to unleash the power of a lesser grade technique. Now, you can rest assured, right? Zhou Donghuang looked at Qin Yi. Qin Yi received the paper with trembling hands, and as he looked at the palm technique that had been scribbled on it, his heart filled with shock. Originally, he had not believed that Zhou Donghuang could modify the technique himself. This was because people who had the ability to modify techniques could usually create their own techniques. In the history of Yunyang country, there had never been such a nature-defying person, had there? Now, as he looked at the words on the paper, it was not difficult for Qin Yi's eyes to discern. This was indeed a lesser grade palm technique. You can pay for the herbs first. As for the Fergana horse, your Wang family should have it, so I will not lend it to you." While Qin was still in shock, Zhou Donghuang had already walked out of the Qin family drawing room, and his voice could be heard from afar. When Qin regained his senses, Zhou Donghuang had already disappeared. This young Master Donghuang, who is he? Qin eyes were filled with seriousness. Although he had lived for more than 60 years, he felt that he could not understand this 16-year-old youth at all. Taking a deep breath, Qin carefully put away the lesser-grade palm technique in his hand and went directly to his son, the current chief of the Qin family, Qinlong. "These few days, send out invitations. Just say that I, Qin will be hosting a banquet in 10 days' time and will accept Qin Xiaoyu as my adopted daughter." Qin's expression was serious as he said to Qinlong, "Send 2 invitations to Yunxian restaurant, one for Zhou Donghuang and one for Linlan." "Father, why do you suddenly want to accept Xiaoyu as your adopted daughter?" Qinlong felt that this was a little exaggerated. Even if Zhou Donghuang and Qin Xiaoyu were on good terms, was there a need for this? Once his father accepted Qin Xiaoyu as his adopted daughter, then Qin Xiaoyu would become his adopted sister, and even his son Qin Fei would have to address her as little aunt. Take a look at this. Qin took out a piece of paper and carefully handed it to Qinlong. It was the piece of paper that Zhou Donghuang had altered. This is, at first, Qinlong did not think much of it, but when he finished reading the words on the paper, his expression changed drastically. A martial arts technique? To be precise, this is a martial arts technique that Zhou Donghuang has given to the Qin family. Qin said, "Now, do you understand my decision?" "Father, I will do it right away." Qinlong took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. After handing the paper back to Qin, he left hurriedly. He naturally knew what a martial arts technique meant to the Qin family. To the Qin family, this was a great opportunity. Not long after Qinlong left, Qin rode out of the Qin family on his Fergana horse and left Qingshan town for the prefecture capital. On the other side, Zhou Donghuang, who had returned to his room in the courtyard behind Yunxian restaurant, shook his head lightly. "I had forgotten that in the country of Yinyang, a third-grade technique is enough to cause a bloodbath. I gave the third-grade swiftness technique, star-stepping footwork, to the second-in-command of Green Wolf Bastion, Freezing Wind. It looks like I was not helping him, but harming him. I can only hope that he will be smart and keep a low profile." Zhou Donghuang thought to himself. This time, with Qin hurrying to the prefecture capital to buy the herbs, I will definitely be able to obtain those herbs in the shortest time possible. This way, I will be able to formulate a better qi-gathering elixir as quickly as possible. Before he began to practice, a look of anticipation flashed across Zhou Donghuang's eyes. Traveling from Qingshan town to the prefecture capital was actually far safer than traveling from Qingshan town to a small town like Ningping town. There were official roads between the prefecture capital and the various small towns, and there would often be strong practitioners of the governor's household patrolling the official roads in disguise. Ordinary bandits would not dare to take the risk of robbing passers-by on the official roads. However, there would definitely be many bold bandits who would take the risk if they traveled on Fergana horses. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Zhou Donghuang had thought of letting the level 2 adept of the Qin family help him make a trip to the prefecture capital to buy the herbs he needed. Chapter 26. Early morning, December 27th, 1227 of the Ziyun era. Zhou Donghuang was having breakfast with Lin Lan in the dining room when Granny Lian suddenly rushed in from outside. She was holding 2 invitations in her hands. "Miss, these are invitations personally sent by the patriarch of the Qin family, Qinlong. He says they are for you and young master." Granny Lian placed the invitations on the dining table and left. "Invitations?" Lin Lan was taken aback. Did something good happen in the Qin family recently? A moment later, Lin Lan opened the invitation and had a look of astonishment. "This? The old master of the Qin family wants to adopt little Yu as his daughter? Isn't this too much?" In Lin Lan's opinion, the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin was already in his 60s, and Qin Xiaoyu was only 11. Even Qin Yi's grandson was much older than Qin Xiaoyu. And now, Qin Yi wanted to adopt Qin Xiaoyu? Zhou Donghuang was also taken aback by Lin Lan's words. He immediately picked up the other invitation and shook his head with a smile. That patriarch of the Qin family is really particular. However, he was still very satisfied with Qin Yi's actions. At least, in the future, as long as the Qin family did not fall, Qin Xiaoyu would have no worries for the rest of her life. Although Qin Xiaoyu was not his biological sister, he had long regarded her as his own after a few years together. Donghuang, is it because of you? Lin Lan could easily guess the reason for Qin Yi's actions. But even if the Qin family is afraid of you and does not dare to neglect Xiaoyu, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? What if I had given a lesser-grade palm technique to the Qin family? Zhou Donghuang countered. Lin Lan suddenly understood. No wonder. As for why Zhou Donghuang had given the technique to the Qin family, she did not ask because she knew that her son must have his reasons for doing so. Mother, how has your practice been recently? Zhou Donghuang asked Lin Lan. Although he knew that Lin Lan had been concentrating on practicing these days, he did not know her progress. Donghuang, the technique you gave Mother is amazing. While taking the Qi gathering elixir that you formulated and practicing that technique, my practice has improved rapidly. Hearing Zhou Donghuang mention her practice, Lin Lan's eyebrows danced, and she was in high spirits. In less than a month, Mother is confident of returning to level 1 of Qi gathering. Although Lin Lan's talent was worlds apart from Zhou Donghuang's. However, Lin Lan was originally a level 1 adept of Qi gathering, and even though she had lost all her Qi and had to start all over again, the meridians in her body that had long since expanded had not shrunk. Now, all she had to do was refill her meridians with Qi, and she would be able to regain her level 1 of Qi gathering. Therefore, she was able to regain level 1 of Qi gathering very quickly. Mother, when you don't have time to cultivate, you could try to master these 2 martial arts. Zhou Donghuang passed 2 pieces of paper to Lin Lan. Recorded on them were the 3rd-grade techniques, star-stepping footwork, and weighted sandpalm. The 2 martial arts techniques that he had given to the second-in-command of Black Tiger Bastion, Freezing Wind, and the Qin family had actually been written down by Zhou Donghuang for Lin Lan, but because Lin Lan had been training behind closed doors, he had not had the chance to give them to her. He had just woken up this morning and written out these 2 copies. Martial arts. Lin Lan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly reached out to take the 2 pieces of paper from Zhou Donghuang. As she opened one of them, her eyes narrowed. Weighted sandpalm. This is a 3rd-grade technique. Lin Lan looked away from the paper in her hands with some difficulty and raised her head to look at Zhou Donghuang, her face full of disbelief. The other, star-stepping footwork, is also a 3rd-grade technique. Zhou Donghuang smiled. 3rd-grade swiftness technique. Looking at the star-stepping footwork recorded on the other piece of paper, Lin Lan was so shocked that she was completely numb. In the country of Yunyang, it was said that only the royal family and the imperial family had 3rd-grade techniques, but her son had not only casually produced them, he had produced 2 at once. In this period of time, Zhou Donghuang had given Lin Lan too many shocks, so this time, Lin Lan recovered very quickly. After hurriedly finishing her meal, Lin Lan bade Zhou Donghuang farewell and left the dining hall to practice the martial arts she had just obtained in the backyard. To Zhou Donghuang, 3rd-grade techniques were the lowest level of martial arts in the 1,000 years of memory from his previous life, and they were no different from rubbish. But to Lin Lan, they were priceless treasures. After finishing his breakfast alone, Zhou Donghuang also returned to his room to practice. What surprised him was that the Qin family's grand patriarch, Qin Yi, came looking for him at noon the next day. He was travel-worn, and there were obvious dark circles around his eyes. Young Master Donghuang, I only bought 2/3 of the herbs you wanted. I went to all the medicine shops in the prefecture capital, but they were all out of stock. Qin, he said somewhat guiltily. Grand Patriarch Qin, you don't have to blame yourself. This is already much better than I imagined. Go back and rest first. I'll go to the Qin family to settle the bill for these herbs with you another day. Zhou Donghuang smiled as he looked at Qin Yi, and his gaze became friendlier. In less than 2 days and 2 nights, Qin Yi had returned from the prefecture capital. Even with the Fergana horse, it was impossible for him to have any time to rest on the road. It was obvious that Qin Yi had not rested during the entire journey. Even a level 2 adept would be under a lot of pressure after 2 nights without rest, and Zhou Donghuang could not help but be moved by Qin Yi's actions. Young Master Donghuang, these herbs were given to you by the Qin family. If you talk about money, don't blame me for falling out. Seeing Zhou Donghuang mention money, Qin Yi's expression turned ugly. Compared to what young Master Donghuang has given the Qin family, what is this little bit of stuff? All right, as Grand Patriarch Qin will do. Grand Patriarch Qin, quickly go back and rest. Now, Zhou Donghuang also hoped that Qin Yi would quickly go back and rest, and was no longer obsessed with the money that Qin Yi had used to buy the herbs. In the future, he would find another way to repay Qin Yi's favor. After Qin Yi left, Zhou Donghuang muttered to himself, in another 8 days, it will be the day that Qin Yi takes Xiao Yu as his adopted daughter. When that time comes, I'll give him and the Qin family a martial art technique. I'll modify the star-stepping footwork and make it an uninitiated swiftness technique for him. Very quickly, Zhou Donghuang came to a decision. Whether it was in his previous life or now, the last thing he wanted to owe was a favor. Just like those old acquaintances who had helped Zhou Donghuang on Earth in his previous life, he had already returned the favor. In this life, he did not go to Earth, and those people were destined to no longer help him, but he still intended to return to Earth to help them solve their problems. A small favor should be returned with a spring. This was Zhou Donghuang's basic philosophy. The 31st day of the 12th month of the year 1227 of the Xian era was the last day of the year 1227 of the Xian era. On this day, the Li family of the prefecture capital was not at peace. Second young master, you must avenge me. The middle-aged junior of the Li family of the prefecture capital, whose limbs had been maimed by Zhou Donghuang, was finally sent back to the Li family of the prefecture capital by someone whom Zhou Donghuang had instructed the chief steward of Yinxian restaurant, Fu, to find. The Li family of the prefecture capital was a preeminent family, and the lesser families of small towns could not compare to it. In the lesser families of small towns, the most powerful person was usually a level 2 adept of Qi gathering. In the preeminent families, level 2 adepts of Qi gathering were as common as the hairs on a cow. In the lesser families of small towns, level 1 adepts of Qi gathering could be made an exception and promoted to elder, but in the preeminent families, only level 3 adepts of Qi gathering could be made an exception and promoted to elder. This was the difference between a lesser family and a preeminent family. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was a preeminent family needed at least a level 4 adept of Qi gathering to hold down the fort. A family without a level 4 adept would not be recognized as a preeminent family. No matter how many level 3 adepts the family had, as long as they did not have a level 4 adept, they would still be considered a lesser family. Of course, such lesser families usually only existed in the prefecture capital because they did not want to stay in small towns. Who did it? A plain-looking young man in embroidered robes asked calmly, with a slight frown, as he looked at the middle-aged man on the stretcher. He was the second young master of the Li family of the prefecture capital, Li Pingyun, the only son of the patriarch of the Li family, and the heir to the position of patriarch of the Li family. If nothing unexpected happened, he will be the future patriarch of the Li family. It's the new owner of Yinxian restaurant in Qingshan town, Zhou Donghuang. I followed your orders to buy Yinxian restaurant from him, and not only did he say that you were delusional, he even crippled my arms and legs. The middle-aged man's expression was savage, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he said in a low voice, "He said to spare my life, and let me tell you, second young master, if you dare have designs on his Yinxian restaurant again, you will end up like me." With his arms and legs crippled, his life was doomed. The only thought the middle-aged man had now was to add fuel to the fire and infuriate the second young master of the Li family, so that he could find someone to kill Zhou Donghuang and avenge him. Of course, what he said was not entirely a lie. At least, Zhou Donghuang was indeed unwilling to sell Yunxian restaurant to the second young master of the Li family. Isn't he a martial invalid? You, a level 2 adept of qi gathering, were crippled by him? Are you joking? Although Li Pingyun's tone remained calm, deep in his eyes, the flames of anger were already burning fiercely and uncontrollably. A lad from a small town dared to say that he would cripple Li Pingyun's arms and legs? Besides, Li Pingyun did not believe that a 16-year-old youth could cripple the middle-aged man before him. Although this middle-aged man was only a collateral descendant of the Li family, he was still a level 2 adept of qi gathering. If he remembered correctly, the strongest person in Qingshan Town was only a level 2 adept of qi gathering. Second young master, I originally thought that he was a martial invalid, but only when he attacked did I realize that he was not a martial invalid, but an adept stronger than me. The middle-aged man still had some lingering fear at the mention of Zhou Donghuang's ability. Even if he has not attained level 3 of qi gathering, I'm afraid he is close to it. Chapter 27. According to you, that Zhou Donghuang, a 16-year-old youth, is already a level 2 adept of qi gathering? Li Pingyun glanced coldly at the middle-aged man. Even among the younger generation of the prefecture capital, the two fastest people to attain level 2 of qi gathering did so at the age of 18. Now, you're telling me that Qingshan Town has a 16-year-old level 2 adept of qi gathering? Obviously, Li Pingyun did not believe the middle-aged man's words. Young master, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. A tiny town like Qingshan Town could have a 16-year-old level 2 adept, but that Zhou Donghuang's ability is indeed above mine. Seeing that Li Pingyun did not believe him, the middle-aged man panicked. I fought him head-on, and I was no match for him. Enough. Li Pingyun glanced impatiently at the middle-aged man and said to the two Li family juniors beside him, "Take him back to his residence." These two Li family juniors were the ones who had carried the middle-aged man here. The middle-aged man's limbs were all crippled, and he could only lie on a stretcher and be carried away. Yes, second young master. The two Li family disciples received the order and lifted the stretcher that the middle-aged man was lying on and quickly walked out of the room. Second young master, if you still want to buy that Yunxian restaurant, you must send a level 3 elder to Qingshan Town. Otherwise, he will definitely not be a match for Zhou Donghuang. The middle-aged man was still loudly reminding Li Pingyun as he was carried away. After the middle-aged man had been carried out, Li Pingyun smiled disdainfully. This good-for-nothing, does he really think I'll believe him? A 16-year-old youth from a small town, a level 2 adept of qi gathering? If there really is such a person, then I, Li Pingyun, have lived these 20 years in vain? Li Pingyun, the son of the patriarch of the Li family of the prefecture capital, was a leader of the younger generation of the Li family. He was 20 years old now, and had attained level 2 of qi gathering a year ago. However, to be able to cripple Li Dong to such an extent, it means that Zhou Donghuang does indeed have an adept of decent ability by his side, at least someone stronger than Li Dong. But it is impossible for him to be a level 3 adept. After all, if he had a level 3 adept by his side, even on account of that adept, the Lin family of the prefecture capital would not have punished his mother, Lin Lan, over an outdated formula for a blood-staunching elixir. It had to be said that Li Pingyun was very meticulous, and he had indeed guessed correctly. There were no level 3 adepts at Zhou Donghuang's side. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off for Qingshan Town. I want to see if that Zhou Donghuang dares to reject me. Li Pingyun. A cold light flashed in Li Pingyun's eyes as he muttered in a low voice. If he dares to refuse, I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. Qingshan Town. Yunxian Restaurant. 3 young masters. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to do this? The innkeeper, Ah Fu, walked out of the restaurant and looked at the 3 young men in the lead of the 4 people blocking the entrance with an ugly expression on his face. The 3 young men were dressed lavishly and had fair skin, and one could tell at a glance that they were the sons of a wealthy family. Behind one of the young men was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was well-built, with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear and a sword at his waist. As he stood there, he exuded a murderous aura that deterred anyone from approaching him. Bang! Just as Ah Fu stepped out and spoke, one of the young men in blue took 2 steps forward and landed a kick on Ah Fu's chest, sending him flying and crashing heavily into the doorpost at the side of the restaurant's main entrance. Wah! Ah Fu's body brushed against the doorpost as he fell to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and bloodless. But he gritted his teeth and stood up again. 3 young masters. How do you expect Yunxian Restaurant to do business by doing this? He did not know where these 3 young men had come from, but they had chased out all the customers of Yunxian Restaurant the moment they arrived. Then, they had blocked the main entrance of Yunxian Restaurant, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. The 2 guards at the owner of Yunxian Restaurant, Zhou Donghuang, had stationed in the restaurant, who were close to level 1 of Qi Gathering, had barely made a move when they were knocked down with a single punch by the middle-aged man behind the 3 young men, and they had completely lost the ability to fight. I hope the 3 young masters will not make a big deal out of this. The owner of Yunxian Restaurant has a bad temper. Ah Fu said in a low voice. Ah Fu wasn't bluffing at all. The new owner of Yunxian Restaurant, Zhou Donghuang, had made a name for himself by killing the level 2 adept of the Wang family, Wang Yuquan, and then he had killed the original chief steward of Yunxian Restaurant, Li Xian. Later, he had maimed a man from the Li family of the prefecture capital who claimed to be a level 2 adept of Qi Gathering. Putting all these together, it was not difficult to see that the owner of Yunxian Restaurant had a bad temper. Your owner has a bad temper? The young man in green looked down at Ah Fu condescendingly and grinned. I heard that the owner of Yunxian Restaurant, Zhou Donghuang, was only 16 years old when he killed Wang Yuquan, a level 2 adept of Qi Gathering from the lesser Wang family of Qingshan Town. Moreover, everyone in Qingshan Town believes that he has the ability to kill a level 2 adept of Qi Gathering. As the young man in green spoke, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. 16 years old, killing a level 2 adept of Qi Gathering? Whoever believes that would be a fool, especially when some people say that they saw it with their own eyes. In my opinion, they must have received a lot of money from the owner of Yunxian Restaurant. A look of contempt flashed across the eyes of the last young man in yellow. Does he think that by paying people to say this everywhere, he can scare people and protect Yunxian Restaurant? I have to say, he is very naive. I'll give you a chance, someone. Summon the owner of Yunxian Restaurant, Zhou Donghuang. The young man in blue who had sent Ah Fu flying with a kick said with a cold smile. Who are they? I don't know. Looking at their demeanor, they are obviously not ordinary people. Even the young masters of the 3 great lesser families of Qingshan Town are not as impressive as them. They must be outsiders. They actually don't believe that young Master Donghuang of Yunxian Restaurant killed Wang Yuquan. They actually think that we were paid to help young Master Donghuang brag. Outside the main entrance of Yunxian Restaurant, many people had gathered to watch. And just as the young man in blue ordered the staff of Yunxian Restaurant to summon Zhou Donghuang, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Many people unconsciously turned their heads. With just a glance, they saw a handsome youth dressed in snow-white robes with a hint of immaturity. His expression was calm as he walked slowly toward Yunxian Restaurant from afar. Young Master Donghuang. Young Master Donghuang. The crowd parted to make a path and bowed respectfully to the youth. Boss. Ah Fu dragged his heavily injured body and gritted his teeth as he stepped forward to greet Zhou Donghuang. When he reached Zhou Donghuang, Ah Fu lowered his head in shame, like a child who had done something wrong. Boss, I am useless. I did not manage Yunxian Restaurant for you. Boss, please find someone else to take my place. Ah Fu, am not fit to be the chief steward of Yunxian Restaurant. Who injured you? Seeing Ah Fu injured to this extent, Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change as he asked calmly. Ah Fu did not react. I asked you, who injured you? Zhou Donghuang asked again. Before Ah Fu could speak, the young man in blue who had struck Ah Fu had already looked at Zhou Donghuang and said, You are the boss of Yunxian Restaurant, Zhou Donghuang? I was the one who injured him. Why? You still want to avenge him? As he said this, the young man in blue's mouth turned up in a cold smile as he looked at Zhou Donghuang with disdain and disdain. Which leg? Zhou Donghuang only glanced lightly at the young man in blue before looking back at Ah Fu. This time, Ah Fu had already reacted. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, he subconsciously glanced at the young man in blue's right leg. And just as Ah Fu's gaze was fixed on the young man's right leg, without any warning, Zhou Donghuang moved. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang's figure flashed like a bolt of white lightning, flashing before the eyes of the crowd and heading straight for the young man in blue. Stop! The middle-aged man, standing behind the young man in blue, was the first to react. His expression changed as he drew the curved sword at his waist. Crack! 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 Almost as soon as the middle-aged man drew his sword, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a scream. Ah! The scream was so shrill that the onlookers felt their scalps go numb just hearing it. It was hard to imagine how much pain it must have been to cause such a shrill scream. Just then, the onlookers who had regained their composure saw. The young man in blue had already fallen to the ground, and half of his calf had been stepped on by Zhou Donghuang. The young man's calf was almost parallel to the ground, and he had been crushed into a meat patty. After a series of screams, the young man in blue finally fainted from the pain. Half of his calf has been crushed. Even a superior-level medicine master would not be able to cure his leg. Would he? Even a legendary Earth-level medicine master, or even a Heaven-level medicine master, would not be able to get him to stand up again, much less a superior-level medicine master. This young master Donghuang of Yinshin Restaurant is too scary. I feel that no one who dares to provoke him is unscathed. However, he treats those around him very well. This time, he was only acting so viciously because he wanted to stand up for Chief Steward Fu of Yinshin Restaurant. Just looking at the calf of the young man in blue, which had been crushed into a meat patty, the onlookers could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Boss! After Fu recovered from his shock, he looked at Zhou Donghuang with a gaze full of determination. It was also at this moment, in Fu's heart, this boss, Zhou Donghuang, had become more important than his own life. Chapter 28. You dare to cripple Ma Jin. Do you know who he is? When a young man in yellow looked at Zhou Donghuang again, his eyes were filled with fear. Zhou Donghuang's speed had been too fast, so fast that he could not keep up with it. Could it be? The story of Zhou Donghuang killing a level 2 adept is true? Seeing Zhou Donghuang cripple Ma Jin, a level 1 adept, in the blink of an eye, if he still could not tell that Zhou Donghuang's ability was not simple, then he would have lived in vain for more than 20 years. Ma Jin is the first young master of the Ma family, one of the elite lesser families of the prefecture capital. You crippled him, and the Ma family will not let you off. The young man in green looked at Zhou Donghuang with a dark expression, his eyes filled with fear and wariness. Zhou Donghuang's ability was beyond his wildest imagination. At this moment, he realized the rumors in Qingshan town about the new owner of Yinshin Restaurant, Zhou Donghuang, were not groundless. Zhou Donghuang's ability was at least level 2 of Qi gathering. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so fast, and even more impossible for him to cripple Ma Jin so cleanly. So fast. What a powerful force. As the saying goes, amateurs enjoy the show, while experts appreciate the artistry. Although the middle-aged man behind the young man in green had unsheathed the scimitar at his waist, he did not make a move. Even the palm of his hand holding the scimitar was covered in cold sweat. Although he was a level 2 adept, he knew that his speed was no match for the youth in white before him, and his strength was no match for the youth in white before him. The youth in white's speed was obvious. As for his strength, he had crushed Ma Jin's calf into a meat patty with 1 foot. Although he could do the same, he knew that he would not be able to do it so cleanly. Because of this, he was certain that his opponent's ability was above his own. That was why he did not make a move. If he charged forward knowing that his opponent was strong, wouldn't that be asking for a beating? Is he really only 16 years old? Looking at the youth in white standing not far away, The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The Ma family of the prefecture capital? As the young man in yellow and the young man in green spoke, Zhou Donghuang did not react, but the crowd of onlookers from Qingshan town was shocked. This youth who was crippled by young Master Donghuang is actually from the Ma family of the prefecture capital, and he's the young master of the Ma family? The Ma family is no ordinary lesser family, and the 3 lesser families of Qingshan town cannot compare to them. I heard that the Ma family has 4 level 3 adepts of Qi gathering alone. As for level 2 adepts, there are more than 20 of them. The Ma family is an outstanding family among the lesser families. Young Master Donghuang has crippled the first young master of the Ma family and is in big trouble. Many of the onlookers knew of the Ma family of the prefecture capital, and as they spoke, they broke out in cold sweat for Zhou Donghuang. Hearing the whispers and discussions of the crowd, both the yellow-robed young man and the green-robed young man subconsciously raised their heads, appearing incomparably arrogant. I, Fong Tianyi, am the 3rd young master of the Fong family of the prefecture capital. The yellow-robed young man looked at Zhou Donghuang and said proudly, "My Fong family of the prefecture capital has 3 level 3 adepts of Qi gathering and more than 20 level 2 adepts. The 3 lesser families of Qingshan town are like ants in the eyes of my Fong family." As he spoke, he looked at the young man in green. As for this, he is the 1st young master of the Lu family of the prefecture capital, Lu Yuan. The Lu family of the prefecture capital has 5 level 3 adepts of Qi gathering and more than 30 level 2 adepts. As the yellow-robed young man spoke, many onlookers from Qingshan town could not help but gasp. They had never imagined that the 3 U's blocking the entrance of Yunxian restaurant would be so powerful. They were all from the elite, lesser families of the prefecture capital. I originally thought that a 16-year-old youth like you would not have the ability to kill a level 2 adept, but now it looks like we underestimated you. Lu Yuan looked at Zhou Donghuang and said in a low voice, "Zhou Donghuang, if you know what's good for you, hand over the title deed to Yunxian restaurant. If that's the case, I can assure you that the Ma family will only kill you for crippling Ma Jin, and they will not implicate anyone close to you. If you do not know what's good for you and are unwilling to hand over the title deed to Yunxian restaurant, not only you, but everyone close to you will also be killed. It's not just your family. Even the staff of Yunxian restaurant will not survive." As he spoke, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. The faces of the waiters and servant girls of Yunxian restaurant changed drastically when they heard Lu Yuan's words, and they thought to themselves that if the boss did not hand over the title deed to Yunxian restaurant, they would leave Yunxian restaurant. Although the boss of Yunxian restaurant was very powerful, the 3 lesser families of the prefecture capital were even more powerful. They did not think that the boss of Yunxian restaurant could defeat the 3 lesser families of the prefecture capital. Although the salary of Yunxian restaurant was high, compared to one's life, the latter was more important. So the 3 lesser families of the prefecture capital have come for the title deed to Yunxian restaurant. They have come all the way from the prefecture capital, and it is clear that they have already determined that Elder Zhao San will not interfere in the future ownership of Yunxian restaurant. Young Master Donghuang, there's trouble. It would have been fine if young Master Donghuang had not crippled the 1st young master of the Ma family. As long as he had handed over the title deed, he would have been safe. But now that he has crippled the 1st young master of the Ma family, things are no longer that simple. Even if he is willing to hand over the title deed, the Ma family will not let him off. The crowd of onlookers once again whispered among themselves, shaking their heads one after another. They looked at Zhou Donghuang again, their gazes filled with sympathy, pity, and most of all pity, a prodigy of martial arts who could kill a level 2 adept at the age of 16, if he could mature in the future, would certainly become a major figure in the country of Yinyang. But now, it was clear that he would not have the chance to mature. Just 3 lesser families, how impressive. Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly and looked deeply into Lu Yuan's eyes. However, if you want the title deed to Yunxian restaurant, I'm afraid you'll have to come and get it yourself. As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, The expressions of everyone in Yinxian restaurant, with the exception of Fu, changed drastically. They knew that the boss of Yinxian restaurant had chosen not to hand over the title deed in the end. Zhou Donghuang, although you are powerful in the eyes of our three families, you are nothing now. You and the people around you will have to wait patiently to welcome the best of our three families. Fang Tianyi laughed coldly and looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, let's take Ma Jin and leave now, since he wants the people around him to die with him. Let's fulfill his wish. Uncle Gang, take Ma Jin, let's go. Lu Yuan called out to the middle-aged man behind him, and the latter responded by walking towards Ma Jin, who was still being stepped on by Zhou Donghuang. Did I say you could leave? However, before the middle-aged man, Lu Gang, could reach Ma Jin's side, Zhou Donghuang spoke again. Although his expression was as calm as before, and his tone was as indifferent as before, a cold light flashed in the depths of Zhou Donghuang's eyes. Coming and going as you please. Do you think this is a game? The people before him were obviously here for the title deed to Yinxian Restaurant. If he was not as powerful as them, the title deed to Yinxian Restaurant would definitely have been snatched away by them, and he would not have a good ending. Zhou Donghuang, you have to think this through. If you dare to attack us, you will completely offend the Fang and Lu families. Fang Tianyi's expression changed. He could tell from Zhou Donghuang's words that Zhou Donghuang wanted to attack them. Lu Yuan's expression changed as well. Zhou Donghuang, although you are powerful, there are many people in the Lu family who can deal with you. Lu Gang said to Zhou Donghuang with a dark expression. Including you? Zhou Donghuang's lips curled in a mocking smile. Do you think I'm afraid of you? After all, Lu Gang was a level 2 adept of qi gathering, and with his weapon in hand, he was full of confidence. As he glared at Zhou Donghuang, the curved sword in his hand flashed, and the blade flashed with a cold, sharp light. If you don't die in one blow, I'll let them leave in one piece. Zhou Donghuang grinned, infuriating Lu Gang so much that his face turned red. His figure flickered again, his feet moving quickly. Star-stepping footwork. Zhou Donghuang was so fast that all the people around him could see was a white figure. Lu Gang only reacted when he had covered half the distance between him and Lu Gang, and the curved sword in his hand whistled through the air, the light of the sword shining brightly in the sunlight. Wang. It had to be said that Lu Gang was an expert with the sword, and the moment he attacked, the curved sword in his hand blocked Zhou Donghuang's path. Unless Zhou Donghuang slowed down, he would have no choice but to meet the sword head-on. But could a body of flesh and blood clash head-on with a sharp weapon like a sword? Obviously not. Just when everyone thought that Zhou Donghuang would choose to retreat in the face of Lu Gang's sword, Zhou Donghuang showed no signs of slowing down. It was as if he was offering himself up to be slaughtered by Lu Gang, courting death. Seeing this, Lu Yuan and Fang Tian laughed coldly, and they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Judging from Lu Gang's reaction just now, they had both thought that Lu Gang was no match for Zhou Donghuang. But now it seemed that Zhou Donghuang was no match for Lu Gang. Boss! Fu's expression changed, courting death, just as Lu Yuan's curved sword was about to strike Zhou Donghuang, thinking that Zhou Donghuang would die by his sword. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang moved like lightning, his palm slapping the blade of the curved sword in Lu Yuan's hand. Child's play. Seeing this, Lu Gang snorted disdainfully, and the curved sword in his hand turned sideways, returning the blade to Zhou Donghuang's palm. Your ability is not bad, but your experience is too lacking. When you enter the gates of hell, remember, the person who will kill you is Lu Gang of the Lu family. It had to be said that Lu Gang's mastery of the sword was indeed very high to be able to change the direction of the blade in his hand so quickly under such circumstances. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang's palm met the sharp blade in Lu Yuan's hand, and he had no time to dodge. Chapter 29. It's over. A palm of flesh against a sharp blade. Everyone present thought that Zhou Donghuang's palm would be chopped off by Lu Gang's knife in the next moment. You're not bad at using a knife, but you're still too young to cut off my hand. Just as many of the onlookers were worried for Zhou Donghuang smiled calmly. The moment his palm touched the knife, he bent his thumb and pressed his other 4 fingers together, gripping the blade. The piercing stone finger was a third-grade technique that focused qi on each finger, allowing it to easily penetrate hard rock. If the qi was strong enough, it could even penetrate metal like steel or iron. Now, Zhou Donghuang was using this technique. The qi in his 5 fingers was as strong as steel, and he pinched the blade in Lu Gang's hand. Although the blade was only half an inch away from his palm, it could not move any further and could not touch him at all. Roar! Lu Gang's face was red, and he let out a beast-like roar. All the qi in his body was focused on his hand, trying to break free from Zhou Donghuang's grip. But he found that no matter how hard he tried, the knife in his hand would not budge. What a terrifying strength! At this moment, Lu Gang's heart trembled. He was deeply aware of how terrifying the youth in front of him was, and he was not his match at all. Come here. As Zhou Donghuang spoke calmly, he suddenly pulled back the knife in his hand, pulling Lu Gang, who was holding the knife in a death grip, in front of him. In a flash, Zhou Donghuang released his hand, allowing the knife to pass by his side and Lu Gang to be pulled towards him by the force he had exerted. Weighted sand palm. Zhou Donghuang's hand had already straightened into a palm the moment he released the knife, and as Lu Gang's body flew towards him, it whistled through the air. Bang! Zhou Donghuang struck out with his palm, landing squarely on Lu Gang's defenseless chest. It was as if a thick iron pillar had landed heavily on it, and with a loud bang, Lu Gang's chest caved in instantly. Whoosh! The moment his chest caved in, Lu Gang's entire body stopped breathing, but he was still sent flying 3 meters by the force of Zhou Donghuang's palm and landed heavily on the ground. Clang! Even in death, Lu Gang did not let go of the scimitar in his hand. The scimitar fell heavily to the ground with him. From a moment, Lu Gang changed the blade to the point where Zhou Donghuang grabbed the blade and pulled Lu Gang over, killing him with a single palm strike. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that no one could react. By the time the crowd outside Yinxian restaurant came to their senses, Lu Gang had already died at Zhou Donghuang's hands. How is this possible? Whether it was Lu Yuan or Fong Tianyi, the sneers on their faces had completely frozen. Their eyes were filled with terror and shock. Lu Gang, a level 2 adept with a weapon in his hand. But he had still died at the hands of this 16-year-old Zhou Donghuang. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a 16-year-old youth could possess such strength. The person that young Master Donghuang killed called himself Lu Gang of the Lu family. Lu Gang, the level 2 adept from the lesser Lu family of the prefecture capital, who is called Mad Blade. This Lu Gang is said to have killed a level 2 bandit leader in 10 breaths, and it was after that battle that he was called Mad Blade. Mad Blade Lu Gang had a scimitar in his hand, but he was still killed by young Master Donghuang in one move. Young Master Donghuang's strength is too frightening. It looks like even if young Master Donghuang is not a level 3 adept, I'm afraid there aren't many level 2 adepts who are a match for him. As many of the onlookers of Qingshan Town recognized Lu Gang, there was an uproar among the onlookers as they marveled at Zhou Donghuang's strength. Young Master Donghuang is only 16 years old. Even if the Ziyun era begins tomorrow, he will still only be 17. It's a pity that he has completely offended the elite lesser families of the prefecture capital, the Ma and Lu families. Otherwise, when he grows up, even if the Ma and Lu families turn out in full force, they won't be enough for him to kill. Heaven is jealous of the talented. The more outstanding Zhou Donghuang's performance, the more the people of Qingshan Town felt pity for him. Boss, seeing Zhou Donghuang kill Lu Gang, Fu's eyes shone with excitement. The waiters and servant girls in Yinxian restaurant, as well as some of the chefs who had come out upon hearing the commotion, all had ugly expressions on their faces. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang's calm, emotionless gaze fell upon Lu Yuan and Fong Tianyi, and without warning, he grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. As I said earlier, If he can survive a single blow from me, I will let you leave in one piece. It's a pity that he is too useless. Zhou Donghuang's tone was calm as he spoke, unhurriedly. Zhou Donghuang. Fong Tianyi was so frightened that his expression changed, and he instinctively took a step back. If you dare touch me, the Fong family will not let you off. Zhou Donghuang. If you let me go now, I guarantee that the Liu family will not make trouble for you. Liu Yuan said in a low voice. Of course, to Liu Yuan, this was only a temporary measure. When he returned to the family, he would definitely get his father to send a strong warrior with him to Qingshan town to kill Zhou Donghuang and take over Yinxian restaurant. You can leave if you want to, just like him, leave one leg behind. Zhou Donghuang turned his head to glance at the still unconscious Ma Jin as he said plainly, everyone has to pay the price for what they have done. From the moment you thought of robbing my Yinxian restaurant, you should have been mentally prepared. I have no time to waste with you here. In 10 breaths' time, if you have not made your move, I will send you to accompany Liu Gang. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his voice was cold and determined. As soon as he said this, the expressions on Fong Tianyi and Liu Yuan's faces changed completely. Zhou Donghuang, if you let me go, not only can I guarantee that the Fong family will not make trouble for you, I can also ask my father to spare your life in front of the Ma family. Fong Tianyi was so frightened that his expression changed, and he hurriedly stated his terms of self-preservation. He did not doubt that Zhou Donghuang would dare to attack him. After all, Ma Jin had been crippled by Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang, do you really want to offend the 3 great lesser families? Liu Yuan asked coldly as he stared at Zhou Donghuang. Between Liu Yuan and Fong Tianyi, one playing the good cop and the other playing the good cop, they could only hope that Zhou Donghuang would stop here. At this moment, they both regretted coming to Qingshan town to take over Yinxian restaurant before they had fully investigated Zhou Donghuang's background. You still have 5 breaths' time. Zhou Donghuang's tone did not change as he spoke calmly. Seeing Zhou Donghuang's stance, both Liu Yuan and Fong Tianyi could see that Zhou Donghuang would not compromise, and their expressions turned ugly. Zhou Donghuang, you're on your own. Liu Yuan glared angrily at Zhou Donghuang as he ran to the side of Liu Gang's body and removed the knife from his hand. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yuan's body trembled for a while before he closed his eyes and swung the knife downwards. After letting out a shrill scream, Liu Yuan fainted. You still have 3 breaths' time. Zhou Donghuang looked meaningfully at Fong Tianyi. Immediately, Fong Tianyi walked to Liu Yuan's side with a pale face and picked up the knife with a trembling hand. It was only when Zhou Donghuang said that he only had 1 breath's time that he resolutely swung the knife down and followed in Liu Yuan's footsteps. Fu, help them stop the bleeding, then find a carriage to send them back to the prefecture capital. From beginning to end, Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change much, and after instructing Fu, he left under the fearful and respectful gazes of the crowd. By doing this, young Master Donghuang is not only cutting off his own path of retreat, he is also cutting off the path of retreat of his family and those around him. Many sighed with bitter smiles. But isn't young Master Donghuang too ruthless? I don't think young Master Donghuang is ruthless. If he was really ruthless, he would have killed them all, perhaps even all of us, to cover up the news and not let the 3 great lesser families of the prefecture capital know. Young Master Donghuang is indeed not ruthless. Why don't you think about it? If young Master Donghuang was not as strong as them today, what would have happened to him? To put it bluntly, they're not kind people. They are here to rob Yinxian restaurant. They are bandits. No matter what, on the last day of the year 1227 of the Xian era, Zhou Donghuang's actions had once again made his name known throughout Qingshan town. At the same time, most people felt that Zhou Donghuang was dead for sure. Zhou Donghuang's family and those around him were also dead for sure. The news very quickly reached the ears of the 3 great lesser families of Qingshan town. The Wang family household. That Zhou Donghuang crippled the direct descendants of the 3 elite lesser families of the prefecture capital? After hearing about this, Red Crane Wang, the patriarch of the Wang family, laughed heartily. He's dead for sure. He's dead for sure. Father, I'm useless and can't avenge you. But now there's someone who can. The Zhong family household. This time, Zhou Donghuang is dead for sure. One of the three people sitting around the stone table, the second young master of the Zhong family, Zhong Yi, grinned coldly. He even dares to offend the three elite lesser families of the prefecture capital, that Zhou Donghuang is seeking his own death. The third young mistress of the Zhong family, Zhong Xiu, also had a cold smile on her face. With Zhou Donghuang in danger, the Grand Patriarch of the Qin family will probably go back on his word and cancel the banquet for Qin Xiaoyu to be his adopted daughter. Qin Fei can finally relax and not have to address an 11-year-old girl as his aunt. The first young master of the Zhong family, Zhong Gang, laughed mockingly. The Qin family household. Grandfather, that Zhou Donghuang has offended the three elite lesser families of the prefecture capital. He is dead for sure. Since he is dead, there is no need for you to adopt Xiaoyu. Qin Fei said to Qin Yi in the independent courtyard that Qin Yi lived in. Father, if you still adopt Xiaoyu, I am afraid that the three elite lesser families of the prefecture capital will vent their anger on you and the Qin family. Qin Long, the patriarch of the Qin family, was also trying to persuade Qin Yi. Qin Yi, will never go back on my word. However, Qin Yi was very determined. Since I have decided to adopt Xiaoyu, then I will. Even if Zhou Donghuang is dead, this decision will not change. Chapter 30, January 1st, 1228 of the Ziyun era. As the saying goes, New Year, New Year. On the first day of a new year, many ordinary families in Qingshan town were willing to go to the expensive Yunxian restaurant for a meal. But this year, when they arrived at the main entrance of Yunxian restaurant, they found that it was not open. There was a piece of paper pasted on the main door with a line of words. Yunxian restaurant will be reorganized for a period of time. On the first day of its reopening, there will be a 50% discount on everything, including drinks. Signed, Zhou Donghuang. Yunxian restaurant is closed? Looks like it's because of what happened yesterday. I heard that the head chef, waiters, and servant girls of Yunxian restaurant have all run away. Only Chief Steward Fu is left. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. When Yunxian restaurant next reopens, I'm afraid the boss will not be young Master Donghuang. The group of people gathered at the main entrance of Yunxian restaurant discussed this for a while before leaving for other smaller restaurants. The day before, Zhou Donghuang had maimed the young masters of the three elite lesser families of the prefecture capital, scaring the group of people in Yunxian restaurant into leaving, deeply afraid of being implicated by Zhou Donghuang. In the end, only Chief Steward Fu was left in the huge Yunxian restaurant. Therefore, Zhou Donghuang had Fu temporarily close Yunxian restaurant, because even if he did not close it, there was no way to continue operating. Everyone had left, and without manpower, there was no way to open for business. Of course, it was not only the group of people in Yunxian restaurant who had left, but also the group of servant girls and guard from the Magnolia Guild who had followed them. Just like the group of people in Yunxian restaurant, faced with the three elite lesser families of the prefecture capital, they had no confidence in Zhou Donghuang, and were deeply afraid of being implicated and dying at the hands of the three elite lesser families. In an instant, the entire compound behind Yunxian restaurant became much more deserted. When the tree falls, the ashes scatter. Sitting at the stone table in the front yard, Zhou Donghuang tapped the table lightly with his right index and middle fingers. He shook his head with a smile, but he was not unhappy because he could empathize with those people. Now, apart from him and his mother, the only people left were Granny Lian and Fu. Ah, Fu, you should also cultivate true qi, right? Zhou Donghuang looked at Fu, who was standing respectfully at the side, and asked with a smile. He was surprised that Ah Fu stayed behind. After all, in the face of life and death, not many people would be willing to risk their lives to follow him. Boss, Ah Fu's aptitude is low. Although he has cultivated true qi, He has only cultivated a strength of 1 to 200 gene. Fu scratched his head in embarrassment and gave a silly smile. Is there anyone else at home? Zhou Donghuang asked. Ah Fu is an orphan. The silly smile on Ah Fu's face gradually disappeared. His eyelids drooped, and a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. From now on, my mother, Granny Lian, and I will be your family. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Also, you don't have to call me boss in the future. Just call me young master. Also, in these 2 days, cripple the qi in your body. I will impart a new technique to you and give you some qi gathering elixir. If nothing goes wrong, no matter how poor your aptitude is, you will be able to attain level 1 of qi gathering in half a year. Fu's staying meant that he was willing to bet his life on him, and Zhou Donghuang would naturally not mistreat such a person. He also intended to impart a technique to Granny Lian and formulate some qi-gathering elixir for her to consume. A friend in need is a friend indeed. After what had happened this time, he no longer treated Granny Lian and Fu as outsiders. Young master, there's no need to trouble yourself. Fu smiled bitterly and shook his head. In his view, he did not have many days left to live, and there was no need to go through so much trouble. What? You think I can't handle those 3 lesser families? Zhou Donghuang naturally saw through Fu's thoughts and laughed. Fu, you stayed just to wait for death with me? Young master, those 3 lesser families are elite lesser families, and there are more than 10 level 3 adepts in total, Zhou Donghuang said. As Fu reminded Zhou Donghuang, the bitter smile on his face deepened. Previously, when Zhou Donghuang had maimed the level 2 adept of the Leaf family of the prefecture capital, he had broken out in a cold sweat on Zhou Donghuang's behalf, deeply afraid that the Leaf family of the prefecture capital would seek revenge. Now, Zhou Donghuang had maimed the young master of the 3 elite lesser families of the prefecture capital, and he did not think that Zhou Donghuang could withstand the wrath of those 3 elite lesser families. He had tried to persuade Zhou Donghuang to leave, but he had failed. Therefore, he could only choose to wait for death with Zhou Donghuang. From the moment Zhou Donghuang had stood up for him yesterday, he had already placed his life in Zhou Donghuang's hands. Just as Zhou Donghuang was about to say something, Granny Lian had already rushed into the front yard and reported respectfully to Zhou Donghuang. Young master, someone is looking for you outside. He says his name is Freezing Wind. Freezing Wind? A black figure appeared in Zhou Donghuang's mind. It was the cold-faced youth in black, the second in command of Green Wolf Bastion, Freezing Wind. Young master, he arrived on a Fergana horse, so he should not be an ordinary person. Granny Lian reminded him. Ah Fu, bring him in. As Zhou Donghuang instructed Fu to bring Freezing Wind in, he said to Granny Lian, he is the second in command of Green Wolf Bastion who escorted me the last time I went to Ningping Town. It's him. Granny Lian was shocked. She had never imagined that the rather decent-looking youth she had just seen was actually a bandit who killed without batting an eyelid. A moment later, Freezing Wind was led into the front yard by Fu. Greetings, young Master Donghuang. Freezing Wind bowed respectfully to Zhou Donghuang as soon as he entered. What business do you have with me? Zhou Donghuang asked. I had intended to have a meal at Yinxian restaurant and meet you, young Master Donghuang. When I arrived, I discovered that Yinxian restaurant was closed. Freezing Wind said, I heard about what happened yesterday when I was outside. Young Master Donghuang, I have come to ask you, are you still accepting people here? In a few words, Freezing Wind revealed his purpose in coming to Zhou Donghuang. If you still accept people, I would like to leave Green Wolf Bastion and follow you to serve you. Serve me? Zhou Donghuang was taken aback at first, and then he looked deeply at Freezing Wind. You are the second in command of Green Wolf Bastion, and you have a group of subordinates. What's the point of following me? Plus, you know my current situation. Aren't you worried that when the 3 elite lesser families come to kill me, they'll vent their anger on you and kill you? Zhou Donghuang asked with a smile. Young Master Donghuang, actually, when I saw you in action the last time, I had the thought of following you and serving you. However, if I had told you then that I wanted to follow you and serve you, It would have been too abrupt, Freezing Wind said. Today, knowing the situation that young Master Donghuang is facing, I know that my chance has come. Although the three elite lesser families are very strong, and even young Master Donghuang would find it difficult to stand against them, however, I still want to follow you. Even if I die in this battle against the three elite lesser families, I will have no regrets. Freezing Wind spoke very seriously, his gaze firm and fearless as he met Zhou Donghuang's gaze. There are many choices in one's life. Some choices, if right, could lead to a good future. If wrong, it could lead to eternal damnation. If you leave Green Wolf Bastion to follow me and serve me, isn't that equivalent to betraying Green Wolf Bastion? I have no interest in being a traitor, Zhou Donghuang said lightly. After all, if you can betray Green Wolf Bastion today, you can betray me tomorrow. Young Master Donghuang, you misunderstand. Freezing Wind sighed. Actually, I don't want to be a bandit. The reason I stayed in Green Wolf Bastion was purely to repay the first-in-command of Green Wolf Bastion for saving my life that year. Now, I have already repaid all the debts that I have to repay. If I have the chance to leave Green Wolf Bastion, I don't want to stay any longer. As Freezing Wind said this, Zhou Donghuang stared at him intently. The eyes were the windows to the soul, and with Zhou Donghuang's thousands of years of experience, he could naturally tell that Freezing Wind was not lying. If I'm not wrong, you chose to follow me now because you want to take a gamble? Zhou Donghuang's gaze suddenly deepened as he asked this question. Zhou Donghuang's deep gaze gave Freezing Wind the feeling that he had nowhere to hide, and he nodded without hesitation. I admit this. If young Master Donghuang is unable to withstand this crisis from the three great lesser families, I, Freezing Wind, will die with you. And if young Master Donghuang can withstand it, I believe that you will give me a better future. Freezing Wind's words were frank and honest, without a hint of hypocrisy. Interesting. Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly. In that case, go back and pack your things, then come find me. Zhou Donghuang's words undoubtedly meant that he had agreed to let Freezing Wind stay and work for him. Thank you, young master. Freezing Wind's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly bowed in thanks. Tomorrow, I will come find you, young master. At this time, Freezing Wind also changed the way he addressed Zhou Donghuang, from young Master Donghuang to young master. After Freezing Wind left, Granny Lien looked at Zhou Donghuang worriedly. Young master, there are no good people among the bandits. Isn't it inappropriate for him to follow you? Earlier, when Freezing Wind was around, Granny Lien could not rebut Zhou Donghuang. Now that Freezing Wind had left, she could not help but remind Zhou Donghuang. Granny Lien, don't worry about this. I think I have some ability to judge people. Zhou Donghuang shook his head and smiled. Furthermore, under these circumstances, do you think an ordinary person would dare to follow me? Freezing Wind was a magnanimous person, and his character was good, which suited Zhou Donghuang's taste. Furthermore, Zhou Donghuang was in need of manpower now, with such a person coming to his door to work for him. Even if he were to travel far in the future, he would feel more at ease. Compared to his mother, Lin Lan, Freezing Wind was more adaptable. Chapter 31. It was January 2nd, 1228 of the Ziyun era. Early in the morning, Granny Lien handed a letter from the Qin family to Zhou Donghuang. Young master, this letter was sent by the Qin family. It is said that the Qin family chief, Qin Yi, wrote it personally. The banquet has been canceled? The letter said that the banquet in a few days was canceled, but Qin Yi had repeatedly promised Zhou Donghuang that even if he did not adopt Qin Xiaoyu as his daughter, the Qin family would not mistreat her. In addition, Qin Yi said in the letter that he had already destroyed the sheet of paper on which the lesser-grade palm technique was recorded, and that he would not practice it again, nor would he pass it on to anyone in the Qin family. It looks like Qin Yi is also afraid of the three lesser families of the prefecture capital. Zhou Donghuang put down the letter in his hand and smiled faintly. Young master, Granny Lien said, I received news yesterday that was not the case, The Qin family chief actually did not intend to cancel the banquet to adopt Xiaoyu as his daughter. However, the elders of the Qin clan threatened to kill themselves. Moreover, the Qin clan's patriarch, Qin Long, and the Qin clan's eldest young master, Qin Fei, fanned the flames. In the end, the Qin clan's patriarch had no choice but to compromise. Granny Lian sighed as she spoke. I knew it. This did not seem like something Qin would do, so that's why. Zhou Donghuang suddenly understood. Just now, when he had read the contents of the letter, he had thought that he had misjudged Qin this time. It turned out that there was such a story behind all this. However, the reaction of the Qin family was within his expectations. Everyone in Qingshan town would think that the Qin family was trying to curry favor with Zhou Donghuang by hosting the banquet and Qin adopting Qin Xiaoyu as his daughter. Even most of the Qin family would definitely think so. Only Zhou Donghuang knew that Qin was not doing this to curry favor with him, but to return the favor of giving the lesser-grade palm technique to the Qin family. But so what? The three lesser families of the prefecture capital would only listen to the words of the people of Qingshan town. If they knew that the Qin family had a close relationship with Zhou Donghuang, they would definitely not let the Qin family off lightly. The Qin family had canceled the banquet to draw a line between themselves and him in order to protect themselves. The three great lesser families? Zhou Donghuang raised his eyebrows, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. In order to get Yunxian restaurant to open as soon as possible, it looks like I'll have to make a trip to the prefecture capital myself. As long as the matter of the three lesser families was not resolved, no one dared to work for him in Yunxian restaurant. As a result, Yunxian restaurant was unable to open for business. Just as Zhou Donghuang was about to make a trip to the prefecture capital, Freezing Wind arrived and said, "Young master, I have settled the matter of Green Wolf Bastion from now on. I will follow you." Yes, Zhou Donghuang nodded lightly, then called out to Freezing Wind and led him into a quiet room. "Young master, what are your orders?" Seeing Zhou Donghuang bring him into the quiet room, Freezing Wind thought that Zhou Donghuang had something for him to do. "I have a way for you to attain level 2 of Qi Gathering in 3 days." Zhou Donghuang went straight to the point. At the same time, it can completely stimulate the potential of your muscles, allowing you to unleash the maximum strength of your muscles. Attain level 2 of Qi Gathering in 3 days. Freezing Wind gasped, his eyes shining as he stared at Zhou Donghuang. As for the maximum strength of his muscles, he had no idea, and he did not think much of it. Although Freezing Wind was confident that he could attain level 2 of Qi Gathering in the near future, it would take at least 2 months. Now, hearing Zhou Donghuang say that he could attain level 2 of Qi Gathering in 3 days, how could he not be excited? The muscle strength of an ordinary adult fluctuates between 100 and 200 gene, and the maximum muscle strength of an ordinary adult is about 1,500 gene. Zhou Donghuang continued. Zhou Donghuang's words made Freezing Wind begin to take seriously the maximum muscle strength that Zhou Donghuang spoke of seriously. "Young master, what you mean is that within 3 days, besides attaining level 2 of Qi Gathering, you can also help me master an additional 500 gene of muscle strength?" Freezing Wind's breathing quickened as he asked this question. If anyone else had told him this, he would not have believed it. But although he found it unbelievable that Zhou Donghuang had said it, he did not doubt that it was false. Not only that, Zhou Donghuang continued. "While I help you stimulate the maximum strength of your muscles, the qi in your body can also be temporarily stored in the expanded muscles. After that, I will teach you a better technique, and you can switch to that technique. Within 3 days, with that technique, not only will you be able to transfer the qi stored in the expanded muscles back into your meridians, you can also break through and attain level 2 of Qi Gathering." As Zhou Donghuang spoke, Freezing Wind's eyes shone even brighter, and he immediately bowed. "Thank you, young master, for your help." Although he still found it hard to believe, Freezing Wind was prepared to give it a try. What if he really succeeded? Within 3 days, attaining level 2 of Qi Gathering, mastering more than 500 gene of muscle strength, and being able to switch to a better technique. To him, this was undoubtedly a great thing. If I really have that kind of power, even the 3 great lesser families will not dare to offend me. Freezing Wind's eyes shone as he looked at Zhou Donghuang expectantly, and his body trembled uncontrollably with excitement. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Seeing Freezing Wind's excitement, Zhou Donghuang narrowed his eyes. You should have heard the saying, the greater the reward, the greater the risk. Just like when you were a bandit, if you could rob the people of the governor's household, you would definitely be able to rob more and better things. But that is also very risky. If you're not careful, the entire Green Wolf Bastion will be razed to the ground by the governor's household. Zhou Donghuang reminded Freezing Wind. Freezing Wind felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he completely calmed down. Young master, what is the risk? To do what I just said, you must endure the pain of being cut into pieces for 2 hours. Every inch of your muscles will suffer the agony of being bitten by ants and insects. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he looked deeply at Freezing Wind. Out of 100 people, there may not be one who can endure that kind of extreme pain and survive. And those who are able to survive are all people with strong willpower. At this point, Zhou Donghuang paused before continuing. Now, it depends on whether you are willing to endure this kind of pain and challenge life and death. Once you fail, you will die. As he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang reminded Freezing Wind again. Pain of being cut into pieces? Every inch of my muscles will suffer the agony of being bitten by ants and insects. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Freezing Wind felt his scalp go numb, and he muttered in a daze, out of 100 people, there may not be one who can survive. Zhou Donghuang stood to one side, quietly waiting for Freezing Wind to make his decision. He wanted Freezing Wind to make this decision because he hoped that when he left Qingshan town and headed to the prefecture capital, he would have less to worry about. Only by doing this could Freezing Wind have the ability to protect his mother, Granny Lian, and Fu in the shortest time possible. Although he had told Freezing Wind that out of 100 people, only one would be able to endure that kind of pain and not die. But he did not say that with him by his side, even if Freezing Wind could not endure the pain, he would not die. At most, he would fail. The reason why he did not say this to Freezing Wind was because he wanted to see if Freezing Wind had the courage. Furthermore, if he had told Freezing Wind from the start that there was a way out, Freezing Wind would not only be willing to give it a try, but he would also not be able to unleash his full potential in the process. So he did not say all this, intentionally putting Freezing Wind on the line between life and death. After about 5 breaths, Freezing Wind looked at Zhou Donghuang, his eyes like lightning. Young master, riches come with risk. I'm willing to give it a try. Although the price was high, the reward was also high, so Freezing Wind decided to give it a try. Of course, most importantly, he had confidence in himself. Seeing Freezing Wind agree after a moment's consideration, Zhou Donghuang's lips could not help but curl up in a smile. This Freezing Wind did not disappoint him after all. Wait here for a while. I will go out and prepare the tools. Zhou Donghuang bade Freezing Wind farewell and went out to find Granny Lian, asking her to give him the silver needles that he had asked her to prepare yesterday. There were a total of 18 silver needles, lying in an exquisite sandalwood box, the tips of the needles gleaming with a cold light. Returning to the quiet room, Zhou Donghuang used the acupuncture technique he had accidentally obtained on Earth, the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing needles, to perform acupuncture on Freezing Wind. At the start, Freezing Wind's body only trembled slightly, and he broke out in cold sweat. After about 15 minutes, Freezing Wind's face was contorted and blood flowed from his orifices. His face was contorted with blood, making him look especially ferocious. About an hour later, Freezing Wind's pores were basically bleeding. However, the blood that flowed out wasn't pure red blood. Instead, it was a mixture of black and red blood. This Freezing Wind has such a strong will. After half an hour, Freezing Wind's body was covered in blood, but he still gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Even though Zhou Donghuang had seen many things in his previous life, he could not help but be moved. Even in his previous life, it was rare to see someone with such a strong will. Looks like I've picked up a treasure this time. Zhou Donghuang's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, I was prepared to just give him a passable technique, but now it looks like I can consider teaching him the Thousand-Star Sword Technique. The Thousand-Star Sword Technique was one of the top techniques that Zhou Donghuang had in his possession. It was one of the best techniques in the universe, and it came from the supreme Thousand-Star Sword sect. Of course, although he felt that Freezing Wind was a good person, and he intended to teach him the Thousand-Star Sword Technique. However, Zhou Donghuang had only intended to teach him the portion of the Qi-gathering stage of the Thousand-Star Sword Technique. As for the rest of the technique, he would consider teaching it to Freezing Wind in the future. Everything depended on Freezing Wind's performance and whether he was satisfied. Chapter 32. Late at night, January 3rd, 1228 of the Ziyun era. Thump! Thump! Two hurried knocks on the door broke the silence of the courtyard behind Yunxin Restaurant and startled Zhou Donghuang, who was practicing in his room. Zhou Donghuang opened his eyes, jumped off the bed, and opened the door to see Freezing Wind standing outside. Lung Hanfeng was dressed in black, and his long hair was draped over his back. It complemented his cold face and made him look wild and unruly. Young master, I have broken through. Seeing Zhou Donghuang, Freezing Wind's stern face twitched slightly, and his eyes shone with excitement. Yesterday morning, after the pain, he had been better off dead than alive. But now, he felt that it had all been worth it. Not bad. Zhou Donghuang's eyes lit up, and he nodded in satisfaction. Although he had known that Freezing Wind would break through early, he had not expected it to be so soon. It looked like he had underestimated Freezing Wind's talent. Previously, he had told Freezing Wind that he could attain level 2 of Qi gathering within 3 days, but that was under the condition that he had imparted another technique to Freezing Wind. Later, he had imparted the 7-star sword technique to Freezing Wind, and with the help of the top-notch technique in the universe and the Qi gathering elixir that he had given him, Freezing Wind had naturally attained level 2 of Qi gathering. He had thought that Freezing Wind would need another 2 days to attain level 2 of Qi gathering, but unexpectedly, he had broken through in less than 2 days. How is your practice of the swiftness technique that I gave you outside Ningping Town? Zhou Donghuang asked. Young master, that is a 3rd-grade swiftness technique, and I can barely execute it in its entirety now. To reach the point where I can do it as I please, I still need some time to familiarize myself with it. Although Freezing Wind did not dare to let his bandits practice the 3rd-grade swiftness technique, star-stepping footwork, that Zhou Donghuang had given him, he had secretly practiced it himself. In addition, he had imparted it to his old brother who had followed him for many years, Yu Hunkowen, whom he called Scar. Not bad. Zhou Donghuang nodded and said to Freezing Wind, Come in, I have something for you. With that, Zhou Donghuang returned to his room, and Freezing Wind hurriedly followed. Zhou Donghuang walked up to the table, picked up the 2 pieces of paper that had been filled with words, and handed them to Freezing Wind. Freezing Wind reached out and took a piece of paper. His eyes narrowed. This is a 3rd-rate sword technique. This 3rd-rate martial art, Swift Gale Sword, is a martial art with great destructive power among 3rd-rate offensive martial arts because it relies on the sword. Zhou Donghuang said. Let's take a look at the other martial art, Zhou Donghuang reminded. At that moment, Freezing Wind picked up another piece of paper and looked at it. The moment his eyes landed on it, it was as if he was rooted in it and couldn't move his eyes away. The more he read, the more shocked Freezing Wind became. Why do I feel that this sword technique is even more profound than Swift Wind Sword? Faced with Freezing Wind's shock, Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly. A 2nd-rate martial art is naturally more profound than a 3rd-rate martial art. As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, Freezing Wind was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. His body froze, and he didn't move for a long time. After a while, he regained his senses and looked at Zhou Donghuang in shock. Young master, this is a 2nd-rate martial art? In the whole of Yinyang country, there was only one 2nd-rate martial art, right? Furthermore, That second-rate martial art was the national martial art of Yin-Yang country. But now, what was recorded on the piece of paper in his hand was also a second-rate martial art. Although a second-rate martial art is good, with your current chi, you can only use one move at most. If it's not necessary, try not to use it. Zhou Donghuang said lightly. Originally, I didn't intend to give it to you so soon, but tomorrow I plan to leave Qingshan town and go to the prefecture capital. So, I'll give it to you first, and you can just practice 1 or 2 moves to defend yourself. With Freezing Wind's current ability, a third-rate swiftness technique, star-stepping footwork, and a third-rate sword technique, Swift Wind Sword, would be enough for him to defeat most level 3 adepts. Freezing Wind only needed to master 1 or 2 moves of a second-rate sword technique, and even an ordinary level 4 adept would find it difficult to escape from his sword. Young Master, are you going to the prefecture capital to look for the 3 elite lesser families? Freezing Wind's eyes flashed. I'll go with you. Now, Freezing Wind was full of confidence. The 3 lesser families did not even have a lesser-grade martial art, and the strongest among them was only a level 3 adept. With his current ability, he could make the 3 lesser families bow their heads. No need. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. You stay here, look after the house, and protect my mother and Granny Lian. Tomorrow, I'll bring Fu with me. Young Master, why don't I make a trip to the 3 lesser families of the prefecture capital alone? Freezing Wind said, Young Master, don't worry. I'll make sure they behave themselves, and they won't dare to have any designs on you or Yinshin restaurant. I'm going to the prefecture capital not only for the 3 lesser families, but also for some other matters that I have to attend to personally. At this point, Freezing Wind did not insist. At the same time, his heart trembled slightly. Young Master's ability, even compared to the current me, is only stronger, not weaker. It was not difficult for Freezing Wind to see that his young master did not think much of the 3 elite lesser families of the prefecture capital, daring to bring Fu, who had no ability at all, to the prefecture capital to look for the 3 elite lesser families. To think that he had thought that his young master was in trouble, now that he thought about it, it was laughable. After I leave, I'll leave the house to you. Zhou Donghuang looked at Freezing Wind with a piercing gaze and said in a low voice, If anything happens to my mother, I'll hold you responsible. Young Master, don't worry, as long as I, Freezing Wind, am not dead, no one will be able to harm a single hair on Madam's head. Freezing Wind vowed solemnly. His current ability was something he had not even dared to imagine a few days ago, and because of this, he was extremely grateful to Zhou Donghuang, who had given him all this. Early the next morning, Zhou Donghuang left the compound behind Yinshin restaurant with Fu and left Qingshan town. Fu steered the carriage drawn by the Fergana horse and headed in the direction of the prefecture capital. Zhou Donghuang stayed in the carriage practicing. Ever since I formulated the Qi gathering elixir that can increase the sensitivity to Qi by 4 times, the speed of my practice has increased. In a few days at most, I'll be able to smoothly attain level 2 of Qi gathering. Zhou Donghuang was very satisfied with his current level of practice. Now, it had only been 10 days since he had attained level 1 of Qi gathering. Originally, it would have taken him about 20 days to attain level 2 of Qi gathering. However, with the help of the old patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Yi, who had gone to the prefecture capital to formulate an even better Qi gathering elixir, the 20 days had been further shortened. Now, counting from the day he attained level 1 of Qi gathering, it would only take him half a month to attain level 2 of Qi gathering, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The journey from Qingshan town to the prefecture capital is a long one, and even with the Fergana horse drawing the carriage, including the rest time on the way, it will take at least 4 or 5 days. If all goes well, by the time I reach the prefecture capital, I'll have attained level 2 of Qi gathering. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed, and he closed his eyes and immersed himself in practice. The Lord of the Four Supremes is indeed a technique that was placed together with the space-time matrix on Kunlun Mountain. While the speed of practice is fast, the foundation is also very stable. I don't have to worry about breaking through too quickly and causing my foundation to be unstable. After practicing the Lord of the Four Supremes for a period of time, Zhou Donghuang increasingly felt the extraordinary qualities of the Lord of the Four Supremes. Compared to the journey from Qingshan Town to Ningping Town, the journey from Qingshan Town to the prefecture capital was much more peaceful. On the first day, no bandits or wild beasts came to disturb Zhou Donghuang's practice until late at night. A Fergana horse? There was the sound of hooves and the wheels of a carriage rolling over the flat ground in the distance. And very quickly, Fu, who was driving the carriage, saw through the moonlight that a carriage also drawn by a Fergana horse was galloping in their direction. And the only place this official road led to was Qingshan Town. Of course, the other party could also be passing through Qingshan Town and heading somewhere else. Someone who can draw a carriage with a Fergana horse is either rich or of high status, and they're coming from the direction of the prefecture capital. Surely they're not here to cause trouble for Yinshin Restaurant? Fu took a deep breath at this thought, pulled open the curtains of the carriage, and called out, "Young master, there's a carriage drawn by a Fergana horse on the other side, and it's heading towards Qingshan Town. Could it be that they're also coming from the prefecture capital to Qingshan Town to rob you of Yinshin Restaurant?" Fu voiced his conjecture. He had been in Qingshan Town for many years, and this was the first time he had seen someone draw a carriage with a Fergana horse other than his young masters. Even the previous owner of Yinshin Restaurant, Grandpa Zhao San, had never used a Fergana horse to draw a carriage before. It was not that Grandpa Zhao San was not rich enough or daring enough, but that he could not bear to let the Fergana horse he had raised since he was a child pull a carriage. A carriage drawn by a Fergana horse? Zhou Donghuang, who had been startled awake by Fu, immediately stopped practicing, pulled open the curtains, and walked out of the carriage, looking into the distance. There, a carriage drawn by a Fergana horse was getting closer and closer. Fu stopped them. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed as he said this to Fu. Driving a carriage drawn by a Fergana horse in the direction of Qingshan Town, it might really be as Fu had guessed. The people inside were going to Qingshan Town to rob his Yinshin Restaurant. "Yes, young master." Fu responded and drove the carriage in front of the other carriage, causing the driver to hurriedly pull on the reins of the Fergana horse and stop the carriage. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our carriage?" The driver of the opposite carriage was a middle-aged man with a full beard, and he glared angrily at Zhou Donghuang and Fu. "What's the matter?" Just then, an impatient voice came from the other carriage. "Second young master, it's a carriage that's deliberately blocking our way and stopping us." The expression on the face of the curly-bearded man changed slightly, and he hurriedly turned to explain to the person in the carriage. Chapter 33. Following the curly-bearded man's words, the voice of the person who had spoken came from within the carriage once more. "Get them out of the way or die." "Yes, second young master." The curly-bearded man acknowledged respectfully as he looked at Zhou Donghuang and Fu again, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Did you hear what my second young master said? If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you." "Kill us." Zhou Donghuang's deep gaze fell on the carriage opposite him, and he smiled faintly. "Such arrogance. I wonder, who are you?" "My second young master is the son of the patriarch of the preeminent Li family of the prefecture capital, Li Pingyun. Now, in the carriage behind me, there's not only the second young master of the Li family, but also the ninth elder of the Li family." The curly-bearded man laughed coldly. "Lad, you'd better get out of the way quickly. If you anger second young master and ninth elder, you'll die without a doubt." Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. The Li family of the prefecture capital? The figure of a middle-aged man immediately appeared in Fu's mind. The level 2 adept who claimed to be from the Li family of the prefecture capital had been crippled by his young master, and it was his young master who had ordered him to find someone to send him back to the Li family of the prefecture capital. Second young master of the Li family? Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the carriage opposite him and said indifferently, "That means, that day, the person who sent someone to Yinshin Restaurant and offered to spend 1,000 liang of silver to buy my Yinshin Restaurant was you? That day, The level 2 adept from the Li family of the prefecture capital had claimed to have been sent by the second young master of the Li family. You are Zhou Donghuang? Almost as soon as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, the curtains of the opposite carriage were drawn open, and a young man dressed in embroidered robes and a middle-aged man dressed in fine robes stepped out of the carriage one after another and alighted. The person who spoke was the young man, the second young master of the preeminent Li family of the prefecture capital, Li Pingyun. Is indeed you. Zhou Donghuang also alighted from the carriage and stood facing Li Pingyun. I never thought that I, Li Pingyun, would meet you before I even reached Xingshan town, but this is good too. It saved me a lot of time. Li Pingyun swept an indifferent gaze over Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang, if you hand over the title deed to Yunxian restaurant now and then cripple one of your arms, I will not pursue the matter of you injuring Li Dong. Before you beat a dog, you need to look at its master. He had sent Li Dong to Qingshan town to find Zhou Donghuang to buy the Yunxian restaurant, but Zhou Donghuang had crippled Li Dong, which was a slap to his face. Cripple my own arm? Zhou Donghuang was taken aback at first, and then he smiled brilliantly. The second young master of the Li family is indeed formidable. With just a few words, he not only wants to seize my Yunxian restaurant, but also wants me to break an arm. Since that's the case, if I don't cripple your arm today, I'll be letting down your efforts. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in the depths of Zhou Donghuang's eyes. You want me to cripple my own arm? Are you still dreaming? Li Pingyun was taken aback at first, but then he smiled coldly, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Now, I've changed my mind today. I don't just want the title deed to Yunxian restaurant. I want your life. After Li Pingyun's murderous intent toward Zhou Donghuang had been aroused, he said to the well-dressed man beside him, "Ninth elder, kill him." Second young master, you're too cautious. The finely dressed middle-aged man grinned. You can deal with this brat with a wave of your hand. Don't tell me you really believe Li Dong's words and think that this youth is a level 3 adept? I don't think that's possible, Li Pingyun said. Li Pingyun said, but he should have a rather powerful level 2 adept protecting him. Ninth elder, let's do as we agreed. After this is done, I'll give you 10% of the profits of Yunxian restaurant. From Li Pingyun's words, it was obvious that he already considered Yunxian restaurant to be his. Thank you, second young master. The smile on the well-dressed man's face grew brighter as he looked at Zhou Donghuang and said indifferently, Lad, call out the person in the carriage. As he spoke, he looked at the carriage behind Zhou Donghuang. As for Fu, who was driving the carriage, he looked panic-stricken and did not look like one of Zhou Donghuang's adepts. Carriage? Zhou Donghuang was taken aback by the well-dressed man's words, and then he realized that the man thought that there was someone else in the carriage. Second young master of the Li family, it looks like you think that the person you sent earlier was crippled by someone close to me? Zhou Donghuang walked slowly towards Li Pingyun, who was 6 or 7 meters away, a strange smile on his face. Isn't that the case? Li Pingyun sneered. Are you trying to tell me that a 16 or 17-year-old youth like you has the ability to kill Li Dong? A level 2 adept? Lad, since he dares not come out, then I, Li Yin, will take your life first before looking for him. The well-dressed man, who was the 9th elder of the Li family, Li Yin, withdrew his gaze from the carriage and looked at Zhou Donghuang. He grinned cruelly and rushed towards Zhou Donghuang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Li Yin rushed out, his body swayed and the sound of the wind could be heard. His speed was faster than anyone Zhou Donghuang had met since his rebirth. A level 3 adept of Qi gathering, Zhou Donghuang raised an eyebrow, and then he used the 3rd-grade swiftness technique, star-stepping footwork, to meet Li Yin head-on. Even though he was only using the maximum muscle strength of his legs, and his Qi had not yet reached level 2 of Qi gathering, Zhou Donghuang's speed when he used the star-stepping footwork was no slower than Li Yan's. What incredible speed! In the distance, Li Pingyun's expression turned serious as he saw Zhou Donghuang's strange footwork, his speed no slower than Li Yan's. It looks like he really could have crippled Li Dong himself. Moreover, he is using a swiftness technique. Li Pingyun looked at Zhou Donghuang with greed in his eyes, and he warned Li Yin loudly, "Ninth Elder, don't kill him. Make him hand over his swiftness technique." Actually, even if Li Pingyun had not warned him, Li Yin had already had this thought when he saw Zhou Donghuang use his swiftness technique. Although he was surprised by Zhou Donghuang's speed, he did not think that Zhou Donghuang was a match for him. A person who could only match his speed by using his swiftness technique could not possibly be a match for him in terms of actual ability. Swiftness technique. Even though I'm now an elder of the Li family and can practice the Li family's martial arts techniques, the Li family only has one offensive technique and no swiftness technique. Li Yan's eyes shone as he looked at Zhou Donghuang, and as he neared him, his hands shot out like lightning, ready to capture Zhou Donghuang. Just then, Zhou Donghuang's legs shook the ground, and he used all the muscle strength in his body to charge at Li Yan. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Donghuang's hands, imbued with qi, formed into claws and shot out like lightning, directly grabbing Li Yan's wrists that were reaching for him. With all the muscle strength in his body, coupled with the qi that was close to level 2 of qi gathering, Zhou Donghuang's strength now exceeded that of a level 3 adept like Li Yan. Piercing Stone Finger. When the third-grade finger technique, Piercing Stone Finger, was used by Zhou Donghuang, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Zhou Donghuang's 10 fingers had violently crushed Li Yan's wrists. The intense, piercing pain caused cold sweat to break out on Li Yan's forehead, and he could not help but let out a shrill scream. Just as Li Yan hurriedly retracted his wrists, Zhou Donghuang's strange footwork appeared again, and he struck out with his right hand towards Li Yan's chest. Weighted Sand Palm. When Zhou Donghuang used the third-grade palm technique, there was a faint, sand-like ripple on the surface of his palm, and the moment it landed on Li Yan's chest, his entire palm was forced in. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and Li Yan's scream stopped abruptly. His entire body flew backwards and landed right at Li Pingyun's feet, kicking up a cloud of sand and dust. Even with the robe covering his body, Li Yan's sunken chest was still clearly visible to Li Pingyun. Ninth Elder. Li Pingyun looked at the lifeless Li Yan lying on the ground, and his eyes narrowed. His face was full of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? A 16 or 17-year-old youth from small town had killed the 9th elder of the Li family, a level 3 adept, Li Yin, right in front of him. Could there be anything more ridiculous than this? I had only intended for you to cripple one of your arms. At this time, Zhou Donghuang was already walking slowly towards Li Pingyun, and every step he took was like a huge rock smashing into Li Pingyun's chest. Li Pingyun's breathing quickened, and his expression changed again. But, since you've changed your mind to take my life, it doesn't seem right if I don't take yours. Zhou Donghuang came before Li Pingyun and grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Second young master of the Li family, what do you think? Zhou Donghuang, I am the second young master of the Li family, the only son of the patriarch of the Li family of the prefecture capital, and the future patriarch of the Li family. My eldest sister, who dotes on me the most, is the favorite concubine of the young governor of the intermediate prefecture capital, Guangling Prefecture. If you dare kill me, the Li family will not let you off, and neither will the governor's household of Guangling Prefecture. In the face of death, Li Pingyun revealed all his trump cards, hoping to frighten Zhou Donghuang so that he would not dare to kill him. You'd better not make a mistake, Li Pingyun said in a low voice. In my life, the thing I, Zhou Donghuang, fear the least is threats. Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly, and with a flicker of his body, he leapt forward and struck out with his palm. Before Li Pingyun could react, he had killed Li Pingyun with a single blow. Then, Zhou Donghuang's gaze instinctively swept towards the curly-bearded man driving the carriage. Sir, spare me. Spare me. When Li Yin had been killed by Zhou Donghuang, the curly-bearded man had been scared out of his wits, and now that Zhou Donghuang was looking at him, he hurriedly rolled off the carriage and knelt down to beg for mercy. Chapter 34. Young Master, you should have killed that person. Fu said to Zhou Donghuang, who had just entered the carriage, as they continued on their journey. You were worried that if I left him alive, the Li family of the prefecture capital would know that I killed Li Pingyun and Li Yin. Zhou Donghuang, who had been preparing to start practicing, shook his head and smiled when he heard Fu's words. Yes, Fu replied, his tone full of fear. Young master, the Li family of the prefecture capital is a preeminent family. It is said that they have 2 level 4 adepts. Fu's tone became more serious as he spoke. Fu, Zhou Donghuang said calmly, remember, if I were afraid of the Li family, I would not have maimed that Li family member in Yinshin restaurant. Today, I would not have killed Li Pingyun and Li Yin. Li family? Preeminent family? So what? If they really angered him, he did not mind making the entire Li family disappear from this world. When the emperor is angry, millions of corpses lie. This was a saying that spread throughout the entire country. And in the vast universe, there was a similar saying. When the emperor is angry, millions of corpses lie. Zhou Donghuang had been a celestial in his previous life. Furthermore, he had been a celestial at the pinnacle of the deity's tribulation stage. The journey over the next few days was smooth sailing. He rested as he traveled. For days later, on the 7th day of the first month of the year 1228 of the Ziyun era, as night fell, the carriage pulled by the Fergana horses and driven by Fu entered the prefecture city unhurriedly. The prefecture capital that controlled the surrounding area, including Qingshan town, was called Yinfeng Prefecture, and Yinfeng Prefecture was an inferior prefecture capital. In the country of Yinyang, there was only one imperial city, which was directly controlled by the imperial court, and it was also the largest city in the country of Yinyang. The imperial court controlled the entire country of Yinyang, and the vast territory of the country of Yinyang was divided into 9 royal ridges. The 9 royal ridges surrounded the imperial city like stars surrounding the moon. Each royal ridge was controlled by a royal household. Within the king's ridge that was controlled by the king's mansion, there were many county cities scattered all over the place. They were also like stars surrounding the king's city. Royal City was a city directly controlled by the Wang Mansion. In addition, the prefectural cities were further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The counties closest to Royal City were all high-class counties, while the ones further away were mid-class counties. The counties located at the edge of King's Ridge were basically all low-class counties. The closer one was to the center of the King's Ridge, the more prosperous it was. Therefore, a low-class county city was not as prosperous as a mid-class county city, and a mid-class county city was not as prosperous as a high-class county city. Yinfeng Prefecture, which controlled Qingshan town and the surrounding area, was only an inferior prefecture city. It was located at the edge of one of the king's ridges in the country of Yinyang and was extremely remote. In his previous life, ever since Zhou Donghuang could remember, the furthest place he had been to was around Qingshan town. He had never even been to this inferior prefecture city, Yinfeng Prefecture. This was also his first time in Yinfeng Prefecture. If even a low-tier county city is so prosperous, then the mid-tier county city, high-tier county city, royal city, and imperial city must be even more prosperous. Although night had fallen, Zhou Donghuang could still see the endless stream of people and carriages through the open curtains of the carriage, and the clamor of hawkers all around made it livelier than Qingshan town. Fu, find an inn to stay in tonight. Zhou Donghuang instructed Fu. Yes, young master. As Fu responded, Zhou Donghuang, who was sitting in the carriage, muttered to himself, now my level of practice is just a step away from level 2 of Qi gathering. Tonight, I'll make a breakthrough. That night, in the early hours of the next morning, Zhou Donghuang successfully broke through to level 2 of Qi gathering in the inn that Fu had found. Breaking through to level 2 of Qi gathering meant that he could use his Qi to exert the strength of 2 bulls. Now, if I meet the 9th elder of the Li family, Li Yin, even without using any martial arts, I can kill him with 1 blow. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed, and he did not continue practicing. He leaned against the window, opened it, and stared at the stars in the night sky in a daze. About 15 minutes later, Zhou Donghuang recovered and sighed. Unknowingly, it has been almost a month since I was reborn. The day Zhou Donghuang was reborn was the 12th of December, 1227 of the Ziyun era. And now, it was already the 8th of January, 1228 of the Ziyun era. Now, that Chun Dandan should be in the mansion of the preeminent Hong family of Yunfeng Prefecture, right? Thinking of that ungrateful and shameless girl, even with the 1,000 years of memories from his previous life, Zhou Donghuang could not help but flash a cold light in his eyes. That day in the hall of the Magnolia Guild, he had wanted to kill Chun Dandan in a fit of rage to avenge his mother, Lin Lan. But he had been stopped by his mother. Later, he had felt lucky that he had not killed Chun Dandan in a fit of rage. Sometimes, death was a form of release for a person. He wanted to slowly toy with Chun Dandan and let her live the rest of her life in endless pain and regret. That was the only way to quell the hatred in his heart. The fourth elder of the Lin family, Lin Tonghong, embezzled the formula for the blood-staunching elixir that I gave to my mother. Now that I'm here in the prefecture capital, I have to make a trip to the Lin family mansion. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly again. In those three lesser families, if I don't settle their matter, Yinxian restaurant will not be able to open. Looking at the time, by now, those three spoiled brats should have returned to their families, right? That night, for the three preeminent lesser families of Yunfeng Prefecture, the Lu, Ma, and Fong families, it was another sleepless night. That afternoon, as the three carriages arrived at the main gates of the Lu, Ma, and Fong families, the three families were shocked when they alighted from the carriages. The first young master of the Lu family, Lu Yuan, the first young master of the Ma family, Ma Jin, and the third young master of the Fong family, Fong Tianyi, had been fine when they left their families not long ago, but now that they had returned, they had lost a leg. For martial Dao adepts, the loss of an arm would have a significant impact. Losing a leg meant that one would be crippled for life. Because the chiefs of the three lesser families had ordered a lockdown on the news, no one knew about it except for the members of the three lesser families. The Lu family mansion. In the drawing room, three middle-aged men stood together, their expressions ugly. These three men were the chiefs of the three preeminent lesser families of Yunfeng Prefecture, the Lu, Ma, and Fong families. It was precisely because of the matter of their sons being crippled that they had gathered here. Brother Qinghu, Brother Tianba, what do you think of this matter? The chief of the Fong family, Fong Jishan, was a burly middle-aged man with a dignified air about him. His voice was like thunder reverberating in the drawing room. How could a 16-year-old youth really have the ability to kill Lu Gang? The chief of the Ma family, Ma Tianba, was short and well-built. His eyes were bright and piercing, but his voice was a little shrill. Hearing his voice and looking at him, he gave off a strange feeling. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. But this matter was told by all three of our sons, so it should be true. The chief of the Lu family, Lu Qinghu, was as thin as a bamboo pole. Just by looking at him, no one would be able to tell that he was the strongest of the three present. Brother Qinghu, our three families have always been on the same side. What do you think we should do about this? Fong Jishan asked. What else can we do? Of course we should send a strong one, or one of us, to Qingshan town and kill Zhou Donghuang and his family to avenge our three children. Ma Tianba said coldly. Revenge must be taken, but that Zhou Donghuang is a little strange. How could a martial invalid of Qingshan town suddenly be able to kill a level 2 adept so easily? Lu Qinghu's eyes flashed with wisdom. I have a feeling that he has some secrets. So, I suggest we slow down for a while and investigate him properly. Lu Qinghu said, It is indeed strange. Fong Jishan nodded. Good. Then we'll investigate him first. If we can't find anything, we'll head to Qingshan town and kill him and everyone around him. Ma Tianba said hatefully. Although he had a few sons, his eldest was the most talented one. He was only 23 years old, but he was already on the verge of attaining level 2 of Qi gathering. But now, one of his legs had been crippled, and he was destined to have little success in his life. Chapter 35. Early in the morning, after eating the breakfast that Fu had brought, Zhou Donghuang left the inn with Fu and walked past a few streets and alleys before entering a luxurious armory. "Young master, are you here to buy a weapon?" As soon as they entered the armory, a young lady who was in charge of sales came up to them and asked enthusiastically. Zhou Donghuang was dressed in a white silk robe, and his youthful features made him look extraordinarily handsome. Coupled with the maturity in his eyes that did not match his age and the refined aura that he exuded, any ordinary person could tell that he was not from an ordinary background at a glance. To be able to work as a sales assistant in any of the major shops in Yinfeng Prefecture, one could tell at a glance that a customer's spending power was extraordinary. Zhou Donghuang nodded lightly and went straight to the point. "I would like to buy a spear. The heavier, the better. Can you tell me about it?" As Zhou Donghuang spoke, his gaze had already landed on a corner of the armory, where there was a rack filled with spears. The spear was the king of all weapons, and it was also a type of heavy weapon. Of course, Zhou Donghuang wanted to buy a spear not because he was good with it, but because his current level of practice was too low, and heavy weapons were the most suitable weapon for him at this stage. In his previous life, he had been the Donghuang war god who stood at the top of the universe. He was good with almost all kinds of weapons, and heavy weapons were just one of them. However, among all the heavy weapons, his favorite was still the spear. The reason why he liked the spear the most was partly due to the influence of some historical figures on Earth. The tyrant of Western Shu, Xiangyu, used a spear of the tyrant. Zhao Zilong, Zhao Yun of Changshan, used a spear of the edge of cliffs to enter and exit an army of millions. Ma Chao, one of the 5 tiger generals like Zhao Yun, used a spear of the deep gold tiger head spear. The famous general of the Sui and Tang dynasties, Luo Cheng, used a spear of the 5 tiger soul-breaking spear. Spear? The heavier the better? Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, the lady was visibly taken aback. She looked Zhou Donghuang up and down. "Young master, are you going to use it for yourself? Or are you buying it as a gift?" "For myself," Zhou Donghuang said. "Young master, please follow me." Although she felt that the young man in front of her would not be able to lift the heavy guns, as a sales assistant, she still brought him to the heaviest gun. The weapons rack was located in an inconspicuous corner of the shop. The reason for this was that spears were one of the more difficult weapons to sell in weapon shops. Most people would either use a saber or a sword, both of which were relatively light and easy to carry around. Guns were often used by soldiers in the army. However, in the country of Yinyang, only the royal family and the king's household had armies. Even the governor's household of the major city only had a few guards to maintain order in the city. "Young master, this is the heaviest spear in our shop. It is 7 feet long, and its entire body is forged from pig iron that has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. The spearhead is made of fine steel, and it weighs 300 pounds. The woman thought that after hearing her introduction, the white-robed youth in front of her would definitely feel that the spear was too heavy. After all, for a young man of his age to have level 1 of Qi gathering, it would already be impressive. And for a level 1 adept of Qi gathering, the burst of Qi would at most be equivalent to the strength of a bull. Coupled with the young man's own strength, he would at most have the strength of 1,000 pounds. With the strength of 1,000 pounds, it would not be difficult to lift a spear of 300 pounds, but it would not be realistic to wield it as a weapon and wield it as one's own arm. To wield a spear of 300 pounds as one's own arm, one would need at least level 2 of Qi gathering and the strength of 2 bulls. 300 pounds? Hearing the woman's words, Zhou Donghuang shook his head. Just as the woman thought that Zhou Donghuang shook his head because the spear was too heavy, Zhou Donghuang spoke again. "It's too light. Do you have anything heavier?" Zhou Donghuang asked. Puffed. Before the woman could speak, another burst of laughter came from behind Zhou Donghuang. A young man and a young lady were walking side by side into the weapons catalog under the guidance of another sales assistant. The person who had laughed was the young man. A kid who hasn't even grown his hair out dares to say that a spear of 300 pounds is too light. What a joke. The young man was dressed in a fine green robe. His features were ordinary, but his eyes were extremely cunning. But the young lady beside him had delicate features, and although there was a hint of immaturity in her features, it could not hide her enchanting charm. Hearing the voice, Zhou Donghuang instinctively turned to look at the young man. With just one glance, he realized that this young man seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Zhou Donghuang. Just as Zhou Donghuang's gaze swept over the young man and was about to look away, the young lady beside the young man exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the exclamation, Zhou Donghuang looked at the young lady and raised an eyebrow. He greeted her calmly. Li Rue. The young lady was none other than Li Rue, the daughter of Li Yun, the guild master of Qingyun Guild in Ningping Town. A few days ago, Zhou Donghuang had delivered some goods to Qingyun Guild in Ningping Town, and, at Li Yun's invitation, he had had a meal with the mother and daughter. However, although he had a good impression of Li Yun, his impression of Li Yun was extremely poor. Xiao Rue, you know him? The young man beside Li Rue looked at Zhou Donghuang warily as he saw Li Rue and Zhou Donghuang greet each other. Li Rue had come from Qingyun Guild in Ningping Town, and he had taken a liking to her the moment she had arrived in the Li family of the prefecture capital. Initially, Li Rue had ignored him, but after much effort from him, Li Rue had finally been willing to talk to him. Today, he had invited Li Rue out with the intention of giving her a suitable weapon, so he had brought her to the best weapons shop in Yunfeng Prefecture. He had not expected that the arrogant and handsome young man in the shop would actually know Li Rue. Brother Li Hui, he's the adopted son of a friend of my mother's. He's a martial invalid who can't practice qi. Faced with the youth's question, Li Rue glanced at Zhou Donghuang, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. My mother wanted to pair me up with him, but I rejected her. A martial invalid is not worthy of me, Li Rue. As she spoke, Li Rue looked at Zhou Donghuang with disdain. Previously, in Ningping Town, Zhou Donghuang had ignored her, which had made her very angry. Now that she had finally met Zhou Donghuang again, she could not help but mock him in front of so many people. Martial invalid? Hearing Li Rue's disdain for Zhou Donghuang, Li Hui secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he glanced at Zhou Donghuang condescendingly. A martial invalid dares to dream of eating swan meat? Young man, I advise you to stay away from Xiaoru. Otherwise, Li Hui will not let you off. As he spoke, Li Hui looked at Zhou Donghuang with a threatening look. Just as Fu was about to step forward angrily and say that his young master was not a martial invalid, Zhou Donghuang reached out to stop him. Li Rue. Zhou Donghuang looked calmly at Li Rue and said calmly, on account of Aunt Yun, I won't hold it against you. Li Rue said that he was not worthy of her. Zhou Donghuang found this extremely laughable. In his previous life, many chiefs and sect leaders of the great galactic clans and supreme sects had fought tooth and nail to send the proud daughters of their clans and sects to his bed, and he had not even bothered to look at them. And Li Rue's beauty could not even compare to that of the proud daughters of the great galactic clans and supreme sections. She could not even compare to the servant girls who served tea to these proud daughters of the great galactic clans and supreme sections. You won't hold it against me? Li Rue was taken aback at first, and then her mocking smile deepened. Zhou Donghuang, you are a martial invalid. Do you really think you can fight me? Although I, Li Rue, have not attained level 1 of qi gathering, the qi in my body is enough to exert more than 250 kilograms of force. I advise you not to humiliate yourself. The mocking smile on Li Rue's face gradually turned into a cold smile. Xiao Rue, if he really wanted to fight you, why would he need your help? I, Li Hui, can beat him to pulp. Li Hui deliberately wanted to show off in front of Li Rue, and he looked at Zhou Donghuang with disdain. Lad, I, Li Hui, am not only the son of the 9th elder of the preeminent Li family, Li Yin, but also a level 1 adept of qi gathering. If you want to fight Xiao Rue, you'll have to get past me first. Li Hui looked like a protector of the flower. The son of a 9th elder of the Li family, Li Yin. Zhou Donghuang was taken aback, And then he realized why he had said that this young man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not remember where. It was not because he had seen him before, but because he had seen his father, the ninth elder of the Li family, Li Yin, on the way from Qingshan town to the prefecture capital. The ninth elder of the Li family, Li Yin, whom he had killed, looked 50 to 60% similar to this Li Hui. The ninth elder of the Li family? Fu, who was standing behind Zhou Donghuang, was stunned when he heard Li Hui's words, and when he recovered, he could not help but grimace. It looked like this fellow still did not know that his father was already dead. Moreover, he had died at the hands of the person he was looking down on. He's the one you found, the one you think is worthy of you. Zhou Donghuang looked at Li Rue meaningfully, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Oomph. Li Rue snorted coldly, and from the corner of her mouth, she glanced at Li Hui and said, "Brother Li Hui, of course he's 10 times, 100 times stronger than you." Of course, there was still some disdain in Li Rue's eyes. When she had first arrived at the Li family of the prefecture capital, Li Hui had been pestering her, but she had looked down on him, even though he was the son of the ninth elder of the Li family. Later, her attitude towards Li Hui had improved because she had accidentally found out that Li Hui and his father were very close to the second young master of the Li family, Li Pingyun. Now, she had only accepted Li Hui's advances because she wanted to get to know the second young master of the Li family, Li Pingyun, through him. Li Pingyun was the only son of the chief of the Li family, and the future chief of the Li family. Furthermore, the eldest daughter of the Li family, who was also Li Pingyun's elder sister, was the concubine of the junior governor of the intermediate prefecture capital, Guangling Prefecture. In the inferior prefecture capital, Yinfeng Prefecture, even the governor's household, the Zhao family, did not dare to offend the Li family because of the eldest daughter of the Li family. In Li Rue's eyes, in the entire Li family of the prefecture capital, only Li Pingyun was worthy of her. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes? Chapter 36. Brother Li Hui is definitely 10 times, no, 100 times better than you, Zhou Donghuang. Li Rue had thought that her words would infuriate Zhou Donghuang, but to her surprise, Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change at all. As long as you like it. Zhou Donghuang nodded nonchalantly. He no longer looked at Li Rue and Li Hui, but turned his attention to the lady who was acting as a sales assistant. As the largest weapon shop in Yunfeng Prefecture, your Hall of Gods should have more than these weapons, right? The Hall of God was the name of the best weapons shop in Yunfeng Prefecture. Now, the weapons that could be seen in the Hall of God were basically made of pig, iron, and steel. None of them were made of more precious metals or ores. From what he knew, weapons made of black iron could even be bought in Yunfeng Prefecture, but he did not see any here. Therefore, he suspected that the Hall of God did not only have these weapons for sale on the surface. Before the lady could answer Zhou Donghuang, Li Hui, who was standing nearby, could not help but laugh. Kid, of course the Hall of God does not only have these weapons on the first floor. The second floor of the Hall of God does not only have weapons made of better metals and ores, but even weapons made of black iron. However, even the cheapest weapon on the second floor costs 3,000 liang of silver. Do you have the money to buy it? As he spoke, Li Hui looked at Zhou Donghuang mockingly. You have a second floor here? Zhou Donghuang looked at the lady beside him. Yes, sir. The lady smiled and nodded. The first floor sells more ordinary weapons, while the second floor only sells premium weapons, which are also very expensive. Are there heavier weapons on the second floor? Zhou Donghuang asked again. Yes. The lady nodded again. All right, bring me to the second floor. Zhou Donghuang said. Sir, the second floor of the Hall of God requires you to show sufficient wealth before you can go up. The lady reminded him. How do I show my wealth? Zhou Donghuang raised an eyebrow. He did not expect the Hall of God to have such a personality. To go up to the second floor, they had to show their wealth. You have to have at least 5,000 liang of silver on you. The lady continued to smile. Ha! Kid, did you hear that? Just as the woman finished speaking, Li Hui could not help but laugh. The second floor of the Divine Armament Pavilion is not a place where you can go just because you want to. If you don't have 5,000 taels of silver on you, they won't let you go up. You said that my young master can't go up. Are you saying that you can go up? Seeing Li Hui jump out again, even if he knew that his young master disdained to bicker with him, Ah Fu couldn't bear to watch any longer. He cast a cold glance at Li Hui. It's naturally not difficult for me to go up. I just have to ask my father for 5,000 silver taels. However, who can your young master ask for 5,000 silver taels from? As the son of the Li family's ninth elder, Li Yin, Li Hui always had a sense of superiority and looked down on Fu. Your father? A strange smile appeared on Fu's face. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang called Fu Fu. Following that, under the shocked and incredulous gazes of Li Hui and Li Rue, Fu took a step forward and took out a large stack of banknotes, waving them in front of the lady who was acting as the shop assistant. Is this enough? The banknotes that Fu took out were all worth 1,000 taels of silver, stamped with the imperial seal of the Yunyang Imperial Court. These were banknotes commonly used in the country of Yunyang. When Zhao San had left Yunxian Restaurant, he had not taken the restaurant's operating funds with him. That sum of money amounted to 200,000 silver taels of silver. This time, Zhou Donghuang had asked Fu to bring 150,000 silver taels of silver. Enough, it's enough. Fu casually took out a large stack of banknotes, which was at least 70 or 80,000 silver taels of silver. The lady's eyes lit up as she knew that she had met a big customer this time. Dear customers, please come upstairs. The lady bowed and raised her hand, leading the way for Zhou Donghuang and Fu. Although she had not been rude to them before, she was obviously more respectful now. Li Hui and Li Rue only regained their senses when the three of them disappeared down the staircase at the end of the shop, their eyes still filled with disbelief. The lady who was acting as a shop assistant beside them could not hide the regret in her eyes. She regretted not having gone up to receive the two customers first. As a shop assistant in the Hall of Gods of Arms, she received a 1% commission from the customers they received. On the second floor of the Hall of Gods of Arms, even the cheapest weapon cost at least 3,000 silver taels, which meant that the commission was at least 30 silver taels. Xiao Rue, who is he? Li Hui's expression was grave as he regained his senses. Even his father, the ninth elder of the Li family, Li Yin, had not been so generous to take out 70 or 80,000 silver taels of silver so casually. Anyone who could take out such a sum of silver in Yunfeng Prefecture had to be from an illustrious family. I don't know either. Li Rue shook her head. I only know that his mother used to be the guild master of the Magnolia Guild in Qingshan Town, but now that the Lin family no longer supports the Magnolia Guild has collapsed. Furthermore, even if the Magnolia Guild had not collapsed, his mother would not have had so much money for him to squander. However, rumor has it that the original owner of Yunxian Restaurant in Qingshan Town, Grandpa Zhao San, gave Yunxian Restaurant to him. Could that be true? Li Rue had heard many people mention this when she had been at the Qingyun Guild in Ningping Town, but she still did not believe it. After all, why would a martial invalid deserve Grandpa Zhao San to give him such a lucrative business like Yunxian Restaurant? But now, seeing Zhou Donghuang's attendant casually take out a stack of banknotes worth at least 70 or 80,000 silver taels, she had no choice but to believe it. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Zhou Donghuang had so much money. Yunxian Restaurant? Li Hui could not help but laugh when he heard Li Rue's words. No wonder I thought that kid's name sounded familiar. So he is the new owner of Yunxian Restaurant in Qingshan Town, Zhou Donghuang. Brother Li Hui, you know him too? Li Rue started. Not only do I know him, I also know that my father and second young master are going to Qingshan Town to look for him. The smile on Li Hui's face brightened. Xiao Rue, don't worry. He will only be happy for a few days. When he has squandered all his money, he will be a pauper. After listening to Li Hui's words, Li Rue naturally guessed at some things. But If Yinxian restaurant was really given to him by Elder Zhao San, wouldn't Elder Zhao San intervene if he rashly set his sights on Yinxian restaurant? Xiao Rui, second young master, personally went to the governor's household to ask Grandpa Zhao San. Grandpa Zhao San said that he has given away the restaurant and will not intervene in its future ownership. Li Hui smiled. That is to say, after he gave the restaurant to Zhou Donghuang, he left Zhou Donghuang to fend for himself. Li Rui's eyes lit up. That means, in the future, Yinxian restaurant will be second young master's business? That's right. Li Hui nodded and said proudly, second young master brought my father over this time and promised him. In the future, 10% of Yinxian restaurant profits would go to my father. Li Rui glanced at Li Hui, and a look of disdain flashed across her eyes. But then she thought of second young master Li Pingyun of the Li family, and her eyes lit up again. In that case, as long as she settled things with Li Pingyun, she would become the lady boss of Yinxian restaurant. Chapter 37. On the second floor of the Hall of Gods, the lady who was acting as a shop assistant welcomed Zhou Donghuang and Fu and enthusiastically brought them to the weapons rack. Sir, we only have these 2 spears on the second floor of the Hall of Gods. As the lady spoke, Zhou Donghuang saw that there were only 2 spears on the weapons rack. One of the spears had a head made of purple ore, and its tip gleamed with a cold light. It was extremely sharp. The body of the spear was made of bamboo, but Zhou Donghuang could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary bamboo. Furthermore, a spear made of ordinary bamboo would not be placed on the second floor of the Hall of Gods. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang's gaze had fallen on the spear on the left, the lady smiled and introduced it. Sir, this spear's head is made from rare purple crystal or that has been repeatedly hammered to remove impurities. As for the body of the spear, it is made from the extremely rare tan bamboo. It is as strong as steel, but has the toughness that steel does not have. However, this spear only weighs about 50 kilograms. Even before the lady had introduced it, Zhou Donghuang could already tell that it was not heavy, because it was an extremely tough shotgun. There are many types of spears. The most common and direct one was the heavy spear, which was a simple weapon with no craftsmanship. Some experts who use spears prefer to use shotguns, because shotguns were more flexible, and they could use the elasticity of the spear to fight. However, although shotguns were not bad, they were not what Zhou Donghuang needed now. Following that, Zhou Donghuang's gaze fell on the second spear. This spear was completely black with a faint red glow. It looked extremely heavy, and the spear head and the spear body were one. It was a spear with the head and the body. Black iron. With just one look, Zhou Donghuang could tell that this spear was made of pure black iron, and the spearhead had already been sharpened, giving off a cold light. Sharpened black iron could cut through iron like it was mud. Customer, this spear is the heaviest spear in our divine weapon pavilion. Its entire body is forged from dark steel, and it says 1. Its weight reaches 1,200 jin. The lady introduced. This is it, Zhou Donghuang said. This was exactly the spear he wanted. He had originally thought that he would at most be able to buy a spear that was mixed with black iron in the Divine Weapon Pavilion, but he never thought that he would be able to find a spear that was completely forged with black iron. To him, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Customer, because this spear is forged entirely from dark steel, its price is also very high, the woman reminded. How much? Zhou Donghuang asked. 140,000 taels of silver. 120,000 taels of silver is the price of dark steel materials. As for the other 20,000 taels, 10,000 taels are for the cost of the black iron scraps that were wasted during the forging process, and the remaining 10,000 taels are for the blacksmith master's processing fees. When the woman spoke, not only did she state the price of the recondite iron-heavy spear, but she also mentioned the other aspects of the price. In the country of Yinyang, the market price of black iron was 100 liang of silver per caddy. Because dark steel was dense and heavy, 1 jin of dark steel was not much. Even if one wanted to forge a normal dagger, one would need at least 25 to 30 jin of dark steel. Fu. Zhou Donghuang called Fu, and Fu immediately took 2 steps forward and took out all the silver he had in his pocket. He only kept 10,000 liang and gave the rest to the woman. Before leaving, besides the 150,000 liang of silver, Fu had also brought some loose silver with him. He usually used loose silver for his expenses, so the silver was not touched at all. It was still the same as before he left, 150,000 liang. Customer, please wait a moment. I'll get the shopkeeper to give you a receipt. After the woman confirmed that the silver was correct, she jogged up the stairs to the 3rd floor of the Hall of Gods. Obviously, the shopkeeper of the Hall of Gods was on the 3rd floor. The woman went to the 3rd floor, and not long after, she returned. When she returned, she was following behind an old man. The old man was dressed in a loose gray robe. He was thin, but his eyes were bright and full of life. At this moment, a wide smile hung on his wizened face. However, the old man's smile looked even uglier than a cry. Customer, this is the shopkeeper of the Hall of Gods, Elder Chun. As the lady followed the old man towards Zhou Donghuang, she introduced the old man to him. I am Zhao Ruochen, the shopkeeper of the Hall of Gods. Greetings, customer. The old man walked in front of Zhou Donghuang and bowed slightly to Zhou Donghuang. At the same time, he handed a thick piece of paper to Zhou Donghuang. Sir, this is a receipt for your purchase of that black iron spear. Zhou Donghuang nodded slightly and took the receipt. He handed it to Fu, his gaze never leaving the old man. Now, can I take the spear away? Customer, do you need us to send it to your door? Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Zhao Ruochen was stunned, and so was the woman behind him. No need. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he turned and took a step forward. With one hand, he picked up the black iron heavy spear from the weapon rack. To Zhou Donghuang, 600 kilograms was not too heavy. However, with his current ability, without using some special martial arts techniques, it would still be difficult for him to wield the black iron heavy spear as if it were his own arm. However, would he lack martial arts techniques that contain special techniques? Following that, under the shocked gazes of Zhao Ruochen and the woman behind him, Zhou Donghuang held the spear in one hand and walked down the 1st floor with Fu, his expression unchanged, and left the Hall of Gods. As for Li Rui and Li Hui, they had already left not long after Zhou Donghuang had gone to the 2nd floor of the Hall of Gods. Who is he? Standing at the door of the Hall of Gods, Zhao Ruochen only recovered his senses when Zhou Donghuang and Li Hui's figures disappeared from his sight. He turned and walked back, muttering to himself. A youth who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old had casually picked up the black iron heavy spear that weighed 600 kilograms and left. The entire process had been as smooth as flowing water, and the youth's breathing and expression had remained normal until he had left the Hall of Gods. It was as if carrying the spear and walking had no pressure on him. What did this mean? It meant that the youth had at least the strength of 1,000 kilograms. A youth of about 16 or 17 years old with the strength of 1,000 kilograms. What kind of concept was that? Elder Chun. Just then, the woman in charge of receiving Li Hui and Li Rui heard Zhao Ruochen muttering to himself and said, "Just now, the other 2 guests I received seemed to have addressed the youth as Zhou Donghuang. They also said that the youth was the owner of Yinxian Restaurant in Qingshan Town." The woman finished her sentence in one breath. Zhou Donghuang. Just as the woman finished speaking, Zhao Ruochen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the woman. Are you sure? His name is Zhou Donghuang. Elder Chun, the 2 guests that Sister May received just now did indeed address the guest I received as Zhou Donghuang. The woman who had received Zhou Donghuang also spoke now. Zhou Donghuang did not know of the shock that Zhao Ruochen, the shopkeeper of the Hall of Gods, had after learning of his identity. After bringing Fu back to the inn, he instructed Fu, prepare a letter and have someone bring it to the Lu family and hand it over to the chief of the Lu family, Lu Qinghu. In the letter, tell him, tomorrow afternoon, I, Zhou Donghuang, will go to the Lu family. As he finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light, dazzling and eye-catching. It was time for him to settle some things. Today, he had gone to buy a spear in preparation for this matter. Yes, young master. Chapter 38. A weapon weighing 600 caddies. An ordinary adept would need to be at least level 5 of chi gathering to wield it, as if it were his own arm. Moreover, even a level 5 adept would only be able to wield it as if it were his own arm for a short period of time. To wield it as if it were his own arm, he would need to be at least level 7 of chi gathering. After Fu left, Donghuang sat on the bed in the guest room of the inn, looking at the black iron spear leaning against the wall and muttering to himself. With the strength that I have now, even if I want to wield this black iron spear as if it were my own arm for a short period of time, I can only do so by using the first-grade technique, wave stacking force. Wave stacking force was a first-grade technique that was different from ordinary first-grade techniques. With the chi that Zhou Donghuang currently possessed, he would not be able to use an ordinary first-grade technique. Even if he forced himself to use it, its power would at most be comparable to a second-grade technique, and the chi in his body would be almost depleted after using it once. But wave stacking force was about stacking the chi layer by layer, and the more it was stacked, the more powerful it was. Wave stacking force could stack up to 9 layers of chi, and its final power depended entirely on the strength of the chi of the user. The reason it was said to be different from ordinary first-grade techniques was that even a level 1 adept of chi gathering would be able to use it perfectly, although its power would be weaker. Its power depended entirely on the strength of the chi, and the higher the level of the practitioner, the more powerful it would be when used. With Zhou Donghuang's current level 2 of chi gathering, using the first-grade technique, wave stacking force would quickly deplete the chi in his body unless he held back. In the end, the true energy in my body is still too weak. Also, my cultivation progress is too slow. In less than a month, Zhou Donghuang had gone from an ordinary person who had not cultivated chi to a level 2 adept of the chi gathering from the moment the seal had been lifted. Not just in the country of Yinyang, but even in the entire planet of Ziyun, this speed of cultivation was second to none. But he still thought it was too slow. He could imagine that if his thoughts were known by others, they would definitely want to strangle him to death. I'll have to think of a way to get my hands on some better herbs. That way, I'll be able to formulate a better chi-gathering elixir, and my rate of practice will increase. Otherwise, with the chi-gathering elixir I am using now, I would need at least a month or so to attain level 3 of chi-gathering. From level 2 to level 3 of chi-gathering, it would take about a month. Too slow. This was what Zhou Donghuang was thinking now. However, even though he found it slow, he still obediently consumed a bottle of chi-gathering elixir, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to practice the Lord of the Four Supremes, fully immersing himself in cultivation. In Yunfeng Prefecture, the largest family was the governor's household, the Zhao family. The Zhao family was also a preeminent family. However, among the many preeminent families in the Yunnan country, even the Zhao family could only be considered an upper-middle-class preeminent family. The Zhao family only had one level 5 adept of chi gathering. The elite preeminent families usually had many level 5 adepts, and some even had 5 or 6 level 5 adepts. Of course, it was impossible for a preeminent family to have a level 6 adept. This was because any family with a level 6 adept could immediately become a grand family in the country of Yinyang. A level 6 adept was equivalent to the face of a grand family, just like how a level 4 adept was the face of a preeminent family. At this moment, in an elegant courtyard in the governor's household of the Zhao family, an old man was reporting something to a middle-aged man. If Zhou Donghuang were here, he would definitely be able to recognize the two men immediately. The old man was the shopkeeper of the Hall of Gods, Zhao Ruochen, and the middle-aged man was the former owner of Yinxian Restaurant in Qingshan Town, Zhao San. Oh, he's here in the prefecture capital? Zhao San was surprised to hear from the old man that Zhou Donghuang had come to Yunfeng Prefecture. He even went to the Hall of Gods and spent 140,000 liang of silver on that black iron spear. The black iron spear weighed 600 caddies, And even now that he had regained his level 4 level of Qi gathering, it was still difficult for him to wield it as a weapon. Even his elder brother, the governor of Yunfeng Prefecture and patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Lisang, was only able to wield the black iron spear like it was his own arm for a short period of time, even though he was a level 5 adept. Not only did he buy the black iron spear, but he did not even need us to deliver it to him. He picked it up and left from the second floor to the first floor, and then out the door. He did not even blush or pant, as if he was under no pressure at all. Zhao Ruochen smiled bitterly. The Hall of Gods was the property of the governor's household of the Zhao family. Zhao San had regained his level 4 level of Qi gathering, and after returning to the governor's household, his elder brother had left the management of the Hall of Gods to him. Zhao Ruochen had been appointed as the shopkeeper of the Hall of Gods after Zhao San had returned, and he was his direct subordinate. Because of this, Zhao Ruochen had heard Zhao San mention Zhou Donghuang. That was why he had lost his composure in the Hall of Gods, after finding out that the youth was Zhou Donghuang. What? As soon as Zhao Ruochen finished speaking, Zhao San, who was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, stood up in shock. Shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Elder Chun, is what you said true? Zhao San's eyes were filled with shock. Even an ordinary level 1 adept would not be able to lift the black iron spear that weighed 600 caddies. And to carry it out of the Hall of Gods from the second floor without blushing or panting, one had to be at least a level 2 adept. Elder San, I saw it with my own eyes. Zhao Ruochen said confidently. Looks like I've underestimated him. Zhao San sighed. Back then, when he helped me get rid of my illness after I went berserk, I knew he was not simple, but I never thought that he would be able to become a level 2 adept in such a short period of time. A 17-year-old level 2 adept looks like Feng Xia's title as the top of the younger generation in Yunfeng Prefecture will have to go to him. Zhao Fengxia was the son of Zhao Lisang, the chief of the Zhao family, and Zhao San's nephew. Back then, Zhao Fengxia had just turned 18 when he had attained level 2 of Qi gathering, and he had been recognized as the top of the younger generation in Yunfeng Prefecture. But now, Zhou Donghuang had become a level 2 adept at the age of 17, and he had clearly overshadowed Zhao Fengxia. Elder San, such a young and promising adept, I think we should take him in for our own use. Zhao Ruochen suggested. Take him in for our own use? The image of that arrogant youth floated into Zhao San's mind, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Not just me, but even my elder brother might not be able to make him submit. Although that youth was young, the arrogance in his bones was very obvious. In his opinion, even if someone could make him submit, it would not be him or his elder brother. The Lu family household. Zhou Donghuang. I haven't even gone to look for him, and he's here himself. The chief of the Lu family, Lu Qinghu, looked at the letter in his hand with a cold smile. In a moment, he sent someone to the Ma and Fong families to find the chief of the Ma family, Ma Tianba, and the chief of the Fong family, Fong Jishan. Zhou Donghuang is coming to the Lu family tomorrow afternoon. If he really dares to come, I'll make sure he never returns. Chapter 39. Noon, January 9th, 1228 of the Ziyun era. 7 people stood in the drawing room of the Lu family mansion, and the atmosphere was solemn. Besides the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Qinghu, the patriarch of the Ma family, Ma Tianba, and the patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Jishan, there were 4 other people. Behind Lu Qinghu stood a middle-aged man and an old woman. They were his second brother, Lu Bao, and head elder, Lu Pinglan, both level 3 adepts of Qi gathering. The middle-aged man behind Ma Tianba was the second elder of the Ma family, Ma Dongfeng, a level 3 adept whose ability was second only to him. The old man behind Fong Jishan was the head elder of the Fong family, Fong Zhan, a level 3 adept whose ability was second only to the patriarch of the Fong family. The 7 level 3 adepts had gathered here precisely because of the letter that Lu Qinghu had received the day before. Will that Zhou Donghuang really come? Fang Jishan frowned. Since the letter has been delivered, of course he will come. Lu Qinghu said in a low voice. If he doesn't come, then there's only one possibility. That letter was a prank. But the possibility of that is slim to none. After all, only our 3 families know that our sons have been maimed. As the saying went, don't wash your dirty linen in public. The Lu, Ma, and Fang families had kept the news of Lu Yuan, Ma Jin, and Fang Tiany's maiming a secret. At that moment, Patriarch Zhou Donghuang is here. A sudden shout came from outside, and the gazes of the 7 level 3 adepts in the drawing room froze. A moment later, they saw an extraordinarily handsome and elegant youth in white, his hands behind his back, walked unhurriedly into the great hall, led by a member of the Lu family. Behind the young man was an honest-looking young man. Behind the young man were 2 middle-aged men with strong physiques. Now, the 2 burly men were carrying a 7-foot spear. The spear was entirely black with a faint red glow, and the sharpened spearhead shone with a dazzling cold light, demonstrating its sharpness. You are Zhou Donghuang? Lu Qinghu asked in a low voice as he took a step forward and stared at the youth in white. Lu Qinghu. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Lu Qinghu lightly, his tone so calm that it did not sound like a young man speaking. Although today was the first time he had met Lu Qinghu, Fu had gone out to gather information on the Lu, Ma, and Fang families over the past 2 days, so Zhou Donghuang already had a rough idea of Lu Qinghu's characteristics. He was skinny and looked like he would collapse in the wind. However, he was the strongest among the Lu, Ma, and Fang families. You got guts. We haven't even gone to look for you, but you've come knocking on our door. Lu Qinghu sneered, his eyes gleaming coldly. I had no choice. When your sons came to Qingshan town, all the people in my Yinxian restaurant ran away. If I didn't come looking for you, Yinxian restaurant wouldn't be able to open. Zhou Donghuang's gaze swept past Lu Qinghu, Ma Tianba, and Fang Jishan. When he recognized Lu Qinghu, he also recognized Ma Tianba and Fang Jishan. In fact, when he had asked Fu to deliver the letter yesterday, he had predicted that the Ma and Fang families would definitely be present. The 2 families had always been on the same side as the Lu family. In a prefecture city like Yunfeng Prefecture, if the lesser families wanted to survive, they had to band together, or they would only be swallowed up by the preeminent families. They're smart. If they hadn't run, they would have been buried with you. Ma Tianba stared at Zhou Donghuang, his eyes full of murderous intent. I'll cut to the chase. Zhou Donghuang's gaze suddenly became sharp without warning. This time, I've come for one thing. Your 3 families send some collateral descendants without much martial talent to Qingshan town to work as servant girls and waiters at my Yinxian restaurant. Of course, Yinxian restaurant will not skimp on their wages. As long as the 3 lesser families sent people to Yinxian restaurant as servant girls and waiters, Yinxian restaurant would naturally be able to reopen. As for the previous chefs of Yinxian restaurant, seeing that the 3 lesser families had sent people to Qingshan town to help manage Yinxian restaurant, they would naturally return to Yinxian restaurant. After all, they would not be able to earn more than what Yinxian restaurant offered elsewhere. Following Zhou Donghuang's words, there was dead silence. At this moment, even Fu, who was behind Zhou Donghuang, was stunned. Although he knew that his young master was here to resolve the problems that the 3 lesser families had brought to Yinxian restaurant, he had never imagined that his young master would directly ask for people from the 3 lesser families. When Ma Tianba recovered, he was the first to burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, showing how agitated he was. Lu Qinghu laughed as well. Everyone else also had mocking smiles on their faces. Today, you brought this heavy black iron spear from the Hall of Gods here to give it to our 3 families as a peace offering? Fang Jishan asked mockingly as he glanced at the spear carried by the burly man behind Zhou Donghuang. When Zhou Donghuang and the others had entered, he had already noticed that the heavy black iron spear carried by the 2 burly men was the one from the 2nd floor of the Hall of Gods. As Fang Jishan spoke, Lu Qinghu, Ma Tianba, and the others all looked at the heavy black iron spear. As the top figures of the three lesser families of Yinfeng Prefecture, they had all been to the second floor of the Hall of Gods, and they recognized at a glance that this was indeed the heavy black iron spear from the second floor of the Hall of Gods. 140,000 liang of silver. How extravagant! Ma Tianba's eyes shone with greed as he grinned at Zhou Donghuang. Today, leave the spear and leave you behind. What about you? Is that what you mean? Hearing Ma Tianba's words, Zhou Donghuang only glanced at him lightly before looking at Lu Qinghu and the rest with a nonchalant expression. Since you are here, don't even think of leaving. Fang Jishan laughed coldly. Lu Qinghu did not speak, but the murderous glint in his eyes said it all. Now, he did not think about what secret Zhou Donghuang had, nor did he think about the close relationship between Zhou Donghuang and Zhao San. If Zhou Donghuang really had a trump card, why would he need to bring the heavy black iron spear that was worth 140,000 liang of silver to the Lu family to apologize? I advise you can think about it. Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and a sudden cold light flashed across his eyes. There's no need to think about it. Ma Tianba laughed maniacally as he walked towards Zhou Donghuang, picking up his pace. I gave you a chance. Zhou Donghuang sighed, and in a flash, he used the star-stepping footwork to appear beside the two burly men behind him. Ha! Zhou Donghuang raised his hand and grabbed the black iron spears that the two strong men were carrying. Then, with a flick of his hand, he removed the spears from their shoulders. In the next moment, the qi in Zhou Donghuang's body vibrated, and wave after wave surged towards his hands like waves in the ocean. Zhou Donghuang had demonstrated the first-grade technique, wave stacking force. What? You, a level 2 adept of qi gathering, want to use this heavy black iron spear? What a joke. Even a level 4 adept would not dare say that he could use this heavy black iron spear that weighs 600 kilograms. As Ma Tianba rushed toward Zhou Donghuang, he saw Zhou Donghuang remove the heavy black iron spear, and he smiled mockingly. He was not surprised that Zhou Donghuang could pick up the heavy black iron spear. Any level 2 adept could pick up a heavy black iron spear, but to use it against an enemy, one had to be at least level 5 of qi gathering. Even a level 4 adept could barely use such a weapon, but the speed at which he attacked was extremely slow, and it was difficult to hit his opponent. Now, not only did Ma Tianba think so, but Lu Qinghu and the others also thought so. However, the scene that unfolded in the next moment caused their pupils to constrict in unison. Bang! Faced with the menacing Ma Tianba, Zhou Donghuang's right hand, which was holding the black iron spear, moved. Immediately, the black iron spear seemed to transform into a bolt of black lightning as it swept across. Like a whip, it viciously lashed out at the approaching Ma Tianba. Zhou Donghuang's strength was not weak, and with the intricacies of the first-grade technique wave stacking force and the weight of the heavy black iron spear, it was like a truck crashing into Ma Tianba at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. Whoosh! Ma Tianba's body was sent flying as if it was weightless when Zhou Donghuang's heavy black iron spear struck him. Boom! Kaboom! Chapter 40. How is this possible? The scene just now happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Lu Qinghu and the others didn't have time to react. When they came back to their senses, there was only shock and disbelief left in their eyes. Ma Tianba was an outstanding level 3 adept, and even among all the level 3 adepts in the three lesser families, his ability was among the top 5. But such a person had been killed by a 17-year-old youth with a single blow. Although they did not confirm whether Ma Tianba was dead or alive, they knew that Ma Tianba was definitely dead. It would be a miracle if Ma Tianba did not die in such a situation. Is that really the black iron spear from the second floor of the Hall of Gods? Isn't he just a level 2 adept? How can he wield a 600-kilogram black iron spear so easily? If not for that black iron spear, would Chief Ma have been sent flying like that? When Lu Qinghu and the others looked at Zhou Donghuang again, their expressions were grave, and their eyes were filled with fear. "All of you, come at me together." In a flash, Zhou Donghuang once again used the star-stepping footwork and sprinted towards Lu Qinghu and the others. Even though he was wielding a 600-kilogram black iron spear, his speed was not slow at all. After smashing Ma Tianba to death with the spear, Zhou Donghuang did not intend to stop there, because he knew that his attack just now might not have been able to completely intimidate Lu Qinghu and the others. Perhaps they thought that he was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, and that such a powerful spear could only be used once. In fact, Lu Qinghu and the others thought so. Now, seeing Zhou Donghuang attack them with the spear, Lu Qinghu's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "Take him down together. I want to see if he can use such a powerful attack a second time." With that, Lu Qinghu made the first move, pouncing towards Zhou Donghuang like a ferocious tiger. "Let's attack together." As Lu Qinghu made the first move, the second master of the Lu family, Lu Bao, and the head elder, Lu Pinglan, also made their moves. The second elder of the Ma family, Ma Dongfeng, the patriarch of the Feng family, Feng Jishan, and the head elder, Feng Zhan, followed closely behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Who? With Lu Qinghu in the lead, the 6 level 3 adepts attacked Zhou Donghuang together. As level 3 adepts of Qi gathering, the 3 of them were very fast and surrounded Zhou Donghuang in the blink of an eye, attacking him together. However, as fast as they were, Zhou Donghuang was not slow either. Although Zhou Donghuang was only a level 2 adept of Qi gathering, his strength was not inferior to that of a level 3 adept. Moreover, he had the 3rd-grade movement technique, star-stepping footwork, to rely on, while Lu Qinghu and the others did not cultivate movement techniques. Therefore, his current speed was almost the same as Lu Qinghu's. As for the others, they were all slower than him. It's a movement skill. Now, Lu Qinghu and the rest finally realized that Zhou Donghuang had used a swiftness technique. Previously, their attention had not been on Zhou Donghuang's feet, so they had not noticed. "Brat die!" Lu Qinghu roared angrily. His entire body tilted, and using the momentum from the ground, he shot towards Zhou Donghuang like a cannonball. Good move. Faced with the menacing Lu Qinghu, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and with a change of his footwork, he charged towards Lu Qinghu. At the same time, he narrowly dodged the attacks of 3 of the other 5, and the one whose attack was closest to him barely managed to touch the corner of his shirt. The 5 of them had not expected that when they were surrounded, Zhou Donghuang would choose Lu Qinghu, the strongest of them, to break through. Could it be that he sees Big Brother's skinny figure and thinks that Big Brother is the weakest among us? Lu Bao laughed coldly to himself. "Seeking your own death." Seeing that Zhou Donghuang had not dodged but had instead charged towards him, Lu Qinghu's arms shook, and his hands formed into claws as he grabbed towards Zhou Donghuang. Lu Qinghu's attack was accompanied by a strong gust of wind. However, just as he thought that he was about to grab hold of Zhou Donghuang's body nimbly slithered behind him like a snake. The entire process was extremely strange, as if Zhou Donghuang had really transformed into a snake at that moment. 2nd-grade swiftness technique, nimble serpent steps. "Big Brother, be careful. Patriarch, be careful. Patriarch Lu, be careful. Brother Qinghu, be careful." Just as Zhou Donghuang brushed past Lu Qinghu's body, before he could even stop himself, he saw the other 5 people looking behind him in shock and warning him at the same time. Swoosh! The black iron spear that was like a bolt of black lightning suddenly fell, and the sharp tip of the spear cut off Lu Qinghu's entire arm, as if it were tofu. Bang! When the dark steel heavy spear landed on the side of Lu Qinghu's chest, it suddenly shook horizontally. At the same time that the terrifying force broke a few of Lu Qinghu's ribs, it sent his entire body flying. He fell on the ground 5 meters away, looking extremely battered and exhausted. He had completely lost his ability to fight. Swoosh! Just as Feng Jishan and the other 4 people were distracted by Lu Qinghu's serious injury, Zhou Donghuang shook the black iron spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Fang Jishan, who was standing on the far left of the five people. The black iron spear stabbed out like a dragon emerging from the sea, and its power was overwhelming. When Fang Jishan recovered his senses, the tip of the spear was already inches away. No! Fang Jishan, who had no time to dodge, let out a cry of despair as death approached. As if his cry had an effect, at the most critical moment, the tip of the spear left his chest and moved to the side, brushing past his armpit. Humph! Zhou Donghuang snorted coldly, and the qi in his body surged out, layer by layer, into his right hand that was holding the spear. By the time his qi was almost completely depleted, Zhou Donghuang was already wielding the heavy black iron spear with one hand and carrying Fang Jishan with him as he swept it towards the other four. With the force of 1,000 troops, he swept all four of them away, causing them to follow in Lu Qinghu's footsteps. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the four of them had no time to dodge. Bang! 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 The sound of bodies hitting the ground rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the other 6 of the 7 level 3 adept from the 3 lesser families had all collapsed after the death of the patriarch of the Ma family, Ma Tianba. Of the 6, Lu Qinghu was the most seriously injured. Of the remaining 5, except for Fang Jishan, who had not broken any tendons or broken bones, all of them had at least 2 or 3 broken ribs. Catch! Zhou Donghuang's right hand that was holding the black iron spear shook, and he used the last bit of qi in his body to throw the black iron spear at the 2 burly men. However, the 2 burly men had long been scared silly by what had happened and could not react at all. The black iron spear crashed into the ground in front of them with a loud crash, and they were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. As the black iron spear fell, the tiles on the ground could not withstand the pressure and cracked open like a crisscrossing spiderweb. At this moment, Lu Qinghu and the other 5 no longer dared to doubt the weight of the spear. Thank you, young Master Donghuang, for showing mercy. Fang Jishan was the least injured, and after struggling to his feet, he bowed to Zhou Donghuang with lingering fear in his heart. Just now, if Zhou Donghuang had not shown mercy, his chest would have been pierced by the black iron spear, and he would have died. Because Zhou Donghuang had turned the spear in time and swept it towards his armpit, he had only suffered some superficial wounds and minor internal injuries. This life of yours is worth 200,000 liang of silver, right? Zhou Donghuang looked at Fang Jishan and grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Although he knew that Zhou Donghuang was extorting him, Fang Jishan did not dare to refute him, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Worth it, worth it, worth it, absolutely worth it. Although 200,000 liang of silver was not a small sum to the Fang family, they could still afford it. Your life, Lu Qinghu, 300,000 liang of silver. No objections? Zhou Donghuang asked as he looked intently at Lu Qinghu, who could not even stand up. No objections. Although Lu Qinghu's expression was very ugly, he did not dare to refuse, deeply afraid that the youth would kill him at the slightest disagreement. Your lives, 100,000 liang of silver each, no objections? When Zhou Donghuang's gaze fell on the other 4, they shook their heads with pale faces, not daring to hesitate. In 10 days, I want to see 30 servant girls and 50 waiters at Yunxian restaurant in Qingshan town. With that, Zhou Donghuang left the Lu family drawing room with Fu, and the 2 burly men hurriedly picked up their black iron spears and prepared to follow. If you dare to spread word of what happened today, as long as you are still in Yunfeng Prefecture, you will die. Lu Qinghu threatened before the 2 burly men left. Once word of what happened today spread, the Lu family, Ma family, and Fang family would be thoroughly humiliated. That was not what he wanted to see. Chief Lu, I understand. Chief Lu, I will not speak of it. Hearing Lu Qinghu's threat, the 2 burly men trembled in fear and hurriedly nodded in agreement, before running away from Zhou Donghuang and Fu Jishan. In an instant, the large drawing room regained its peace. Brother Qinghu, After Zhou Donghuang and the rest had left, Fang Jishan helped Lu Qinghu up, and the others also struggled to their feet, their faces ashen. Who would have thought that we, the three elite lesser families, would one day fall at the hands of 17-year-old youth? Lu Qinghu shook his head and laughed at himself. Who would have thought that a 17-year-old youth like him would have such terrifying power? In front of him, Zhao Fengxia and Han Yunfei are not even worth mentioning. Fang Jishan laughed bitterly. Zhao Fengxia was the first young master of the Zhao family of the governor's household. He had attained level 2 of Qi gathering at the age of 18 and was widely recognized as the top of the younger generation in Yunfeng Prefecture. Chapter 41. Chief, that Zhou Donghuang is not only able to wield that heavy black iron spear as if it were his own arm, but he can also use a swiftness technique. I've seen the Zhao family of the governor's household demonstrate the swiftness technique of the Zhao family. However, that swiftness technique is far inferior to the swiftness technique of Zhou Donghuang. Head elder Lu Pinglan of the Lu family was a woman, but she was more observant than even Lu Qinghu, the chief of the Lu family. He must have many secrets on him. Why don't we deliberately spread the news that Zhou Donghuang has a third-grade swiftness technique? After all, in Yunfeng Prefecture, and even in the intermediate and superior prefectures, no one knows what a third-grade swiftness technique looks like. His movement technique is stronger than the county governor Manor's Zhao family's movement technique. Even if it's just a lesser-grade movement technique, we can say that it's a third-grade movement technique, and no one will believe us. Once the news of him possessing a third-grade swiftness technique spreads, even those grand families and tycoon families will have their eyes on him. At that time, if he can't hand over the third-grade swiftness technique, those grand families and tycoon families will definitely not let him off. As Lu Pinglan spoke, a cold smile appeared on her wrinkled face, and her eyes shone with a cold light. Just as Fang Jishan and the others were tempted by Lu Pinglan's words, Lu Qinghu shook his head and said, "Head elder, this is indeed a good way to take revenge on Zhou Donghuang. But what if the final outcome is different from what we expect? Today, the publicly acknowledged martial invalid of Qingshan Town has demonstrated the power of a level 5 adept and defeated us. Most importantly, he is only 17 years old. In the whole of Yunfeng Prefecture, the only person who can defeat us with his own power is probably the governor of the governor's household. But how old is the governor now, and how old is he? If the grand and tycoon families have their eyes on him, it would be great if they can kill him. But what if they can't? What if he manages to escape? With his talent, after 20 years of practice, is there anyone in the country of Yunyang who can be his match? When he gets to the bottom of the matter, even if he can't find out that it was our 3 families who spread the news, even if he only suspects us, he can still wipe us out. Lu Pinglan fell silent at Lu Qinghu's words, and Fang Jishan and the others broke out in cold sweat. This youth was only 17 years old, but he was already so terrifying. Given another 20 years, when he was 37 years old, who in the country of Yunyang would be able to defeat him? My suggestion is, grant him whatever he says. If we can, we need to do better and do everything we can to get in touch with him. Lu Qinghu's eyes shone with wisdom. After those 3 brats came back, they all said that he first crippled Ma Jin because Ma Jin bullied his subordinates. The fact that he's willing to stand up for a lowly subordinate shows that he's a man of character. There are only benefits and no disadvantages for us to be on good terms with him. Also, I have a very strong feeling that if our 3 families want to advance further and become preeminent families, he may be our opportunity. Lu Qinghu's eyes burned with passion. Leading the Lu family to become a preeminent family was his lifelong wish. Brother Qinghu, even you can be so flexible, can't I? Fang Jishan? Furthermore, Zhou Donghuang has spared my life today. From today onwards, whatever the Lu family does, the Fang family will do. Fang Jishan was the first to stand out and express his stance. Before he did so, he received the approval of the Fang clan's great elder, Fang Zhan. Chief Lu, your Lu family and the Fong family are still fine. For my Ma family, the chief has died today, and I'm the only one who has seen how terrifying Zhou Donghuang is. Although I want to leave with the Lu and Ma families, I'm afraid the rest of the Ma family will not agree. The second elder of the Ma family, Ma Dongfeng, smiled bitterly. The conflict between the Lu and Fong families and Zhou Donghuang was only a leg of the younger generation, but the conflict between the Ma family and Zhou Donghuang was not only a leg of the younger generation, but also the life of the current chief of the Ma family, Ma Tianba. Elder Dongfeng, if I remember correctly, you're also a direct descendant of the Ma family. Now that Tianba is gone, you're the most powerful person in the Ma family. As long as our two families support you as the chief of the Ma family, who in the Ma family can object? Who would dare to object? Lu Qinghu's eyes flashed as he spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, Ma Dongfeng's eyes lit up. If I can secure the position of chief of the Ma family, I will definitely follow Chief Lu to the end. After returning to the inn, Zhou Donghuang returned to his room and consumed a qi-gathering elixir to recover his qi. Although the qi in his body was almost completely depleted, he was not destroying his own qi. If he wanted to recover his qi to its original state, he would need at most half a day with the qi-gathering elixir in his hands. When night fell, the qi in Zhou Donghuang's body had already recovered to its original state. At the same time, Fu brought back a piece of news that disrupted his plans for the next day. Young master, I've asked around that fourth elder of the Lin family, Lin Tonghong, left the Lin family a few days ago, left the prefecture capital, and seems to have gone to Qingshan town. To Qingshan town, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. That old fellow, could it be that he has his eyes on my Yinxian restaurant? Originally, he had planned to go to the Lin family the next day to find the fourth elder of the Lin family, Lin Tonghong, and settle the matter of him embezzling the formula for the blood-staunching elixir that he had given to his mother. Now, hearing what Fu had said, he knew that he could return early. Fu, make another trip to the Lu family in a while. We will return to Qingshan town first thing tomorrow morning. Young master, aren't we going to rush back overnight? That fourth elder of the Lin family, Lin Tonghong, may very well be targeting our Yinxian restaurant. Fu said worriedly, if you're not at home, madam and the others, don't worry. Zhou Donghuang was not the least bit worried. With freezing wind around, even if that Lin Tonghong comes knocking, he will not be able to gain anything. Young master, that fourth elder of the Lin family, Lin Tonghong, is a level 3 adept of qi gathering. Fu reminded him. As far as he knew, Freezing Wind, the former second-in-command of Green Wolf Bastion, was an adept close to level 2 of qi gathering. I know, Zhou Donghuang nodded, but he is no match for Freezing Wind. No match for Freezing Wind. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Fu's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Then, as if remembering something, he fell to his knees with a thud. Young master, Fu would like to practice with you. He did not dare doubt Zhou Donghuang's words in the slightest. Therefore, he had guessed at the first moment that Freezing Wind had most likely, with the help of his young master, become as powerful as Lin Tonghong. Last time, I wanted to impart techniques to you and give you the qi-gathering elixir to help you practice. Didn't you say that you did not need to trouble yourself? Why? Now you want to practice again? Zhou Donghuang grinned mockingly. Hearing this, Fu felt a little awkward, and it was Zhou Donghuang who helped him resolve the awkwardness. When we return this time, I will impart techniques to you. Thank you, young master. Fu kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude, his face full of excitement. Today, his young master had single-handedly defeated the best of the 3 lesser families with a spear. He had been stunned the entire time. It should be known that those were the 3 elite lesser families of the prefecture capital. Just the name of those 3 lesser families was enough to scare everyone in Yunxian restaurant, except him out of Yunxian restaurant. Even he did not think that his young master would be able to withstand the rage of those 3 elite lesser families. Only today, when his young master had defeated a group of people, including the most powerful of the 3 elite lesser families, Lu Qinghu and the patriarch of the Ma family, Ma Tianba, had been killed by his young master with a single spear strike. Did he realize how laughable his previous thinking had been? With the ability that young master has demonstrated today, young master would not even fear the preeminently family, Fu thought to himself. No wonder young master dared to cripple the level 2 adept of the Li family, and then killed the second young master of the Li family, Li Pingyun, and the ninth elder of the Li family, Li Yin. That night, Zhou Donghuang wrote a piece of paper for Fu to bring to Patriarch Lu Qinghu of the Lu family. The paper was filled with herbs, a small portion of which were herbs that the Grand Patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Yi, had not been able to purchase in the prefecture capital, and a portion of the herbs were even rarer herbs that could improve the quality of the qi-gathering elixir. Originally, Zhou Donghuang had planned to collect these herbs when the 3 elite lesser families sent the servant girls and waiters to Yunxian restaurant in Qingshan town. Unexpectedly, the next morning, just as he and Fu were about to leave the prefecture capital and return to Qingshan town, Lu Qinghu came personally to visit him. Young Master Donghuang, here are all the herbs you requested. Here is 1,000,000 liang of silver. Lu Qinghu had come to deliver all the herbs that Zhou Donghuang had written out the day before, as well as the money that Zhou Donghuang had demanded from the 3 elite lesser families to buy their lives. Zhou Donghuang had not expected Lu Qinghu to be so efficient that he had gathered all the herbs he had requested overnight. However, looking at Lu Qinghu's bloodshot eyes, he knew that he had not slept the entire night. Didn't the 6 of you have 900,000 liang of silver? Zhou Donghuang asked calmly, not accepting the stack of 10,000 liang of silver that Lu Qinghu had handed him. The remaining 100,000 liang of silver is a gift from the Lu family to young Master Donghuang. Lu Qinghu said with a smile, his posture extremely humble. How much are these herbs? Zhou Donghuang asked as he looked at the large pile of herbs that Lu Qinghu had placed on the table. Young Master Donghuang, it's free. Lu Qinghu shook his head and waved his hands frantically. These herbs are more precious, and they were all taken from the storehouses of the 3 families. The rest will have to be bought outside, and they're not worth much. You really know how to conduct yourself. Chapter 42. At the entrance of the inn, Lu Qinghu was still in a daze as he watched the Fergana horse pull the carriage away. A lesser-grade attack technique and a bottle of qi-gathering elixir that can help me break through the bottleneck. He had seen the lesser-grade attack technique when a youth had written it out and handed it to him, and it was indeed real. Because of this, he knew that his choice was correct. It was better to be a friend than an enemy of this youth. But can this bottle of qi-gathering elixir really help me break through the bottleneck of level 3 of qi-gathering? If I can break through that bottleneck, I can directly attain level 4 of qi-gathering. As he muttered to himself, Lu Qinghu took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket, his eyes filled with suspicion. It was not that he did not want to believe the youth, but that the youth's words were too frightening. As the first of the 3 elite lesser families of Yinfeng Prefecture, he was already at level 3 of qi-gathering and was only 1 step away from attaining level 4 qi-gathering. But he had not been able to take that step. It was to the extent that over the years, that step had become a bottleneck that was difficult to overcome. No matter what, I have to give it a try. What if it's true? Although he did not really believe it, Lu Qinghu hurried back to the Lu family to his room and consumed the qi-gathering elixir that the youth had given him to practice. This qi-gathering elixir increases the sensitivity to qi by at least 2-fold. After consuming the qi-gathering elixir and practicing for a while, Lu Qinghu opened his eyes again, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. I remember, even the best qi-gathering elixir formulated by the superior level medicine master of the Imperial Court of Yunyang could only increase the sensitivity to qi by 2-fold. And even the Lu family has no way of obtaining that kind of qi-gathering elixir. Otherwise, I would have attained level 4 of qi-gathering long ago. No wonder No wonder he said that this bottle of Qi Gathering Elixir could help me break through the bottleneck and attain level 4 Qi Gathering. This is a bottle of Qi Gathering Elixir that can increase the sensitivity to Qi by twofold. At this moment, Lu Qinghu no longer dared to doubt Zhou Donghuang's words. Even if he consumed a bottle of Qi Gathering Elixir that could increase the sensitivity to Qi by twofold, he would have a 70% chance of breaking through the bottleneck and attaining level 4 of Qi Gathering. Now, after taking a bottle of Qi Gathering Elixir that doubled his sensitivity to Qi, if he still could not break through, he might as well commit suicide by banging his head against a wall. One day and one night later, ha, a burst of hearty laughter came from the courtyard where Lu Qinghu's room was located. Very soon, the great elder of the Lu clan, Lu Pinglan, the second master of the Lu clan, Lu Bao, and 2 other Lu clan elders who lived nearby rushed over. I have already broken through to level 4 of Qi Gathering. When Lu Pinglan, Lu Bao, and the others arrived at Lu Qinghu's courtyard, Lu Qinghu had already come out of his room and said to them with a bright smile, "Congratulations, Patriarch! Congratulations, Big Brother!" Hearing Lu Qinghu's words, Lu Pinglan and the others were stunned at first, but when they regained their senses, they were overjoyed. The birth of a level 4 adept meant the birth of a preeminent family. From this day on, the Lu family would become a preeminent family. First elder and second brother, stay behind. Third elder, go to the Fong family and invite the patriarch of the Fong family over. Fourth elder, go to the Ma family and invite the new patriarch of the Ma family over. As soon as Lu Qinghu finished speaking, the 2 Lu clan elders took their orders and left. As they left, their faces were still filled with excitement. From this day on, they would no longer be elders of a lesser family. They would become elders of a preeminent family. Big Brother, how did you suddenly break through? From what I know, you've been stuck at level 3 of Qi Gathering for many years, right? Although Lu Bao was extremely happy for his big brother's breakthrough, he still felt that it was too sudden. Patriarch, you did not sleep the entire night to collect herbs for Zhou Donghuang. Yesterday morning, I think you went to deliver those herbs and silver notes to Zhou Donghuang. Lu Pinglan looked at Lu Qinghu, her eyes flashing with uncertainty. Your breakthrough, could it have something to do with him? Head elder, if it did not have anything to do with him, why do you think I broke through now instead of at other times? Lu Qinghu asked with a smile. Without waiting for Lu Pinglan and Lu Bao to speak, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to them. Take a look. Lu Pinglan and Lu Bao took the paper, and with just a glance, they were attracted by the words on it. Lesser weighted sand palm. A lesser grade palm technique? A moment later, after confirming that the words recorded on the paper were indeed a lesser grade martial art, both Lu Pinglan and Lu Bao's faces were flushed with excitement. Patriarch, could this be? Lu Pinglan raised her head to look at Lu Qinghu, speaking with some difficulty. Before she could finish, Lu Qinghu interrupted. That's right. This technique was given to me by Zhou Donghuang. Obviously, Lu Qinghu knew what Lu Pinglan was about to ask. Furthermore, the reason I was able to successfully break through the bottleneck and attain level 4 of Qi Gathering in a short day and night was also because he gave me a bottle of Qi Gathering Elixir. Lu Qinghu continued. Could it be that he even has the Qi Gathering Elixir formulated by the superior level medicine master of the imperial family that can double the sensitivity to Qi? Lu Pinglan turned pale with fright. A Qi Gathering Elixir that could double the sensitivity to Qi? Hearing Lu Pinglan's words, Lu Qinghu snorted disdainfully. What young Master Donghuang had given him was not some Qi Gathering Elixir that could double the sensitivity to Qi. But on this matter, he did not say much, because he knew that the more he said, the more likely it was to slip up. A lesser-grade technique was fine, as it was the standard of a preeminent family. Even if a preeminent family did not have a technique, they could send a level 4 adept of Qi Gathering from the royal family to request a lesser-grade technique from the royal family. Of course, They could only request a lesser-grade offensive technique or a lesser-grade defensive technique from the royal family. Only a preeminent family with a level 5 adept of Qi gathering could request a lesser-grade swiftness technique from the royal family. But a Qi gathering elixir that could double the sensitivity to Qi was different. Once it was exposed, even the imperial family would not be able to sit still. Young Master Donghuang gave me such a precious bottle of Qi gathering elixir to help me break through. It was a great favor. I definitely cannot let the fact that he can produce such a grade of Qi gathering elixir get out and harm him. This was what Lu Qinghu thought. Not just Lu Pinglan, the head elder of the Lu family, but he did not even intend to tell his younger brother, Lu Bao, about this. From today onwards, anyone in the Lu family who dares to offend young Master Donghuang, regardless of whether they are from the collateral line or the main line, will be killed without mercy. Lu Qinghu declared solemnly in front of Lu Pinglan and Lu Bao. Just as the Lu family had become a preeminent family with the birth of a level 4 adept of Qi gathering, the entire Lu family household was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the atmosphere was joyous. The atmosphere in the household of the Li family, which was also a preeminent family, was at the other extreme. This was because the second young master of the Li family, Li Pingyun, was dead, and so was the 9th elder of the Li family, Li Yan. Li Yan's death was not a big deal, as he was only a level 3 adept, and with his talent, he had no hope of attaining level 4 of Qi gathering. But Li Pingyun was different. As the son of the patriarch of the Li family, Li Jingyu, Li Pingyun was extremely talented, and it was only a matter of time before he attained level 4 of Qi gathering. Furthermore, the second young master of the Li family, Li Pingyun, was the next patriarch of the Li family. However, such a person was now dead. Who did it? In the spacious front yard of the Li family household, the patriarch of the Li family, Li Jingyu, stared at the curly-bearded man kneeling on the ground. His voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. Li Jingyu was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He was of medium build, had handsome features, and had the dignified air of someone who had held a high position for a long time. Many of the elders of the Li family were present, and their expressions were ugly. Killing the second young master of the Li family was no different from giving the Li family a resounding slap in the face. This was a great humiliation. Some of the Li family juniors were watching from afar. The second young master is dead? Li Rue was also among the juniors of the Li family. She had lost all color in her face, and she could not believe what she was seeing. How could the second young master be dead? She had wanted to hook up with the second young master and become a phoenix. With the death of the second young master, her dreams were shattered. Father! With a heart-wrenching scream, a figure rushed to the side of the already smelly corpse of the 9th elder of the Li family, Li Yan. It was Li Yan's son, Li Hui. Patriarch, it's Zhou Donghuang. It's the owner of Yinxian Restaurant in Qingshan Town, Zhou Donghuang. The curly-bearded man said in a trembling voice, he killed the second young master and the 9th elder some time ago. Because he was heading towards the prefecture capital, I did not dare to return, afraid that I would meet him on the road. Although I could have returned secretly to report the matter, I was also worried that the bodies of the second young master and the 9th elder would have been eaten by wild beasts. It was only today, when I saw his carriage leaving at the main gates of the prefecture capital, that I dared to return with the bodies of the second young master and the 9th elder. The curly-bearded man said, Zhou Donghuang. Both Li Rue and Li Hui were stunned when they heard the curly-bearded man mention the name Zhou Donghuang. After a moment, both of them regained their senses and shouted in unison, Impossible! Their voices successfully attracted everyone's attention. Why is it impossible? Li Jingyu looked at Li Hui, his gaze sharp. Patriarch, the owner of Yinxian Restaurant in Qingshan Town, Zhou Donghuang, is a martial invalid. He has no way of killing my father and the second young master. Li Hui said, Furthermore, even if he is not a martial invalid, do you think that a youth who has just turned 17 has the ability to kill my father and the second young master? Li Hui asked Li Jingyu in return. Patriarch. Chapter 43, January 15th, 1228 of the Ziyun era. As night fell, a carriage drawn by Fergana horses entered Qingshan town from the outskirts of Qingshan town, unsurprisingly attracting the attention of a crowd of passers-by. The person driving the carriage was chief steward of Yinxian restaurant, Fu, and many people recognized him. Chief steward Fu of Yinxian restaurant left with the owner of Yinxian restaurant, young Master Donghuang, more than 10 days ago. Has he just returned? Gone for so long. Have they gone to the prefecture capital? They must have gone to the prefecture capital. Because of the incident with the 3 elite lesser families of the prefecture capital, Yinxian restaurant has not been able to reopen. If they want to reopen, they will definitely have to go to the 3 lesser families of the prefecture capital to discuss this matter with them. How will they discuss this matter? Young Master Donghuang crippled the sons of the 3 lesser families' patriarchs. And even if young Master Donghuang gave Yinxian restaurant away, the 3 elite lesser families might not be willing to let the matter rest, right? Moreover, young Master Donghuang's strong personality does not seem like someone who would back down. I also think that even if young Master Donghuang went to the prefecture capital, he would definitely not go to the 3 elite lesser families. He most likely went to find Elder Zhao San. That should be the case. If Elder Zhao San is willing to step in, this matter will not be difficult to resolve. Until now, I still cannot understand why would Elder Zhao San give Yinxian restaurant to Zhou Donghuang. As the crowd of Qingshan town speculated, Fu drove the carriage back to the courtyard behind Yinxian restaurant. Mother. As soon as he reached home, Zhou Donghuang went to look for Lin Lan, who was not practicing and was in the backyard familiarizing herself with the martial arts techniques. Donghuang is back. Seeing Zhou Donghuang return, Lin Lan's serious expression relaxed, and she smiled like a flower. Mother, I saw that you demonstrated the star-stepping footwork just now, and it looks like you will be able to completely master it soon. Zhou Donghuang smiled. Mother knows my standard. It is far from freezing winds. Lin Lan shook his head. As she spoke, Lin Lan seemed to think of something, and she looked at Zhou Donghuang solemnly. Donghuang, Mother hopes that you can help Mother stimulate the maximum strength of my muscles. I have only recovered my previous level of practice after switching to the technique of everlasting youth. And even if I practice the 2 techniques you gave me, I can only hold my own against a level 2 adept for a short period of time. And if I can stimulate the maximum strength of my muscles, Mother's ability will be comparable to that of an ordinary level 3 adept. Lin Lan's eyes were full of desire. He told Mother? Zhou Donghuang furrowed his brows slightly. He had not expected Freezing Wind to tell his mother about activating his maximum muscle strength. Don't blame him. Mother forced him to say it. Lin Lan said the day before yesterday, the 4th elder of the Lin family, Lin Donghuang, came to our door and kept asking us to hand over Yinxian restaurant. In the end, he was defeated by Han Feng and left dejectedly. It was also at that time that I realized that Han Feng actually possessed such great strength. And as far as I know, before he chose to follow you, he had not even attained level 2 of Qi gathering. I interrogated him again and again, and he finally said that all his strength came from you. At this point, Lin Lan looked at Zhou Donghuang with bright eyes. Donghuang, if Han Feng can endure pain, so can Mother. Mother, Zhou Donghuang sighed. That method can only be used on men, and it is closely related to the structure of a man's body. And you're not a man, so even if you used that method, it would not have helped. Really? Lin Lan did not quite believe it, and her gaze was fixed on Zhou Donghuang's face, as if trying to find any trace of deception on his face. However, Zhou Donghuang, who had experienced the vicissitudes of 1,000 years, had long been trained to be as calm as an ancient well. And how could he let Lin Lan discover that he was lying? The pain that Freezing Wind had endured was not something that an ordinary person could endure. It was not that he felt that Lin Lan could not endure that kind of pain, but he did not want her to suffer because there was no need. After chatting with Lin Lan for a while, Zhou Donghuang left the backyard and returned to his room. Not long after he returned to his room, freezing wind came looking for him. There are some things that I do not want my mother to know, because I am afraid she will overthink. In the future, I do not wish for the same thing to happen again. Zhou Donghuang sat upright at the table, staring coldly at freezing wind. Freezing wind was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thud. "Young master, I was wrong. I promise there will not be a next time." Zhou Donghuang's expression softened, and he asked calmly, "I heard from my mother that the fourth elder of the Lin family of the prefecture capital, Lin Donghuang, came here, and you defeated him?" "Young master, that is exactly why I came." Freezing Wind's expression turned serious. "Although I defeated that Lin Donghuang, it took me a lot of effort. Among level 3 adepts of Qi gathering, his ability should be considered strong." Zhou Donghuang was not surprised to hear Freezing Wind mention this. As the fourth elder of the preeminent Lin family of the prefecture capital, Lin Donghuang's ability was naturally extraordinary, far beyond that of the ninth elder of the Li family, Li Yin, who had died at his hands. Of course, he was not surprised that Freezing Wind could defeat Lin Donghuang. With Freezing Wind's current ability, in Yunfeng Prefecture, as long as he did not make a move, no one below level 4 of Qi gathering could defeat him. I wanted to kill him, but Madam stopped me. At this point, Freezing Wind's eyes flashed coldly. "Young master, if you want him dead, I can catch up with him on my Fergana horse and kill him before he reaches the prefecture capital." He came to Qingshan town in a carriage, and I have an impression of the coachman who drove the carriage for him. I can recognize the carriage he was in. Freezing Wind had come to Zhou Donghuang to ask if he needed him to kill Lin Donghuang. "No need." Zhou Donghuang shook his head, and his eyes flashed coldly. "Even if he wants to die quickly, I'm not too willing." From his point of view, killing Lin Donghuang would be an act of mercy. He intended to play with Lin Donghuang and make him pay the price of embezzling his formula. "Young master, you have a grudge against him?" Freezing Wind was stunned. "A grudge? Is he even worthy?" Zhou Donghuang smiled disdainfully. Following that, Zhou Donghuang instructed Freezing Wind to help him retrieve the herbs he had stored in the storeroom. He wanted to formulate an even better Qi gathering elixir. With the herbs that Lu Qinghu had helped him collect, he would be able to formulate an even better Qi gathering elixir, and his rate of practice would increase. An hour after Freezing Wind had retrieved the herbs, Zhou Donghuang had formulated 100 bottles of a new Qi gathering elixir. The new Qi gathering elixir could increase the sensitivity to Qi by 6 times. The herbs that the old chief of the Qin family, Qin Yi, had brought back from the prefecture capital had only allowed Zhou Donghuang to formulate a Qi gathering elixir that increased the sensitivity to Qi by 4 times. The new Qi gathering elixir that he had formulated now was 50% more effective than the previous one. With this new Qi gathering elixir, I will definitely attain level 3 of Qi gathering in half a month. Zhou Donghuang's mouth curled up in a rare smile. When Freezing Wind received the new Qi gathering elixir from Zhou Donghuang, he was stunned. Six times the sensitivity to Qi. Previously, when Zhou Donghuang had given him a Qi gathering elixir that increased the sensitivity to Qi by 4 times, he had thought he was dreaming. The best Qi gathering elixir in the country of Yunyang could only increase the sensitivity to Qi by 1 time. "Next, I have a task for you." Zhou Donghuang said a few more words to Freezing Wind, and Freezing Wind left Qingshan town on his Fergana horse that very night. After Freezing Wind left, Zhou Donghuang went to look for Fu and imparted the Fiery Thunder training regimen to him. Of course, he only imparted the portion for the stage of Qi gathering. As for the rest, he would slowly impart it to Fu when his level of practice was sufficient. Fu's martial talent was indeed average, but with Zhou Donghuang's guidance, even a wild chicken would one day become a phoenix. Zhou Donghuang was very confident of this. "Thank you, young master." Fu knelt down excitedly and kowtowed repeatedly. Practice well. I hope you can catch up to freezing wind soon. After leaving Fu with 10 bottles of the latest qi gathering elixir, Zhou Donghuang left Fu's room and returned to his own room to practice. He had high hopes for Fu, or he would not have imparted the Fiery Thunder Training Regimen to him. Fiery Thunder Training Regimen, like the 7-star sword technique, was one of the best techniques among the thousands of races in the universe. After returning to Qingshan Town this time, Zhou Donghuang focused on practicing and breaking through to level 3 of qi gathering. However, 2 days later, while he was focused on practicing, he was startled awake by Fu. "Young master, Chief Lu is here." "Lu Qinghu?" Zhou Donghuang was a little surprised. "Now, it seems like there are still 4 days until the day I agreed to meet with them." Walking out of the room, Zhou Donghuang saw not only Lu Qinghu, but also the chief of the Fong family, Fong Jishan, and the Ma family that he had met previously in the Lu family drawing room. Lu Qinghu still looked thin and weak, but his eyes shone brightly, and he seemed full of vitality. "You've broken through?" Zhou Donghuang looked at Lu Qinghu and smiled lightly. "Many thanks to young Master Donghuang for giving me a new lease on life." Lu Qinghu bowed 90 degrees and thanked Zhou Donghuang sincerely. Even though he had already attained level 4 of qi gathering, he was still very humble in front of Zhou Donghuang. Fong Jishan, chief of the Fong family, pays his respects to young Master Donghuang. Ma Dongfeng, chief of the Ma family, pays his respects to young Master Donghuang. At this time, the 2 people standing behind Lu Qinghu also bowed respectfully to Zhou Donghuang, and they did so at a 90-degree angle. "Young Master Donghuang, this is the treasure of the Fong family that has been passed down for 6 generations, the Ice Jade hairpin. The ice jade on it is 100-year-old ice jade, and it has the effect of calming the heart. It is a gift from the Fong family to Madame," Fong Jishan said respectfully as he handed over the exquisite box in his hand. "Young Master Donghuang, the Ma family does not have a treasure like the Fong family's ice jade hairpin. Here are 200,000 liang of silver. Please accept it." Chapter 44. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang only looked quietly at Fong Jishan and Ma Dongfeng without saying a word, Lu Qinghu said to Zhou Donghuang, "Young Master Donghuang, please accept it. They're doing this to thank you for the lesser-weighted sampalm." Obviously, the technique that Zhou Donghuang had given to Lu Qinghu a few days ago had been shared with the Fong and Ma families. "Fu." As soon as Zhou Donghuang spoke, Fu, who was standing at the side, stepped forward to accept the gifts and money that Fong Jishan and Ma Dongfeng had given him. "Chief Fong, Chief Ma, please go out and organize the people we have brought. Young Master Donghuang, and I will go over in a moment." Lu Qinghu said to Fong Jishan and Ma Dongfeng. "All right." Fong Jishan and Zhou Donghuang respectfully bade farewell to Zhou Donghuang before leaving the room. Seeing how Lu Qinghu had attained level 4 of qi gathering and led the Lu family to become a preeminent family because of his efforts to curry favor with Zhou Donghuang, both Fong Jishan and Ma Dongfeng were naturally envious. Because of this, they also wanted to curry favor with Zhou Donghuang. However, they were also clear that in Zhou Donghuang's eyes, their status was definitely not as high as Lu Qinghu's. Now that Lu Qinghu had asked them to leave, whether it was because of Lu Qinghu's current ability or because of their image in front of Zhou Donghuang, even if they wanted to stay and cultivate their relationship with Zhou Donghuang, they did not dare to stay. Soon, only Zhou Donghuang, Fu, and Lu Qinghu were left in the huge front yard. "Young Master Donghuang, I know that ordinary things are no longer worthy of your attention. In the future, if you have any errands for me, just say the word and I, Lu Qinghu, and even the entire Lu family, will do anything for you without hesitation." Lu Qinghu said respectfully to Zhou Donghuang, and what he had said was equivalent to submitting the entire Lu family to Zhou Donghuang. "Just because I gave you a lesser grade technique and a bottle of qi gathering elixir that can help you attain level 4 of qi gathering, you will submit the preeminent Lu family to me?" Zhou Donghuang glanced at Lu Qinghu and asked meaningfully, "Young Master Donghuang, It is all thanks to you that the Lu family can become a preeminent family. I, Lu Qinghu, know my own limitations. If not for the qi gathering elixir you gave me, I would never have been able to break through to level 4 of qi gathering in my life. Lu Qinghu said seriously. In the cultivation of the martial Tao, the further one progressed, the more difficult it became. In the end, it was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Lu Qinghu's father, the previous patriarch of the Lu family, had attained level 3 of qi gathering at about the same age as him, but he had never attained level 4 of qi gathering in his entire life. His father's greatest regret, when he was alive, was that he did not have the opportunity to obtain a bottle of qi gathering elixir that could double the sensitivity to qi. Otherwise, he had a 90% chance of attaining level 4 of qi gathering and leading the Lu family to become a preeminent family. Lu Qinghu knew that if not for the bottle of qi gathering elixir that Zhou Donghuang had given him, he would most likely have followed in his father's footsteps. I was the one who gave you that lesser-grade martial art. Why did you give it to the Fang clan and the Ma clan? Zhou Donghuang asked Lu Qinghu as he picked up the teacup on the table and sipped on it. Young Master Donghuang, those herbs were provided by our 3 families together. Therefore, I felt that they should have a share of the martial art that you gave them. As Lu Qinghu spoke, he bowed again to apologize. However, I did not receive young Master Donghuang's permission to pass on the martial art to them, and that was overstepping my authority. Please forgive me, young Master Donghuang. You're doing this for me to see, right? Zhou Donghuang looked deeply into Lu Qinghu's eyes. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Lu Qinghu's heart, and Lu Qinghu's expression turned awkward. Indeed, a large part of the reason he had done so was to show Zhou Donghuang. He had wanted to use this incident to tell Zhou Donghuang that he, Lu Qinghu, was not someone who would forget his roots. You are an intelligent person, Zhou Donghuang said. Otherwise, I would not have given you that bottle of qi gathering elixir before I left the prefecture capital. After all, if word of the efficacy of that bottle of qi gathering elixir were spread, it would cause a huge uproar in the country of Yingyang. You did not tell anyone about the efficacy of that bottle of qi gathering elixir, did you? Zhou Donghuang asked unhurriedly as he stared at Lu Qinghu. Young Master Donghuang, because I knew how precious and special that bottle of qi gathering elixir was, I did not dare mention its efficacy to anyone else. Lu Qinghu nodded hurriedly. Even to my brother Lu Bao, I only told him that young Master Donghuang had given me a bottle of qi gathering elixir that doubled the sensitivity to qi. A qi gathering elixir that doubled the sensitivity to qi. If word of this got out, the whole country of Yingyang would be turned upside down. As he spoke, Lu Qinghu's expression became serious. Young Master Donghuang, you have given me a new lease on life. I naturally would not harm you. Zhou Donghuang nodded his head in satisfaction and looked at Fu. Fu, prepare 10 bottles of qi gathering elixir that doubled the sensitivity to qi and give them to Chief Lu later. Yes, young master. Fu left with the order. 10 bottles? Lu Qinghu's eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. He had thought that even the youth in front of him did not have many of those qi gathering elixirs. He did not expect the youth to give him 10 bottles in just a few words. What he did not know was that these qi gathering elixirs were merely the ones that Zhou Donghuang had eliminated, and even Fu did not use them. Thank you, young Master Donghuang. Lu Qinghu thanked Zhou Donghuang respectfully. There is one more thing I need you to do. Zhou Donghuang took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lu Qinghu. This is the formula for the qi gathering elixir. It is the same efficacy as the qi gathering elixirs on the market. With this qi gathering elixir, your Lu family can monopolize the qi gathering elixir market in Yinfeng Prefecture. Monopolize the qi gathering elixir market in Yinfeng Prefecture? Lu Qinghu took the formula doubtfully. With just one look, his face was full of shock. With these cheap herbs, you can formulate a qi gathering elixir that increases the sensitivity to qi by 50%. The formula for the qi gathering elixir on the market that increased the sensitivity to Qi by 50% was no secret. As long as it was a lesser family or above, they could request it from the king's household. However, the herbs needed for the formula for the Qi-gathering elixir were rare and expensive. The cost of these herbs, it is not even 1/10 of the cost of the herbs for the Qi-gathering elixir on the market, but the resulting Qi-gathering elixir has the same efficacy. Lu Qinghu looked at Zhou Donghuang in disbelief. He could not believe that he could formulate the Qi-gathering elixir on the market with such cheap herbs. I will provide the formula, and I will not take much of the profits. You pay for the herbs and manpower, but I want 50% of the profits. Zhou Donghuang said. Even if he had asked for 70 or 80% of the profits, Lu Qinghu would not have had any objections. But that wasn't his style. Young Master Donghuang, our Lu family only wants 20% of the profits. This is a profitable business, and we will definitely make a profit. Lu Qinghu said. Even if they only wanted 20% of the profits, the Lu family would still earn a lot, far more than selling the Qi-gathering elixirs on the market, because this Qi-gathering elixir could monopolize the entire market in Yunfeng Prefecture. If I say 50%, it means 50%. If you're not willing, I will find someone else. Zhou Donghuang said lightly. Qinghu thanks young Master Donghuang on behalf of the Lu family. As Lu Qinghu bowed to Zhou Donghuang once again to express his gratitude, there was a subtle look of respect in his eyes. Have you brought all the servant girls and waiters that I asked you to? Zhou Donghuang asked Lu Qinghu. The main reason he had gone to the prefecture capital the last time was to reopen Yunxian restaurant so that his mother, Lin Lan, would not have to worry about it. Yes, they're outside. Lu Qinghu nodded profusely. With the servant girls and waiters that the Lu, Fong, and Ma families had brought, Yunxian restaurant quickly reopened, and an announcement was made that it would officially open the next day. When the people of Qingshan town found out that the new servant girls and waiters were all from the Lu, Fong, and Ma families of the prefecture capital, they even thought that Yunxian restaurant had changed owners. It was only when they saw Zhou Donghuang appear and the patriarchs of the Lu, Fong, and Ma families standing respectfully behind him that they realized that Yunxian restaurant had not changed owners. No one suspected that the patriarchs of the three big families were imposters. In Yunfeng Prefecture, the families and individuals who were more powerful than these three families would not deign to impersonate them, and the families and individuals who were not as powerful did not have the guts to do so. The previous chefs of Yunxian restaurant returned to Yunxian restaurant that day, and many servant girls and waiters who had received the news also returned. Yunxian restaurant opened for business smoothly the next day. Because of the 50% discount, the doorsill of Yunxian restaurant was almost trampled to pieces by the customers who came and went. Young Master Donghuang, farewell. Lu Qinghu, Fong Jishan, and Ma Dongfeng also bid farewell to Zhou Donghuang on the evening of the opening of Yunxian restaurant. Riding on the back of his Fergana horse, Lu Qinghu held a brocade box in his hand, his face ruddy and radiant. Inside the brocade box were 10 bottles of Qi-gathering elixir that Zhou Donghuang had given him, which could double the sensitivity to Qi. With these Qi-gathering elixirs, his level of practice would be able to increase rapidly. The smooth opening of Yunxian restaurant shocked many people of Qingshan town, especially the three lesser families of Qingshan town, who were completely dumbfounded. That youth is clearly a dragon, but you all treat him like a worm. Now, do you regret it? In the Qin family household, the grand patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Yi, looked at the Qin family patriarch, Qin Long, and the first young master of the Qin family, Qin Fei, and gave a long sigh. The Qin family had been on good terms with that youth, and there was hope that they would rise to greater heights in the future. But all of this had been ruined by the Qin family. At the same time, in the Wang family household, the patriarch of the Wang family, Red Crane Wang, looked indignant. That little brute! How could he have made the patriarchs of the three lesser families bow and scrape before him? Big brother. Just then, the second master of the Wang family, Bamboo Crane Wang, said with a bitter smile, I just received news. The Lu family of the prefecture capital is no longer a lesser family. The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Qinghu, has attained level 4 of Qi gathering, and the Lu family has become a preeminent family. Chapter 45. A level 4 adept of Qi gathering. Hearing Bamboo Crane Wong's words, Red Crane Wong was dumbstruck, and it took him a moment to recover his wits, muttering to himself, "That little bastard! Who is he?" A level 4 adept of Qi gathering. Even the prefecture capital of Yunfeng Prefecture would be a major figure, capable of supporting a preeminent family. And such a person had come all the way from the prefecture capital to Qingshan town to support the reopening of Zhou Donghuang's Yinxian restaurant. I feel that it doesn't matter who he is, all we need to know is that he is someone we cannot afford to offend in this lifetime. Bamboo Crane Wong said with a bitter smile, a level 4 adept whose son has had one of his legs crippled by Zhou Donghuang is still able to bow and scrape before Zhou Donghuang. This is enough to say a lot. That is the chief of the Lu family of the prefecture capital, Lu Qinghu. The Lu, Ma, and Fong families, the three great lesser families, were able to gain a foothold under the watchful eyes of the preeminent families in the prefecture capital. Not all of it was due to him, but at least half of it was due to him. As an inferior-level medicine master, Bamboo Crane Wong often went to the prefecture capital, and he naturally knew that Lu Qinghu was a very formidable person. The Zhong family household. How can this be? The three siblings, Zhong Gang, Zhong Yi, and Zhong Xiu, gathered together again. They looked at each other and saw the look of disbelief in each other's eyes. Zhou Donghuang maimed the sons of the chiefs of the three elite lesser families, and not only did they not seek revenge on Zhou Donghuang, they even sent servants and waiters to Zhou Donghuang, and they came all the way to Qingshan town to support the reopening of Yinxian restaurant. This news was unbelievable to the three of them, and they felt as if they were living in a dream. All three of you are here, just in time. A tall, bald, middle-aged man in a gray robe walked into the courtyard where the three of them were. He had a ferocious look on his face. Father. The three of them bowed respectfully to the newcomer. From the way they addressed the newcomer, it was obviously the chief of the Zhong family, Zhong Yun. I heard that the three of you have some problems with the owner of Yinxian restaurant, Zhou Donghuang. Zhong Yun stared at the three of them, and his expression darkened. Father, we only joke with him a little. Zhong Gang said hesitantly. Without waiting for Zhong Yi and Zhong Xiu to speak, Zhong Yun glanced coldly at the three of them. From now on, whenever you see him, you must respectfully address him as young Master Donghuang, and act as cowardly as you can. If I find out that you dare to disrespect him again, don't blame me for ripping off your skin. After coldly leaving behind these words, Zhong Yun flicked his sleeves and left, leaving Zhong Gang, Zhong Yi, and Zhong Xiu speechless. I really can't figure it out. How did a martial invalid who was like a wild chicken suddenly become a phoenix? Zhong Xiu said angrily. Her tone was filled with unwillingness. Now, Zhong Xiu's mood was similar to that of a person who had been trampled under her feet in the past. But she had suddenly turned the tables and stepped on her. After Yinxian restaurant reopened, Zhou Donghuang's life returned to normal, and all he did was practice. In this period of time, the Li family that Zhou Donghuang had thought would come looking for him did not, as if they had completely disappeared. But, on second thought, Zhou Donghuang was relieved. After the reopening of Yinxian restaurant, Lu Qinghu, the patriarch of the Lu family, who had attained level 4 of Qi gathering and had led the Lu family to become a preeminent family, had come all the way to Qingshan town to support him, as if he had completely forgotten that Zhou Donghuang had crippled his son's leg. It was not difficult for the Li family to know about this, and this incident was enough to make the Li family fearful of him, and they did not dare to act rashly. On the last day of the month, January 31st, 1228 of the Ziyun era, Zhou Donghuang successfully attained level 3 of Qi gathering and became a level 3 adept with the strength of 3 bulls. Of course, the strength of 3 bulls was only the strength that his Qi gave him. His maximum muscle strength was more than 1,000 gene, and the strength that he could now exert was comparable to that of an ordinary level 4 adept. With his various techniques, he would not be afraid even if he were to face an ordinary level 5 adept. "Mother, have you ever thought of returning to the Lin family in the prefecture capital?" Zhou Donghuang asked. With his current ability, even if he went to the prefecture capital, he would be able to hold his own. But he knew that his mother could not let go of her status as a member of the Lin family. "Donghuang, the patriarch has ordered. I, Lin Lan, am not to step foot into the Lin family without being summoned by the family." Lin Lan smiled bitterly. The Lin family of the prefecture capital was her home, and if she had a choice, how could she have left home to wander the world? It was precisely because her martial talent was average and she was a collateral descendant that the Lin family had sent her to Qingshan Town to be in charge of setting up and running the business. In the eyes of the Lin family, she was only a money-making tool, and as long as there was value to be extracted from her, she would not be allowed to return to the Lin family to rest. "Mother, the patriarch of the Lin family gave such an order because he did not know that after you leaked the formula for the Lin family's blood-staunching elixir, you gave the Lin family an even better formula." Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed. "This time, I will accompany you back and help you clear your name. As long as we clear your name, even the patriarch of the Lin family will not be able to find any excuse to prevent you from returning to the Lin family." After attaining level 3 of Qi Gathering, Zhou Donghuang planned to leave Qingshan Town and settle down in the prefecture capital. Compared to Qingshan Town, the prefecture capital was much more convenient. "Donghuang, are you confident?" Lin Lan was tempted, but she could not help but worry. "If I am not confident, Mother can wait a little longer." "Mother, if I am not confident, I will not speak to you about this." Zhou Donghuang shook his head and smiled. "All right, Mother will go back with you." Lin Lan's eyes lit up, and the gloom that had been buried in her heart for so long dissipated at this moment, as if the sky had cleared after a storm. Seeing that Lin Lan had agreed, Zhou Donghuang instructed Fu to make preparations. Now, Fu was busy practicing, and he had handed over the position of chief steward of Yinxian restaurant to the leader of the group of waiters and servant girls from the three main families, a collateral descendant of the Lu family named Lu Qing. Although she was a woman, she was very capable and meticulous. Usually, besides practicing, Fu would stay in the courtyard behind Yinxian restaurant and await Zhou Donghuang's instructions. "Fu, you must have attained level 1 of Qi Gathering, right?" Just as Fu was about to leave, Zhou Donghuang asked him. He estimated that even if Fu's talent was average, he should have attained level 1 of Qi Gathering by relying on the supreme technique of the universe, Fiery Thunder Training Regimen, and the Qi Gathering elixir that increased the sensitivity to Qi by 6 times. "Young master, I attained level 1 of Qi Gathering 6 days ago." Fu smiled sheepishly. "Not bad." Zhou Donghuang nodded. To be able to break through in such a short time shows that you have worked hard and have not been lazy. "All right, go and make your preparations. We will leave Qingshan Town tomorrow." Fu was immediately overwhelmed by Zhou Donghuang's praise, and as he prepared to leave Qingshan Town, it was as if there was a gust of wind as he walked. As they were leaving the next day, Zhou Donghuang made a trip to the Qin family household. Although the grand patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Yi, and the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Long, came out to welcome him, he remained indifferent. "I'm here to look for Xiaoyu." Under the bitter gaze of Qin Yi and Qin Long, Zhou Donghuang found Qin Xiaoyu, and coincidentally, her father, Qin Zhen, was also present. "Big brother Donghuang, you are leaving Qingshan Town?" Hearing that Zhou Donghuang was leaving the next day, the little girl immediately burst into tears. Her tears fell like rain, and no amount of coaxing worked. "Big brother Donghuang, can you not leave? If you leave, it will be very difficult for Xiaoyu to see you again." "Silly girl, as long as you want to see me, you can go to the prefecture capital at any time. When the time comes, you can ask Chief Steward Lu Qing of Yinxian Restaurant to make the arrangements." Zhou Donghuang stroked Qin Xiaoyu's head and smiled. As for Lu Qing, I will get Fu to inform him first. Really? Only then did Qin Xiaoyu stop crying. Even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe your father, right? Zhou Donghuang looked at Qin Zhen, who was standing at the side, and smiled. Uncle Zhen, if Xiaoyu wants to go to the prefecture capital, you can go with her. Yes, young Master Donghuang. Qin Zhen acknowledged respectfully. Uncle Zhen, in front of me, you don't have to be reserved, and you don't have to call me young Master Donghuang. Just call me Donghuang like before. Zhou Donghuang smiled bitterly. Yes, young Master Donghuang. Qin Zhen's words left Zhou Donghuang completely exasperated, but he did not say anything more. He knew that now that the three chiefs of the Lu, Ma, and Fong families had come to Qingshan town, his position in Qin Zhen's eyes was completely different. After bidding farewell to Qin Xiaoyu, Zhou Donghuang was personally escorted out of the Qin family household by Qin Yi and Qin Long. Whether in the process of entering or leaving, Zhou Donghuang did not mention to Qin Yi or Qin Long that they should take care of Qin Xiaoyu. With his current position in the eyes of Qin Yi and Qin Long, even if he did not say anything, they would know what to do. On the morning of the first day of February 1228 of the Ziyun era, a carriage pulled by a Fergana horse left Qingshan town and headed towards the prefecture capital of Yinfeng Prefecture. From the moment they left Qingshan town, Lin Lan had been pulling open the curtains of the carriage. She watched as Qingshan town became smaller and smaller, until it finally disappeared at the end of the road and before her eyes. Only then did she close the curtains again and sigh. Mother, if you want to come back in the future, we can come back anytime. Zhou Donghuang comforted her. Actually, there's nothing to miss. After all, the Magnolia Guild is gone. I just want to take a few more looks at this small town that I've been in for more than 10 years. Lin Lan shook her head and smiled. Donghuang, where's freezing wind? Ever since he returned from the prefecture capital half a month ago, I haven't seen him. This time, Lin Lan had not seen freezing wind at the prefecture capital, and she could not help but frown. Did you chase him away because he told Mother about that matter? How could that be? Chapter 46. On the 5th of February, 1228 of the Ziyun era, as night fell and the lanterns were lit, Zhou Donghuang's carriage entered the capital city of Yinfeng Prefecture. Inside the carriage, Lin Lan opened the curtains and looked at the bustling streets of the capital, her eyes filled with excitement. Donghuang, do you see that street? When I was young, I loved to eat the candied haws sold by an auntie at the end of that street. Donghuang, that uncle's barbecue stall has been open for more than 20 years. Donghuang. As they walked along the streets of the capital, Lin Lan introduced them to Zhou Donghuang as if she was familiar with them, and Zhou Donghuang smiled and nodded as he listened patiently. Young master, shall we go to the Lu family first? Fu's voice came from outside the carriage, asking Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang responded and said to Lin Lan, Mother, it's already late. Let's stay at the Lu family for the night. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you back to the Lin family. To the Lu family? Wouldn't that be too troublesome? Lin Lan frowned slightly. Why don't we find an inn to stay at tonight? Mother, you don't have to worry about that. The chief of the Lu family, Lu Qinghu, would love nothing more than for me to trouble him. Zhou Donghuang shook his head with a smile. Just as Zhou Donghuang had said, when Lu Qinghu knew of Zhou Donghuang's arrival, he came out personally to welcome him. Head Elder Lu Pinglan and Second Elder Lu Bao of the Lu family also came out to welcome him. Young Master Donghuang. After bowing to Zhou Donghuang, Lu Qinghu and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully to Lin Lan. Greetings, madam. Lin Lan was not used to this. Not long ago, she had already found out that Lu Qinghu had attained level 4 of Qi gathering and had led the Lu family to become a preeminent family. Lu Qinghu's current status in Yinshan Prefecture was equivalent to that of the chief of the Lin family. But such a person had actually bowed to her. Only now did she realize that her son Zhou Donghuang's abilities had completely exceeded her imagination. Under Lu Qinghu's personal arrangements, Zhou Donghuang and his entourage moved into the Lu family household and were given two spacious courtyards. Every courtyard had a few rooms. Lin Lan and Granny Lian stayed in one courtyard, while Zhou Donghuang and Fu stayed in the other. The two courtyards were adjacent to each other. Unfilial son, aren't you going to kneel and apologize to young Master Donghuang? Zhou Donghuang had just settled down when Lu Qinghu brought his son, Lu Yuan, over. Although Lu Yuan's leg had been reattached, he needed crutches to walk. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to injure a tendon and break a bone. Lu Yuan's leg had been cut off by himself. Even though Ah Fu later felt compassionate and found an inferior-level apothecary to reattach it, he could only use it to walk and could no longer use his strength. No need. Just as the pale-faced Lu Yuan was about to kneel under Lu Qinghu's scolding, Zhou Donghuang stopped him. Your leg has not healed yet. If you continue to kneel, even I will find it difficult to heal it. Fully recovered, Zhou Donghuang's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Lu Yuan's dull eyes to light up in an instant. He could not help but ask, "Young Master Donghuang, you can heal my leg?" After returning, he had found an intermediate-level apothecary to examine his leg, but the apothecary could only guarantee that he would be able to walk like a normal person and could no longer use his strength. And for martial adept, if one leg could not be used, it was no different from being crippled. Young Master Donghuang. Lu Qinghu was also excited. His son's leg could be healed. Not just your leg, but even your father's arm can be healed, Zhou Donghuang said calmly. The last two times he had seen Lu Qinghu's severed arm was still in a cast, but now the cast had been removed. But now, Lu Qinghu's right arm, which had been reattached after being cut off, was slightly stiff even when walking. At most, it could only be used in daily life and could no longer be used for strength. To a martial adept, such an arm was dispensable. Young Master Donghuang. Lu Qinghu bowed and pleaded with Zhou Donghuang. If you can heal my son's leg, my life is yours. He only had one son, Lu Yuan, and he would be willing to exchange his life for his son's. Zhou Donghuang ignored Lu Qinghu, his gaze falling on Lu Yuan. Your leg and your father's arm. I will only heal one. Now, I'll give you a choice. Zhou Donghuang looked at Lu Yuan with interest. Young Master Donghuang. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Lu Qinghu panicked. Just heal my son's leg. As for my arm, I offended young Master Donghuang first, and I brought this upon myself. I don't need young Master Donghuang's help to heal me. Father, you don't have to say any more. Lu Yuan smiled sadly. If I had not offended young Master Donghuang first, you would not have come into conflict with young Master Donghuang. I'm the one who brought this upon myself. Please, young Master Donghuang, heal my father's arm, and leave my leg like this. Lu Yuan stared at Zhou Donghuang, his gaze so determined that no one could doubt his determination. At least you have some filial piety. Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at Lu Yuan, then stood up from the stone bench in front of the stone table and turned to walk towards the room. Both of you, father and son, come in together. Thank you, young Master Donghuang. Now, both Lu Qinghu and Lu Yuan realized that Zhou Donghuang intended to heal both father and son together. Instantly, both of them were so excited that they lost their composure. Yuan, when you see young Master Donghuang in the future, you must be as respectful as you are to me. Otherwise, I will personally break your leg. Lu Qinghu warned Lu Yuan before entering the room. On Earth in the age of chaos, medical standards were so high that even a severed leg or arm with a clean incision could be mostly recovered after surgery. This was not something that only Western medicine could do, but Chinese medicine could do as well. In fact, Chinese medicine could do even better. Of course, the prerequisite for Chinese medicine to do better was to cultivate qi and use it to perform acupuncture. Done. After spending the entire night, Zhou Donghuang finally finished performing acupuncture on both Lu Qinghu and his son in the wee hours of the morning. Fortunately, the wounds on both Lu Qinghu and his son's severed legs and arms were very clean, and the severed arms, legs, and wounds healed in a short period of time. Therefore, after Zhou Donghuang used qi to clear their nerves and arteries, they were completely healed. You should be thankful that the one who attacked Fu that day was not you, but that Ma Jin. Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at Lu Yuan. If it was like Ma Jin's, where he had crushed half of his calf, even he would not have been able to reverse the situation. That kind of wound could not be healed, let alone healed. Thank you, young Master Donghuang, for your kindness. Lu Qinghu and Lu Yuan kowtowed to Zhou Donghuang and thanked him before leaving, deeply afraid to disturb Zhou Donghuang's rest. Young master, after what you did, I'm afraid the Lu father and son will be completely loyal to you. Fu said to Zhou Donghuang with a smile after Lu Qinghu and Lu Yuan had left. I hope so. Zhou Donghuang nodded slightly, and an almost imperceptible glint flashed in his eyes. If they behave themselves, I can give them a bright future. But if they pretend to agree but secretly go against me, even if I can heal their limbs today, I can still cripple them again in the future. Early the next morning, Zhou Donghuang and Lin Lan left the Lu family mansion with Fu and Granny Lian, preparing to head to the Lin family. The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Qinghu, and his son, Lu Yuan, personally saw the four of them to the main door. Young Master Donghuang, do you really not need me to prepare a sedan or carriage for you? Lu Qinghu asked. No need. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. They had their own carriage, and it was a carriage drawn by Fergana horses, but his mother, Lin Lan, had said that she did not want to return in such a high-profile manner, so he had let her have it. Moreover, the Lu family mansion and the Lin family mansion were both in the prefecture capital and were not far from each other. Even if they walked, it would only take an hour. After an hour, Zhou Donghuang and the others arrived at the main door of the Lin family mansion. However, just as they reached the main door, they were stopped. Lin Lan, the two middle-aged men standing guard at the main door of the Lin family mansion, immediately recognized Lin Lan, a collateral descendant of the Lin family. Although they were also collateral descendants of the Lin family, their martial talent was higher than Lin Lan's, so they could stay in the Lin family and not be sent to some small place to waste the rest of their lives. Lin Lan, what are you doing here? One of the middle-aged men, dressed in a long grayish-white robe, frowned at Lin Lan. The patriarch has ordered that you, Lin Lan, are not to step into the Lin family mansion unless summoned. Just as Lin Lan was at a loss, and Zhou Donghuang stepped forward to speak, the other middle-aged man, dressed in a long grayish-brown robe, grinned and said, Lin Nan, we are all collateral descendants. Why make things difficult for each other? As he spoke, he looked at Lin Lan and smiled. Sister Lin Lan, you must have come back to retrieve something, right? You can go in, but come out early. After saying that, he moved to the side. Lin Hua, just as Lin Nan was about to say something, Lin Hua pulled him aside and opened up a path for Zhou Donghuang and the others. Thank you, Brother Lin Hua. After Lin Lan thanked Lin Hua, she excitedly led Zhou Donghuang and the others into the Lin family mansion, rushing towards her own residence. Outside the main door, Lin Nan frowned and said, Lin Hua, if anyone finds out that we let Lin Lan in, the patriarch will blame us, and we will all have to bear the consequences. Who said we let Lin Lan in? Lin Hua acted as if nothing had happened and said lightly, Have you seen Lin Lan? Anyway, I haven't, but there might be someone who disobeyed the patriarch's orders and sneaked into the family mansion. As he spoke, the corner of Lin Hua's mouth turned up in a sinister smile. Lin Nan, if we are brothers, don't betray me. Lin Hua bade farewell to Lin Nan and turned to walk into the Lin family mansion. Now, I will go report to Second Elder that someone disobeyed the patriarch's orders and sneaked into the Lin family mansion. As he walked, the sinister smile on Lin Hua's face deepened. Stupid whore, I courted you in the past, but you ignored me when I gave you face. Chapter 47. Lin Lan's residence in the Lin family household was a small courtyard with 4 rooms. This was where she had grown up. In the past, Lin Lan, her parents, and Granny Lien had lived here. It had been a few years since Lin Lan had last returned, so the place was covered in cobwebs, and dust was kicked up with every step she took. However, with Granny Lien and Fu's help, it only took an hour for the entire courtyard to look brand new. Miss, I thought that Lin Hua would make things difficult for you. But not only did he not make things difficult for you, he even stopped others from making things difficult for you and allowed you to enter the family household. Granny Lien said to Lin Lan in surprise. I didn't expect that either. Lin Lan also showed a look of surprise. Granny Lien, why did you think that Lin Hua would make things difficult for Mother? Zhou Donghuang asked curiously. Young master, that Lin Hua was one of Mrs. Suitor's, and his pursuit of Miss could be described as pestering until the end. When Miss rejected him in front of everyone, he stopped pestering Miss, Granny Lien said with a smile. When I saw him just now, I thought that he would hold a grudge because Miss embarrassed him in front of everyone and make things difficult for Mississippi. Now it seems that I was the one who judged a gentleman with my own yardstick. Granny Lien said, There was such a thing? Zhou Donghuang looked at Lin Lan. It seemed that his mother had been very charming back then, or she would not have been pestered like that. How many years ago was that? If he still holds a grudge, then he really is a little petty. Lin Lan shook her head and smiled. Moreover, I rejected him in front of everyone because I was afraid of being pestered by him, so I decided to use that method to cut the Gordian knot. I did not mean to embarrass him. Just as Zhou Donghuang and the other two were chatting happily, Fu, who was repairing the broken gate of the small courtyard, called out, Young master, madam, someone is coming. One of them is the person who let us in at the main gate. Fu said. In a moment, an old man in a gray robe appeared in front of Zhou Donghuang and the others, escorted by a middle-aged man. Lin Lan greets, second elder. Greetings, second elder. Lin Lan and Granny Lien both bowed respectfully to the old man, and after bowing, Lin Lan glanced at the indifferent Zhou Donghuang and reminded him Donghuang. Second elder. At Lin Lan's reminder, Zhou Donghuang looked at the old man and nodded casually. The old man frowned and looked at Zhou Donghuang with some dissatisfaction. Then his gaze fell on Lin Lan, and he said in a low voice, Lin Lan, the chief has ordered that you're not to step into the house unless summoned by the family. By returning so abruptly, are you disrespecting the chief, or are you disrespecting the rules of the Lin family? Second elder. Lin Lan replied respectfully, I, Lin Lan, would never dare to disrespect the patriarch, nor would I dare to disrespect the Lin family's rules. This time, the reason why I've returned is to get the patriarch to withdraw the ban against me. Ask the patriarch to take back the ban? The old man sneered. Do you think the patriarch's words are a joke? To ask the patriarch to withdraw the ban, why don't you think about what you've done wrong? Second elder, it was my fault for leaking the formula for the blood-staunching elixir given by the family. I admit it. Lin Lan said in a low voice. But later, when I returned to the clan, I gave them an even better formula for the blood-staunching elixir. Just because fourth elder pocketed the formula for the blood-staunching elixir and gave it to the clan in his own name, does that mean that I, Lin Lan, have to be denied? I refuse to accept this. At this point, Lin Lan's voice suddenly became louder, and the depression that she had been suppressing for more than a month seemed to be completely released at this moment. Hearing Lin Lan's words, the old man was stunned at first, and then he frowned. The formula for the blood-staunching elixir that fourth elder had given to the family was originally given by Lin Lan? Just then, the middle-aged man standing behind the old man, the Lin family disciple Lin Hua whom Zhou Donghuang and the others had just met outside the main gate of the Lin family, suddenly snorted coldly. Lin Lan, it's fine that you brought people over the wall to return to the family like a thief, but now you dare to slander fourth elder? Lin Hua laughed coldly. Over the wall? Thief. Zhou Donghuang stared at Lin Hua. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed across them. Lin Hua, what do you mean? Lin Lan's expression changed, and she glared at Lin Hua. Didn't you let us in just now? Now you're slandering us by saying that we climbed over the wall? Lin Hua, you're slandering us. Granny Lien could not stand it any longer, and she stared coldly at Lin Hua. I was just saying that you are broad-minded and do not hold a grudge against those small matters of the past. Now it seems that I have overestimated you. You let us in just to slander us? As she spoke, Granny Lien's old face contorted in anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Hua's smile became even colder. Chief had already ordered that Lin Lan was not to step into the family without a summon from the family. Without a summon from the family. How could I? Lin Hua. Let Lin Lan in? You have a death wish. Zhou Donghuang's expression was cold, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He took a step forward, ready to kill this bastard who had slandered his mother. However, he was stopped by Lin Lan. Mother. Zhou Donghuang's eyes met Lin Lan's, and he suppressed his voice as he said each word clearly. He slandered you. Donghuang, promise me. In the Lin family, unless the Lin family makes the first move, you will not make a move against a member of the Lin family. The Lin family is my root. Lin Lan's eyes were pleading. She knew that her son was different now. Even the chief of the preeminent Lu family, Lu Qinghu, had to be respectful in front of her son, not daring to act rashly. But she did not want her son to use his power against the Lin family. That would only make him and the Lin family enemies, and they would drift apart. She hoped that the Lin family would accept her son. This was her home, and she wanted it to be her son's home. Zhou Donghuang was filled with rage, but when he saw the pleading look in Lin Lan's eyes, he could only suppress it. All right, I'll listen to you, mother. Zhou Donghuang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I only hope that the Lin family can be reasonable and give you justice. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to them. As he said this, Zhou Donghuang's cold gaze swept over Lin Hua and the second elder of the Lin family. Lin Lan, this is your adopted son? What arrogance! I want to see how a 16 or 17-year-old youth like him could be rude to me. Lin Hua. Lin Hua looked at Zhou Donghuang, his eyes full of disdain. He, Lin Hua, was a level 2 adept of qi gathering. Why would he be afraid of a 16 or 17-year-old youth? Lin Lan, do you have any proof of what you said just now? The second elder of the Lin family, Lin Chenghuan, had regained his composure and asked Lin Lan. He added, if you don't have any proof, you will be publicly slandering fourth elder, and you will be even more guilty. Yes. Lin Lan nodded decisively. Good. You can stay here for the time being. I'll go report this matter to the patriarch. When the fourth elder returns, we'll call you over to confront him. Lin Chenghuan nodded and turned to leave. Second elder, let's not talk about the formula for now. This Lin Lan brought someone in by climbing the wall. Shouldn't we punish her first? Seeing that Lin Chenghuan was about to leave, Lin Hua hurriedly followed him and reminded him. If what she said is true, the chief will withdraw the ban. That way, no matter how she came in, she will not be considered trespassing in the Lin family household. Lin Chenghuan said, what she said can't be true. Lin Hua said disdainfully. Lin Hua said disdainfully, the blood-staunching elixir made by that formula is even more effective than the one made by the intermediate-level pharmacist that our Lin family worships. How could Lin Lan have that kind of formula? Fourth elder will be back in a few days. At that time, the truth will be revealed. Lin Chenghuan ignored Lin Hua and left. Lin Hua turned back to glare at Lin Lan before leaving. This second elder of the Lin family is still reasonable, Zhou Donghuang said calmly, withdrawing his cold gaze from Lin Hua. Chapter 48. Donghuang. Lin Lan looked at Zhou Donghuang gently. I know you can't bear to see me suffer, and I know you have great ability now. Even if it's black, you might be able to turn the Lin family white. But if we use force to oppress them, then what difference is there between us and fourth elder Lin Tonghong, who stole our formula and threatened us? Lin Lan asked, although Lin Lan did not know how powerful Zhou Donghuang was now. But since even the level 4 adept Lu Qinghu, who was already the patriarch of a preeminent family, had to bow and scrape before her son, it meant that her son was already superior to a preeminent family like the Liu family to a certain extent. Even the patriarch of the Lin family could not make Liu Qinghu bow and scrape before him. Just this alone made the patriarch of the Lin family inferior to her son Zhou Donghuang. Moreover, I still believe that the Lin family will give me justice. Lin Lan smiled. Mother, we'll do as you say for now. Zhou Donghuang nodded. If the Lin family is willing to give you justice, it will be a happy ending. But if they want to protect fourth elder Lin Tonghong, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As he said this, a cold light flashed in Zhou Donghuang's eyes. I believe in the Lin family. Lin Lan smiled and then returned to her room. After Lin Lan returned to her room, Granny Lian said to Zhou Donghuang with a bitter smile, Young master, young mistress's feelings for the Lin family are different. Her parents were both Lin family members, and even though they were killed by bandits while helping the Lin family transport goods, they were still proud of being members of the Lin family until the moment they died. Because of this, young mistress values her status as a member of the Lin family more than her own life. If the Lin family is in trouble, she will not hesitate even if she has to sacrifice her own life to save them. Zhou Donghuang was deeply convinced by Granny Lian's words. In his previous life, his mother had chosen to commit suicide precisely because she had been expelled from the Lin family and stripped of her status as a member of the Lin family. I hope the Lin family doesn't disappoint my mother. That way, for my mother's sake, I can turn them into a grand family or even a tycoon family. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, But if you disappoint my mother, don't blame me for being ruthless. A grand family? Tycoon family? Granny Lian was shocked by Zhou Donghuang's words. To become a grand family, there had to be at least a level 6 adept in the family. And to become a tycoon family, there had to be at least a level 8 adept in the family. Her young master actually said that he could turn the Lin family into a grand family, a tycoon family. However, when she thought of the shock her young master had brought her over the past month, she felt relieved. Young master is only 17 years old, but he can make the patriarch of the preeminent Liu family, Liu Qinghu, bow and scrape before him. As long as he's in the Lin family, it's only a matter of time before the Lin family becomes a grand family or even a tycoon family. What Granny Lian did not know was, when Zhou Donghuang said that the Lin family would become a grand family or a tycoon family, he did not mean that he would use his own abilities to bring the Lin family to prominence, but that he would bestow favors upon the Lin family children and let them lead the Lin family to prominence. In fact, if he wanted to, it would not be difficult for the preeminent Lin family to replace the imperial court of Yunyang and become the new ruler of the country of Yunyang. In the past 2 weeks, the most talked about thing in Yunfeng Prefecture was the cheap qi gathering elixir released by the newly promoted preeminent Liu family. As everyone knew, the qi gathering elixir that had been widely circulated in the market could be sold for 12 taels of silver per bottle. And of these 12 liang of silver, 10 liang of silver was the cost of the herbs, and only 2 liang of silver was the profit. After deducting the complicated production costs and labor costs, there was not much profit to be made. Therefore, the qi gathering elixirs on the market in Yunfeng Prefecture were mostly produced by the lesser families. The preeminent families did not even bother with the qi gathering elixir business because the profit was too small. However, just half a month ago, the newly promoted preeminent Liu family had released a qi gathering elixir that cost 10 taels of silver a bottle, and its effects were exactly the same as those on the market that cost 12 taels of silver a bottle. Immediately, the appearance of this qi gathering elixir had a huge impact on the entire Yunfeng Prefecture market. Other people sold a bottle of qi gathering elixir that cost 10 liang of silver just for the herbs. Who could compete with them if they sold it for 10 liang of silver a bottle? Therefore, once the Liu family's qi gathering elixir appeared, no matter where it appeared, it could monopolize the market for the qi gathering elixir. Is the newly crowned preeminent family, the Liu family, doing charity? Or do they not want to do the qi gathering elixir business anymore and are clearing out their stock? At first, Many people thought so. But soon they did not think so, because they realized that the qi-gathering elixir of the Lu family was not only sold to the public, but also sold to other families at a wholesale price. At a wholesale price of 7 liang of silver a bottle. This meant that no matter which family it was, as long as they obtained the rights to sell the qi-gathering elixir of the Lu family, even if they sold it for 10 liang of silver a bottle, they would still be able to make a profit of 3 liang of silver. Furthermore, they did not have to worry about the complicated production costs. Of course, the families that sold the qi-gathering elixir of the Lu family were not allowed to sell it in the capital city of Yinfeng Prefecture. The market for the qi-gathering elixir of the capital city was controlled by the Lu family. Even so, this kind of business was enough to tempt the preeminent families. The Lu family must have found a way to cut costs, otherwise they would not be doing this. At this time, many people finally realized what was going on. In an instant, many prominent people from the lesser families outside the city entered the city, trampling through the doorway of the Lu family household. They all wanted to obtain the rights to sell the qi-gathering elixir of the Lu family. However, there were very few who managed to obtain the rights. Until now, only the lesser families that were on good terms with the Lu family, the Fong family, and the Ma family had obtained the rights. February 9th, 1228 of the Ziyun era. The Lu family household. The patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Jue, has just sent someone with an invitation. The invitation says that he would like to hold a banquet tomorrow afternoon in the heavenly dining booth on Yunshang restaurant, and that he would like to invite you and second master. A Lu family junior came to Lu Qinghu's courtyard and spoke respectfully to Lu Qinghu, who was playing chess with Lu Bao. Big brother, finally, the preeminent families can't sit still anymore. Lu Bao smiled. The Lin family has guilds in more than 100 small towns in Yinfeng Prefecture. If they can obtain the rights to sell our qi-gathering elixir, they can monopolize the market in those hundreds of small towns. Lu Qinghu calmly put down the chess piece in his hand and said with a smile, "So, big brother, are you going?" Lu Bao asked. "I'm afraid the Lin family is still waiting outside for news. Other preeminent families don't matter, but this is the Lin family. After all, this is the family of young Master Donghuang's adoptive mother." As Lu Qinghu spoke, he looked at the Lu family junior who had come to report. "Let the Lin family tell their patriarch that there is no need for a banquet tomorrow afternoon. I will personally pay a visit to the patriarch of the Lin family household." "Yes." The Lu family junior responded and stopped. Speaking of which, young Master Donghuang has already been at the Lin family household for a few days. It's a good time to pay a visit to the Lin family and tell him about the explosive sales of the qi-gathering elixir. Thinking of that youth, Lu Qinghu's expression turned serious, and a look of sincere respect appeared in his eyes. Now, he was truly convinced of that youth's abilities. Not only was he powerful, but his methods were also astonishing. He could even heal his and his son's severed arms and legs to a state of full recovery. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.